My War Memories 19141918 by General Ludendorff. This book is dedicated to the heroes who fell believing in Germany's greatness. Chapter, Preface. During the 4 years of fighting I was unable to keep any record of events. I had not the time. Now that I have more leisure, I propose to repair this omission by writing my experiences during the Great War, drawing chiefly upon my memory for the narrative. It has been my destiny to hold various high appointments. Upon Field Marshal von Hindenburg and myself, in conjunction with other men, devolved the task of conducting the defense of the fatherland. In these pages I propose to give an account of those deeds of the German people and their army with which my name will for all time be associated. I shall tell of my strivings and of all that I lived through in this struggle of the nations, how the German people fought as men have never fought before, how they endured, and how their efforts were gradually paralyzed. Germany has not yet had time for introspection and heart-searching. She is too heavily weighed down. And yet she can take heart from the magnificent deeds of her army, and from all they, too, accomplished who worked at home. But if she wishes to learn anything from the succession of events which culminated in her undoing, she has no time to lose, for the world's history strides ruthlessly on, and tramples underfoot those nations who tear themselves to pieces by internal conflict. Ludendorff. Written at Hässleholmsgård, in Sweden, between November 1918 and February 1919, completed in Berlin by the 23rd of June, the day on which we accepted the peace. My War Memories 19141918. Chapter, My Thoughts and Actions. 1. The coup de main at Liege was the first of the series of German victories. The decision was a bold one, and its execution extremely daring. The campaigns of 1914, 1915 and the summer of 1916 in the East were tremendous achievements, equal to the greatest military feats of any age. They made the highest demands on both commanders and troops. The Russians were then greatly superior in numbers to the Allied German and Austro-Hungarian armies opposed to them. But, indeed, the operations which Field Marshal von Hindenburg and I had to conduct from the 29th of August 1916, the day we assumed supreme command, rank among the most formidable in history. Nothing more inspiring and destructive has ever been seen on earth. Germany, inferior in numbers and with weak allies, was contending against the world. Decisions of the utmost gravity had to be taken. They were the inevitable and logical result of the situation, our general conception of war, and the particular circumstances of this war. The armies and fleets fought as they had fought in days past, even though numbers and equipment were mightier than ever before. What made this war different from all others was the manner in which the home population supported and reinforced their armed forces with all the resources at their disposal. Only in France, in 1870-71, had anything of the kind been seen before. In this war it was impossible to distinguish where the sphere of the army and navy began and that of the people ended. Army and people were one. The world witnessed the war of nations in the most literal sense of the word. In this mighty concentration of effort the great powers of the earth faced each other. And not only between the armed forces did the combat rage along those huge fronts and on distant oceans. The moral and vital force of the civil population was assailed with the purpose of corroding and paralyzing them. With big battalions it is neither difficult nor very risky to wage war and fight battles. But in the first 3 years of the war the Field Marshal and I never found ourselves in that enviable position. We could but act as duty and conscience dictated, and adopt the measures we deemed necessary to secure victory. During this period success crowned our efforts. When, in March 1918, we attacked with the balance of numbers more in our favor than had previously been the case, our strength sufficed to win great victories, but not to bring about a rapid decision. Then it dwindled, while the enemy grew stronger. 2. This worldwide war of nations made enormous demands on us Germans, on whom its whole overwhelming burden fell. Every individual had to give his very utmost, if we were to win. We had literally to fight and work to the last drop of blood and sweat, and yet maintain our fighting spirit and, above all, our confidence in victory, a hard but imperative necessity, in spite of the dearth of food which the enemy imposed on us, and the onslaught of his propaganda, which was of amazing force, if unobtrusive. Our army and navy are rooted in the nation, as is the oak in German soil. They live upon the homeland, and from it they draw their strength. They can keep, but cannot produce, what they need, and can only fight with the moral, material and physical means which the country provides. These means make possible victory, faithful devotion and unselfish self-sacrifice in the daily battle and the miseries of war. They alone could secure Germany's final success. With them our country waged the titanic conflict against the world, even allowing for the assistance of our allies and the exploitation of occupied territories as far as the laws of land warfare permitted. The army and navy had thus to look to the homeland for their constant renewal and rejuvenation in moral, numbers and equipment. It was essential to maintain the moral and war spirit of those at home at the highest pitch. Woe to us if they should fail! The longer the war lasted, the greater grew the danger of this, the harder it became to overcome difficulties, and the more imperious were the demands of the army and navy for spiritual and moral reinforcement. The very last resources, both in men and material, had to be made available and devoted to the prosecution of the war. These were enormous tasks for the country. The homeland was not only the basis on which our proud military power rested, and which must therefore be carefully safeguarded, it was the life-giving source which had to be kept clear, pure and yet potent, lest it lose anything of that virtue wherewith it steeled the nerves and renewed the strength of the army and navy. The nation needed those inner spiritual forces which alone enabled it to go on revitalizing the army and navy. The spheres of the nation and of the armed forces were so intermingled that it was impossible to separate them. The fighting efficiency of the forces in face of the enemy depended absolutely upon that of his people at home. That meant that everyone at home must work and live for the war in a way that had never been known before. It was for the government, and the Imperial Chancellor Ho was specially responsible, to direct and foster that spirit. Upon this minister devolved another important war function, the direction of operations against the enemy's home fronts. Should Germany neglect to use this powerful weapon, the effects of which she daily experienced in her own body? Should we not attack the moral of our enemies in the same way as they were, unfortunately so successfully, attacking ours? This contest had first to be transferred to neutral countries, and thence from front to front. But Germany always lacked one mighty means of propaganda: starvation of the enemy peoples by blockade. The government had great problems to solve if the war was to be brought to a successful conclusion. No greater demand has ever been made on a German government than to place the united strength of the German people at the disposal of the Emperor in order to secure victory in the field, and carry on the war against the spirit and moral of the enemy nations. Thus the action and conduct of the government attained decisive importance. This meant that government, Reichstag and people must devote themselves utterly to the idea of war. That was the only way. The power to wage war had its source at home and was put to the proof at the front. The great aim of peace could only be attained by relentless prosecution of the war. By working for the war, therefore, the government at the same time paved the way for peace, to attain which at the first possible moment was their glorious, ultimate goal. Soon after we were summoned to assume the supreme command, and had time to consider the situation in all its bearings, the field marshal and I laid our views as to the requirements of the army and navy before the Imperial Chancellor, and discussed the problems which they raised for the country. We called upon him to co-operate in prosecuting the war, and were buoyed up with hope in spite of the menacing aspect of the situation. The government had welcomed our appointment to the supreme command. We met them with frank confidence. Soon, however, two schools of thought, represented by their views and ours, began to come into conflict. This divergence of view was a great disappointment to us and vastly increased our burden. In Berlin they were unable to accept our opinion as to the necessity of certain war measures, or to steel their wills to the point of magnetizing the whole nation and directing its life and thought to the single idea of war and victory. The great democracies of the Entente did better. With an iron will Gambetta in 1870-71, and Clemenceau and Lloyd George in this war, enrolled their peoples in the service of victory. Our government failed to recognize this inflexible purpose and the definite intention of the Entente to destroy us. They should never have doubted it. Instead of concentrating all our resources and using them to the utmost in order to achieve peace on the battlefield, as the very nature of war demands, the authorities in Berlin followed a different path. They talked more and more about reconciliation and understanding, without giving our own people a strong warlike impetus at the same time. In Berlin they believed, or deceived themselves into believing, that the hostile nations were longing to hear words of reconciliation and would urge their governments towards peace. So little did they understand the mind of our enemies, both people and governments, their strong national feeling and unbending will. Berlin had learned nothing from history. They only felt their own impotence in face of the enemy's spirit. They lost the hope of victory and drifted. The desire for peace became stronger than the will to fight for victory. The road to peace was blocked by the will of the enemy, whose aim was our destruction. In seeking it, the government neglected to lead the nation by the hard road to victory. Reichstag and people found themselves without that strong lead which, generally speaking, they longed for, and slid with the government down the slippery way. The tremendous questions arising out of the war were more and more thrust on one side, for people's minds were occupied with questions of internal politics and thoughts of self. That meant the ruin of our country. It may be that the revolution which is now shattering Europe may usher in a new world order and make the thoughts and feelings of the nations more ready for a peace of justice and reconciliation. The armistice and peace conditions certainly point the other way. In any case, all the time I was First Quartermaster-general, the world had not yet changed. Our General Staff took the same view as President Wilson, who supported his demand for a great American naval program on the grounds that it would be absurd for America to adjust her naval program to a future world policy, when the latter had not yet been decided. In November 1918, the President of the Soldiers' Council of the Fourth Army wrote, "Some people may think that the revolution can be built up on ideals. Those who are at the front must agree that the world policy of the Entente at the present time is infected by materialism. The astonished world, its ideals shattered, now perceives this clearly. The German people has been misled, and is now paying for its delusion with its life." The General Staff urged the view that it would be time enough for us to lay down our arms and think about understandings when human nature had undergone a change, otherwise we were bound to suffer. The palm of peace is no defense against the sword. As long as human beings, and above all our enemies, remained the same as mankind has ever been, it was for Germany, and in any event, the Field Marshal and myself, as the responsible military leaders, to hold the sword tight and keep it sharp. It was, therefore, our serious duty, in dealing with the government, to insist on the necessary war measures being carried out, and to try and infuse into them that degree of determination which we thought was required. In all questions the General Stag addressed itself to the constitutional authorities. The war required rapid and far-reaching decisions at any moment, and thus stimulated that quality of resolution on which it was always making demands. In Berlin the old peace routine held sway. Replies, even to the most important questions, often did not arrive for weeks. In consequence of this extraordinary dilatoriness on the part of the Berlin authorities, and their failure to grasp the necessities of the war, the tone of our correspondence at times became somewhat acrimonious. This we regretted, but we were consumed with justifiable impatience. Immediate action was called for it was often a question of averting some irreparable disaster. In peacetime the Imperial government was the supreme authority. The Foreign Office considered itself above all criticism. The government departments only gradually accustomed themselves to the idea that on the outbreak of war a new authority, General Headquarters, had come into being, which not only shared the responsibility with the Imperial Chancellor, but bore such an enormous proportion that it had necessarily to try and make good their inertia by displaying greater energy on its own part. I could have wished that the government had recognized this simple situation as clearly. The position of General von Moltke and General von Falkenhayn in relation to the government was essentially the same as that of the Field Marshal and myself. The government went their own way, and, as regards the wishes of General Headquarters, neglected nothing which they considered essential. But much was left undone that had been insisted on as urgently necessary for the prosecution of the war. Directly after war broke out, General Headquarters was obliged to take action in connection with several matters which were really the sphere of other authorities. The press, the censorship, precautions against spies and sabotage at home, dealing with revolutionaries, all these wide fields were left to the unaided efforts of the military authorities, to the detriment of the conduct of the war. Uncertainty as to their powers and lack of personnel checked the initiative of the authorities concerned. Its strong sense of responsibility urged the General Staff to creative work. It was better able to meet the requirements in personnel than other departments, particularly from among well-trained officers of the reserve on leave. And so the direction of this work fell into the hands of the General Staff. The execution often remained in those of the home authorities. The line of demarcation, within which these authorities considered themselves to be solely responsible, was not clearly defined. Friction was unavoidable. This would have been avoided by that resolute leadership at home for which General Headquarters often asked. 3. As First Quartermaster-general, it was often my duty, personally, to lay the demands of the General Staff before the government. Of political personages and parties I took no account. Those parties which were forever talking about understanding, instead of fostering the warlike spirit of the nation, did not recognize the need for the demands put forward. The government shared their views. And thus the government and the majority parties found themselves in agreement and adopted an antagonistic attitude towards me and my military views and wishes. It was obvious that I had more supporters among those parties which, like myself, regarded an understanding as impossible in view of the enemy's determination to destroy us, and therefore wished the war to be carried on with the greatest energy. I never asked for their support, but they trusted me. These parties belonged to the right, the minority. And so, although I thought only of the war, the rest labeled me reactionary. Had I found my own ideas accepted by the democratic parties, I should have found supporters among them also, in which case the right would perhaps have abused me as a Democrat, and, as a matter of fact, this happened often enough. I am neither a reactionary nor a Democrat. All I stand for is the prosperity, the cultural progress and national strength of the German people, authority and order. These are the pillars on which the future of our country rests. During the war we had only one aim, to develop the greatest energy in its prosecution, and so secure our military existence, and with it our equally important economic existence, both during and after the war. The inertia of the Imperial government in so many matters had unpleasant consequences for me, in that ill wishers, and sometimes even overzealous friends, dragged me into the strife of parties, although I was not at all concerned and never put myself forward in any way. What I did was misrepresented and criticized without reference to circumstances. My actions and statements were misinterpreted. Vague and totally unfounded assertions were spread broadcast. At first, my frank and soldierly way of thinking prompted me to dismiss all this with a shrug of the shoulders. It was not worth notice in view of the great work on which I was engaged. Later on I regretted these occurrences, but was unable to do anything to prevent them. I repeatedly asked the press to leave me alone. Beyond that, I was too busy to take any action myself. Besides, I had no platform from which to speak, and above all, I gave the German nation credit for more sense of the stern reality. But it suited the government to have discovered a lightning conductor. Instead of protecting me, they gave free rein to the agitators, represented me as a dictator, put everything down to the General Staff, and so embittered the feeling against me. That was the position, broadly speaking. The two chancellors, Dr. Michaelis and Count von Hertling, were far above any such intrigues, but the irreparable mischief, and, in view of my military position, it was nothing short of a national disaster, was already done. It became more and more the fashion to hold the General Staff, which in this case meant myself, responsible for our troubles and miseries. For example, my name was associated not only with the unavoidable hardships, but even with some of the abominations of the home rationing system. Indeed, I was represented as their author and blamed accordingly. Neither the Quartermaster-general, nor the Intendant-general, nor I had anything to do with the food supply at home, which was entirely in the hands of the War Ministry and the Food Control Office. After my resignation I heard from leaders of the Social Democratic Party that I had been responsible for the manner in which the general officers commanding of the corps districts had administered the regulations dealing with the right of public meeting. This was entirely outside my province. The following case is typical. In the winter of 1916-17 I was blamed for the shortage of transport and coal. This was mainly due to insufficient provision having been made before I was appointed to General Headquarters. In February 1917, I urged the appointment of a coal controller. Unfortunately, the right man was not discovered at once, and another had to be selected later on. In the summer of 1917, 50,000 miners were released by General Headquarters from service at the front. In the winter of 1917-18, house fuel was more plentiful than in the previous one, but General Headquarters, which had taken decisive measures and was certainly more responsible for the improved situation than for the bad conditions of 1916-17, got neither thanks nor credit. That did not fit in with the ideas of those who were agitating against me, or of those others who, though better informed themselves, allowed the agitation to go on. The enormous responsibility I had to bear made me long for the conclusion of hostilities. How could it have been otherwise? I often expressed myself in that sense. But unless we got a peace which safeguarded the existence of our country, the war would be lost. I could not see how peace was possible unless the enemy also was ready for it. I thought it very dangerous for us to be alone in announcing a desire for peace. I was fully aware that nations do not get peace merely by talking about it, or even heartily longing for it. The pacifist idea of a peace by understanding was for many a weapon against us. Many others sincerely believed in it, being moved by that spirit of exalted idealism which has not yet been realized in this world of strife. But did these idealists know whether the enemy thought as they did, and if he did not, was it not clear that by spreading the notion that we could obtain such a peace at any time, they were leading the way to irreparable disaster because, since human nature is made that way, they were inevitably weakening our war spirit, which should at all costs have been strengthened. They made our people yearn for peace, without making the enemy ready for it. In fact, they made peace more difficult of attainment, as the Entente knew all about the state of feeling in our country, and used it for their own purposes. These idealists also impeded the efforts of the General Staff to make the enemy more inclined for peace by those means which alone lead to success in war. In spite of all their idealism, they are responsible for the misfortunes of our country. I know of no time when the attitude of the enemy justified our hope for a fair and just peace by understanding. Everything that has been said or written on this subject is wide of the mark. The government never indicated to General Headquarters a possible opening for such a peace. No doubt we could at any moment have had such a peace as has now been forced upon us. What chancellor, what statesman, what man with true German feeling in his blood would have even thought of it? But everyone might have known perfectly well that no other peace was to be had, and so there was nothing for it but to fight for victory, once the war had started. Towards the end Count Czernin evidently thought as I did, although he, too, would not admit the truth. In his speech of the 11th of December 1918, he said, "The best we could hope for was to take advantage of a favorable military situation, such as might still be expected, to propose a peace which, while involving considerable sacrifices, would perhaps have had a chance of being accepted by the enemy." But the more brilliant their successes, the more exacting did the German military leaders become, and after their great victories it was less possible than ever to persuade them to such a policy of renunciation. I believe that there actually was one, and only one, moment in the course of this war when such an attempt really seemed very likely to succeed, and that was after the famous Battle of Gorlice. The Battle of Gorlice was fought in May, 1915. Subsequently, therefore, according to Count Czernin, there was no chance of peace at all, even at the cost of considerable sacrifices. And even if there had been a chance, either in May, 1915, or later, not only the German military party, but almost the whole German people would have refused it so long as they felt proudly confident of their strength. This confidence and strength should have been fostered by the statesman, in order to keep the will to victory alive in the country, and preserve it from the immeasurable disaster of defeat. The determination of our enemies being what it was, there could be no middle course. Our will in the matter was of no account. That of the enemy was not yet broken. When this had been effected by military victory, the diplomats might talk about reconciliation, if they still wanted to. 4. For 4 years the Field Marshal and I worked together like one man, in the most perfect harmony. With the most profound satisfaction I saw him become the German national hero of this war, the very personification of victory for every German. The Field Marshal permitted me to participate in his glory. At the celebration of his 70th birthday on the N October, 1917, he put that sentiment into particularly touching words. The Commander-in-Chief bears the final responsibility. He bears it before the world, and, what is harder, before himself, his own army and his own country. As Chief of Staff and First Quartermaster-general I shared his responsibility to the fullest extent, and have always been fully conscious of the fact. I am ready to answer for my actions at any time. Our strategical and tactical views were in complete agreement, and harmonious and confident cooperation was the natural result. After discussion with my assistants I used to lay my ideas for the initiation and conduct of all operations briefly and concisely before the Field Marshal. I have the satisfaction of knowing that from Tannenberg to my resignation in October, 1918, he always agreed with my views and approved my draft orders. Our conception of the character of this war of nations and the necessary measures it involved were also identical, and so were our views on the peace question. Like me, he strove to secure the life of the German people against fresh aggression. He put the whole weight of his personality behind these views. Those to whom the authority of the General Staff was, or might be, an obstacle to the attainment of their own selfish ends sought to drive a wedge between the Field Marshal and myself. They dared not attack him, so they thought it politic to strike at me. They invented differences between his views and actions and mine. According to them, he personified the good principle, I the evil one. Those who spread such notions should at least have made him jointly responsible for all the alleged mischief. Otherwise they undermine his position and obviously present him as a man who could not possibly possess all the great qualities they ascribe to him, qualities he does most certainly possess. The reputation of the Field Marshal stands secure enough in the hearts of the German people. I have always held him in honor and served him faithfully, and I esteem his noble qualities of mind not less highly than his devotion to his king and his readiness to assume responsibility. 5. Mine has been a life of work for our country, the Emperor and the army. During the 4 years of war I lived only for the war. My days followed a regular plan. All the time I was chief of the staff in the East and had direct control of troops. Everything was determined by the requirements of the military situation. I was in the office from 6 or 7 in the morning until late at night. When I was First Quartermaster-general I used to start work, when the front was inactive, about 8 o'clock. The Field Marshal arrived perhaps an hour later and we would briefly discuss military events and plans and any pending questions. At 12 noon we made our report to His Majesty the Emperor. At 1 sharp we went to luncheon, which lasted half or 3/4 of an hour. Before 3:30 I was again in the office. At 8 we had dinner, and after an interval of an hour and a half we resumed work until 12 or 1 at night. This regular existence was but seldom interrupted. Even during my 4 or 5 days' war leave I was not altogether free of duty. I was in telephonic and telegraphic communication with all parts of the front and with the general headquarters of our allies. The army sent in regular morning and evening reports, but continuous reports were furnished when anything unusual occurred. The Chief of Field Telegraphs in the East, Colonel Lehmann, and later the Chief of Field Telegraphs for the whole army, Major General Hesse, rendered me comprehensive and effective assistance. The telephone formations belonging to the staff of the Commander-in-Chief in the East, and the Field Telegraph Service of General Headquarters, which were responsible for the details of intercommunication, worked extraordinarily well. On the one hand it was necessary to obtain a clear idea of all events that took place on any part of the enormously extended fronts, but on the other it was uncommonly difficult to feel the pulse of the fighting immediately. But it was absolutely essential that General Headquarters should be informed of all important events at once, as only too often the shortage of reserves obliged us to make immediate decisions of the very greatest importance. The work of commanding the troops, looking after the welfare of the army and maintaining fighting efficiency at home took precedence of everything else. Questions of future military and political policy were regarded as secondary. The working hours were absorbed by my own work, reports by my subordinate directors and heads of departments and services, and discussions. I have the pleasantest memories of our work and social life together, both on my staff in the East and at General Headquarters. The enormous amount of work and the heavy responsibility which devolved upon me made it imperative for me to surround myself with independent, upright men, on whom I could call to express their opinions freely and frankly. They certainly did so, very emphatically too, on occasions. Our cooperation was based on mutual confidence, and my colleagues ever stood faithfully and firmly by me. They were my active and devoted assistants, imbued with the highest sense of duty. The final decision, of course, rested with me, for responsibility permitted of no hesitation. War demanded rapid action. But decision did not mean despotism, and when I did disagree with the proposals of my assistants I never hurt their feelings. In such cases, and when divergent views had to be reconciled, I endeavored, without being vague, to recognize the grounds for differences of opinion. The fame and great reputations of my associates have always been a matter of sincere satisfaction to me. I always was, and am still, of the opinion that this war was so tremendous and made such great demands that one man alone could not possibly cope with it. It gave plenty of opportunity for brilliant work. My chief assistant in the East was Lieutenant Colonel, now Major General, Hoffmann, an intellectual and progressive officer. My opinion of him as a soldier is best shown by the fact that I suggested him as my successor when I was appointed to General Headquarters at the end of August, 1916. In that position he justified his selection as brilliantly as he had when acting as my senior staff officer. At General Headquarters I chose Lieutenant Colonel Wetzel to supervise operations. I had met him previously and knew his value. He was familiar with the Western Front, where he had distinguished himself as senior staff officer and Chief of Staff of the Third Corps and had done particularly well at Verdun. He has a splendid soldierly spirit and a strong and faithful character. With his enterprising and fertile mind, and the care he put into his work, he proved an excellent and valued assistant. In September 1918, I found it necessary to redistribute the staff in order to allow myself a little more leisure. For this reason, and no other, Lieutenant Colonel Wetzel had to leave me. We separated with the highest regard on both sides. He was succeeded by Colonel Hay and Major von Stulpnagel. The latter had served on my staff in Berlin for a long time. They were both strong-minded and clear-headed soldiers. With them I passed through the hardest time a soldier can experience. It was the period when it became clear that we could no longer win the war in a military sense. To have to leave them just then was the greatest trial I had to bear. Questions of organization were dealt with chiefly by Majors von Vollard Bockelberg and Freiherr von Dem Busche and Franet, men with enormous enthusiasm, foresight and capacity for work. Their work was of a high order. 3 of my assistants came prominently before the public. This was due to the nature of their work. Colonel Bauer, a man of remarkable personality, shared my view that the foundations of ultimate success were to be sought in the war efficiency of the people at home, and did all he could to foster and increase it. He played a decisive part in developing the artillery. It was his duty to submit demands for war material to the home authorities, and to obtain, with the assistance of employers and workmen, a clear idea of the capability of our industries. His work was closely related to that of the War Ministry. His cooperation and advice were also of the greatest value in matters of military economy and tactics. The head of the political department was General von Bartenwerfer, a calm and clear-headed officer, imbued with fervid patriotism. One important duty of the general staff in the field was to keep an eye on the military policy of neutrals and enemies, and refer all political questions to which it gave rise to the Imperial Chancellor. It also dealt with political events in the occupied territories, in so far as they were administered by General Headquarters. The frontiers which we might acquire by the war were a matter of the greatest concern to the future security of the country, and all questions connected with them formed an important part of the work of General Headquarters. All correspondence relating to peace questions was conducted by the political department. The third was Lieutenant Colonel Nicolai, a man of unfailing industry and devotion to duty, and gifted with organizing talent. His duties were multifarious, perhaps too much so. He was responsible for the military direction of the press and the cognate duty of watching and fostering the moral of the army and the people at home, so far as this could be done by military authority. In both these functions collaboration with the government authorities was essential. We were unsuccessful, and so, as we knew only too well, the direction of the press and the enlightenment of the public remained mere patchwork. The military censorship of the press was another of the functions of Colonel Nicolai and his subordinates. This is one of the necessary evils of war, and from its very nature satisfies nobody. I was very sorry that General Headquarters had to undertake this duty, but all other authorities refused to have anything to do with it. The other great branch of Lieutenant Colonel Nicolai's work consisted of the Secret Intelligence Service, prevention of spying, supervision of post, telegraph and telephone services, and the adoption of measures against industrial spying and sabotage. Lieutenant Colonel Nicolai's intelligence service was of the greatest value to General Headquarters. Uncertainty is of the very nature of war. Even the enemy, in spite of his far more extensive agencies, never knew our intentions. We always surprised him, except on the 15th of July 1918, an occasion when we made things too easy for him. Major von Rauch, an experienced and careful staff officer, was at the head of the Foreign Armies section, whose duty it was to collect information about the enemy and make it available for the framing of our plans. He proved himself equal to his responsible task. In this direction also the general staff did all that could reasonably be expected of it. On my staff there were many other faithful assistants, and I must more particularly specify Colonels von Tieskowitz and von Mertz, Majors von Waldau, Krantz, von Harbu, Hoffmann, Bartenwerfer, Muths, Captains Weaver, Gabriel, Gier, von Fischer-Treuenfeld, von Goslar, von Posek. There were many others. We all met together for meals, which were marked by peculiarly intimate and pleasant intercourse. The field marshal was fond of amusing stories and lively conversation. I used to join in, but liked to discuss service matters also. Of course, we took the greatest care not to mention anything connected with operations. We often had visitors, either at meals or only in the office. Sometimes guests appeared during very critical times. I remember in October 1914, some gentlemen arrived at Radom with a trainload of gifts for the troops and talked about the prospective capture of Warsaw, while at that very moment I was already contemplating retreat. On such occasions guests rather got on our nerves, but generally speaking they cheered us up. From officers of all arms and belonging to all the divisions on the front we heard how things were going in the army, sometimes better than from long official reports. I attached the greatest importance to our keeping in close touch with the front, and received many hints, which I always followed up. I was particularly fond of these military visits and greatly valued them. Often we had members of the government from Berlin and the states of the Empire. The Imperial Chancellor, von Bethmann-Hollweg, paid us a visit at Posen in the autumn of 1914, and again in February 1915, at Lützen. The other chancellors also came to see us often. Sometimes we had visits from members of the Reichstag. I always had the impression that these gentlemen enjoyed being with us, whatever party they belonged to. Towards them and other private individuals I naturally observed the necessary discretion in speaking of the military situation and my ideas on the subject of peace. Representatives of industry, commerce, and the employers' and workmen's unions came occasionally and sat at our table. Neutral military attaches and military missions who were visiting the front, German and foreign reporters, representatives of the press, scientists and artists, all visited us at various times. At the table of the Commander-in-Chief in the East, representatives from all parts of East and West Prussia were particularly frequent visitors. Many princes were our guests at various times. A visit from His Majesty the Emperor was, of course, a special honor. Even then conversation was unrestrained, and we felt that His Majesty liked to be with us. I was particularly pleased to have guests at meals, because it gave me an opportunity of bringing up various questions that required discussion. In this way I saved time later for other military duties. 6. Strength of will and foresight are needed for the command of armies, but an intimate knowledge of the composition and organization of the mighty instrument is also necessary, and this can only be acquired and retained by unremitting work. There is yet another requirement, an understanding of the moral of one's own troops and of the peculiarities of the enemy. That cannot be acquired by work, it is, like so many other things, a matter of personality. The greater the task, the more important do these moral factors become. Confidence and faith in ultimate victory are the bonds which unite the leader and his troops. The group and army commands displayed initiative and understanding in assisting us in our extremely arduous task. We always maintained a constant interchange of views with them, although the final decision rested with us. General Headquarters had, further, to smooth out difficulties and to preserve a certain unity of view on the many matters which make up the life of an army. The frequent transfers of troops made this particularly important. Subject to these necessary limitations, each command was independent within its own sphere. This was more the case during the war of movement or attack than in stationary warfare and defense. Tactical situations did, of course, arise in which the views of the commands did not agree in matters of detail with those of General Headquarters. The local command was in such cases often allowed to decide the question. For me this always involved a mental struggle. If they were successful I was pleased, but if they were not I felt it was my fault. I attached the greatest importance to verbal discussion and gathering direct impressions on the spot. I used to like going to the front, and as First Quartermaster-general always had a special train with separate office and telegraph coaches. Work did not cease during the journey. At pre-arranged stations the daily reports were handed in as they were at General Headquarters, and, if necessary, we could communicate with wherever we wanted. My personal relations with both staffs and troops were harmonious. I enjoyed much confidence. Among my happiest recollections are my relations with the headquarters of the German Crown Prince. He showed a great aptitude for the profession of arms, and asked clever and very informed questions. He was fond of the men and did all he could for them. He was not in favor of the war but advocated peace. That is the truth, whatever others may say to the contrary. The Crown Prince always regretted that he had been insufficiently prepared for his future office as emperor, and took all possible pains to make good this deficiency. He once told me that he was worse off than a clerk in that respect. He drew up a memorandum on the subject, which he handed to his imperial father and the imperial chancellor. The Crown Prince was the victim of the false impression he produced. There was more in him than appeared on the surface. The chief of the staff of the German Crown Prince's army group, Colonel Count von der Schulenburg, a very clear-headed and energetic officer, always gave me sound and reliable support. I often visited the army group of Crown Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria also. His alert and uncommonly industrious chief of staff, General von Kull, was an acquaintance of long standing. I had more than one opportunity of admiring his calm self-possession even in very serious situations. It would take too long to mention by name the other groups and armies. But I cannot omit a reference to General von Lossberg. This eminent officer and tactician often rendered the greatest assistance to the army and his country. His confidence in me afforded me special satisfaction. During my visits to the front, the various chiefs of staff explained the situation to me, in the presence of their army commanders. They always spoke as freely as if they had been officers at general headquarters. They knew I wanted to hear their real views and have a clear idea of the true situation, not a favorable report made to order. Sometimes the armies were instructed to report bare facts only, whether favorable or unfavorable. After the general statement we would discuss matters and the army commanders would join in, unless they had explained the situation themselves, an alternative which I particularly appreciated. As a rule I used to extend my visit, and this enabled me to discuss every kind of question with the army commanders. My intercourse with the armies was not limited to the weekly journeys. Every morning I spoke on the telephone with the chiefs of staff of the armies and was admitted to their apprehensions and their hopes. They frequently had requests to submit, and they knew that I would help them if I could. I have often had to give them encouragement, but I always felt that they went back to their heavy task with all the more confidence. At times one got a better and fairer general impression of the strategical and tactical situation from the office chair than one could on the spot, where personal impressions had so much greater influence. My conversations on the telephone had the object of collecting information. Only in cases of emergency did I issue orders on these occasions, and then they were always confirmed in writing to the headquarters concerned. It was an understood thing that these conversations were reported to the army commanders. I strongly objected to a chief of staff's command. Besides, the army commanders themselves were men of far too independent character to tolerate such a situation. I did hear of cases where orders were given on the authority of general headquarters which I would never have approved of. Whenever it occurred I took strong measures. When I was unable to see for myself, general headquarters dispatched officers of the general staff to collect reports from the front, or from army headquarters, so that we might obtain as clear a picture as possible of the situation on the spot. Changes in the personnel of the higher commands were unavoidable. They were submitted by the army commands to the chief of the military cabinet, in the case of the general staff to the chief of the general staff. On occasions general headquarters suggested changes. This had to be done when it became necessary to have specially experienced officers at the most critical points. It was of advantage to the operations and particularly to the troops, as it saved many lives. Exchanges between army and other superior commands also took place during particularly prolonged periods of fighting, more especially if things were going against us. Such periods imposed a terrible nervous strain on them. Worn-out corps headquarters were replaced by others. The change was awkward, but its drawbacks were not insuperable. Complete army headquarters could not be relieved, as this would have caused too much dislocation in every direction, especially in the work of supply. The only remedy was to relieve individuals. The difficulties involved were the lesser evil of the two. Occasionally, at the suggestion of general headquarters, army commanders and their chiefs of staff were relieved, when we could be reasonably certain that neither the command nor the troops would suffer from the change. In a war of this duration, a certain loss of energy in individual cases was inevitable. To our great satisfaction, however, such cases were a rarity. It is always a most difficult task to deal with them, and, however conscientious one wishes to be, it is impossible to perform it at all without inflicting hardship, and even an injustice at times. As far as possible I accepted any counter-suggestions put forward, but if our cause suffered thereby I incurred blame of which no one could relieve me. Deeply moved by the events of the 8th of August 1918, I placed my post at the disposal of the Field Marshal. There is no question that the terrible disappointments towards the end of the war had worn me out, but my nerves never gave way under the strain. Chapter Liege. 1. The favorite recollection of my life as a soldier is the coup de main on the fortress. It was a bold operation, in which I was able to fight just like any soldier of the rank and file who proves his worth in battle. At the outbreak of war I was brigade commander at Strasbourg. For a long time I had been on the general staff and latterly, from March 1904 to January 1913, with only one short interval, in the operations department, of which I was then chief. There I gained an insight into our preparations for war and the relative strength of the opposing forces. My principal work was strategic concentration, the directions for which were given by the chief of the staff himself. The scheme of deployment, which was inaugurated in August 1914, was conceived by General Count von Schlieffen, one of the greatest soldiers who ever lived. It was based on the assumption that France would not respect Belgian neutrality or that Belgium would join France. On this assumption the advance of the German main forces through Belgium followed as a matter of course. Any other plan of campaign would have been crippled owing to the danger from Belgium to the German right flank, and would have precluded a quick and decisive blow at France, which was essential in order to meet in time the great danger of a Russian invasion into the heart of Germany. In the assumed military situation, as countless war games had abundantly demonstrated, an offensive against Russia, with simultaneous defensive operations in the West, implied, as a matter of course, a long war, and was, therefore, rejected by Count von Schlieffen. When there was no longer any doubt as to the attitude of France and Belgium, Count von Schlieffen's scheme was carried into execution. As to how far General von Moltke conferred with the Imperial Chancellor, von Bethmann, on the question of a march through Belgium I do not know. In any case, no such negotiations were ever conducted through my department, as it was not a matter with which it was concerned. Whether the deputy chiefs of staff had been consulted is also quite unknown to me. We were all convinced of the soundness of this plan. Nobody believed in Belgium's neutrality. In our unfavorable military-political position in the center of Europe, surrounded by enemies, we had to reckon with foes greatly superior in numbers and prepare ourselves accordingly, if we did not wish to allow ourselves to be crushed. It was well known how Russia pressed for war and continually increased her army. She was intent on humbling Austria-Hungary once and for all, and becoming mistress of the Balkans. In France the thought of revenge had revived with renewed vigor, the old German Reichsland was to become French again. Among many other events in France, the reinstatement of the 3 years compulsory service left no doubt of that country's intentions. England contemplated our economic ascendancy, our cheap labor and our restless industry with distinct uneasiness. Moreover, Germany was the greatest land power in Europe, and at the same time had a good fleet in course of expansion. This is what made England fear for her world hegemony. The Anglo-Saxon felt his ancient supremacy threatened. The English government concentrated its fleet, which had had its base of operations until recently in the Mediterranean, in the North Sea and English Channel. Lloyd George's menacing speech on July 21, 1911, threw a vivid and sudden light on England's intentions which had hitherto been concealed with great skill. It became increasingly certain that war would be forced upon us and that it would be a struggle the like of which the world had never seen. The fact that in non-military circles the probable strength of the enemy was underestimated constituted a real danger. At the 11th hour, in the autumn of 1912, when there was no longer any doubt as to the enemy's intentions and the army was working with might and main with truly German devotion to duty, I drew up a plan for an important increase in our effectives which met with approval from both the more discerning sections of the public and the more far-sighted among our parliamentary parties. I was able to induce General von Moltke to approach the Imperial Chancellor with the plan, who must himself have considered the situation exceedingly serious, for he immediately agreed to it. He instructed the Minister for War to prepare a bill, without, however, carrying on at the same time any clearly defined and systematic political campaign calculated to gauge correctly the attitude of the various powers. This should have occurred to him as a necessary conclusion. Having regard to the purposes for which it was conceived, this army estimate for 1 milliard marks was not of an aggressive character. It merely aimed at adjusting the disproportion in the numerical strength, and had in view the absolute enforcement of universal compulsory service, for there were still thousands of able-bodied men who did not serve their country. The budget provided for personnel, but more especially for the strengthening of our fortifications and for more material. All this was voted, but what I had most earnestly desired, the addition of 3 new army corps, was given no consideration. It did not even appear in the estimate. The failure to provide these 3 additional army corps was paid for dearly later on. At the beginning of the war these additional corps were sorely missed, and the new formations which were produced in the autumn of 19x4 displayed all the defects of improvisation. Later on, the new formations were made stronger at the start, but the existing corps, on the other hand, were weakened by the contributions they were called upon to make. However, before the whole bill was passed, I was transferred to Düsseldorf, as commanding officer of the 39th Fusiliers. I attributed the change partly to my having pressed for those 3 additional army corps. 2. Regimental work is full of life and activity. Active dealings and constant and close cooperation with and for the men who were entrusted to my care, the training of officers, non-commissioned officers and men and the military education of the youth to manhood, particularly attracted me after a long period of staff work. For 13 years I had had nothing to do with the routine of a regiment. Now my chief work was the inspection of recruits. In the 80s of the last century I had on 7 different occasions had charge of recruits, with the 57th Infantry Regiment in Old Wiesel, and with the Marine Infantry in Wilhelmshaven and Kiel. Later on I had done several weeks' service with the 8th Body Grenadier Regiment in Frankfurt on the Oder, and from 1898 to 1900 I was in charge of a company of the 61st Infantry Regiment in Thom, a time I shall never forget. Now that I was in Düsseldorf, I was glad of the experience gained during those years. I realized all the more the great responsibility which rested on me as commanding officer of the regiment, as I saw the coming war rapidly approaching. In various addresses to my officers I pointed out what extremely serious times we lived in. In the army I saw, not only the assurance of Germany's safety and future, but also a guarantee of internal peace. In 1913, thank God, there was not the least sign that the army would have to be used in that capacity. Discipline, to which officer and private alike were subjected, was, in my opinion, the only basis on which an army could be effectively trained for war. Such a training could only be acquired through long service. It is only what discipline makes second nature in a man that is lasting, and survives even the demoralizing impressions of the battlefield and the psychological changes wrought by a long campaign. It was our thorough discipline and training in peacetime which was to make up for our inferiority in numbers in the coming war. My aim was to turn highly disciplined troops into responsible men possessed of initiative. Discipline is not intended to kill character, but to develop it. The purpose of discipline is to bring about uniformity in cooperating for the attainment of a common goal, and this uniformity can only be obtained when each one sets aside the thought of his own personal interests. This common goal is victory. Words fail to describe the demands that are made of a soldier in battle. To go over the top under enemy fire is, indeed, an heroic act, but it is by no means the most difficult. How much resolution and readiness to shoulder responsibility is required of a man who either has to lead or send others to certain death? Those are acts the appalling nature of which no one can imagine who has not himself had to perform them. Besides the care of the men and the education of the non-commissioned officers, an education which was also calculated to assist them in their future callings, I attached the greatest importance to increasing the efficiency of the officers' corps and the training of the younger officers. While the personnel of the regular officers' corps is always the same, the officers of the reserve, the non-commissioned officers and men change continually. So the officers' corps is the mainspring of the army. The officers must therefore be thoroughly conversant with the army's great deeds and possess a comprehensive knowledge of their country's history, as it is expected of all men who have to lead others. Nothing can be torn from its historical context without serious prejudice. No one should forget that in times of danger the guardianship of the fortunes of the state devolves upon the officer, supported by the non-commissioned officer. This explains the exclusiveness of the officers' corps and their holding aloof from political life. I aimed at making my officers conversant with the conditions of modern warfare and endeavored to strengthen in them that self-assurance which is essential to the fulfillment of their difficult task, but must not develop into arrogance. I zealously devoted myself to the training and education of the regiment and afterwards had the satisfaction of learning that it proved its worth in the face of the enemy. It was a great pleasure to me when, in the course of the war, I was first placed la suite of my regiment, and, later, appointed its colonel. At the time of my resignation it was named after me. I am, indeed, proud of the General Ludendorff Fusilier Regiment. In April 1914, I went to Strasbourg, where General von Deimling's presence ensured an active military life for every man in his command. The position as brigade commander was quite different from that of regimental commander in Düsseldorf. I missed the direct intercourse with the troops and the corps of officers and was occupied chiefly with organization. Before the outbreak of war, I had the pleasure of parading my brigade for inspection at Liege. There was again a question of my being appointed as Quartermaster-general on the Great General Staff. I was, of course, doing General Staff work. In May I took part in a staff ride, which began in Freiburg in Brisgau and ended in Cologne. His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince was with us. He devoted himself with great zeal to his work and showed both sound understanding of military affairs and insight into large-scale operations. In August I had to conduct a so-called supply ride, in which the strategical plan for the supply of an army was examined. Austria-Hungary's note to Serbia at the end of July came as a shock to me in Strasbourg. Nobody could ignore its seriousness. War was soon a certainty. Diplomacy presented the German army with an extremely difficult task. In great anxiety I followed events in Berlin then, as I still do, feeling that so far as I was concerned I was not responsible for whatever happened. 3. General mobilization was decreed on August 1st. My wife went to Berlin immediately, for the families of all officers and officials were ordered to leave Strasbourg. During the whole 4 years of war we were unable to set up a home of our own, and I was never able to pay any but short flying visits to my wife. My family had little consideration during these momentous days, for all my time was occupied by my work. Early on the 2nd of August I traveled, with my horses, via Cologne, to Aix-la-Chapelle, which I reached on the same evening. Under mobilization orders I was appointed Deputy Chief of Staff of the Second Army, then commanded by General von Bülow, with General von Lauenstein as his Chief of Staff. Next I had to join General von Emmich, who had been given the task of taking the fortress of Liege by surprise, the troops for this purpose being composed of some quickly mobilized mixed infantry brigades which had not been brought up to full strength. By this move it was intended to clear a way through Belgium for the army. I took up my quarters in Aix-la-Chapelle at the Hotel Union. Early on August 3, General von Emmich arrived. I had not previously met this distinguished soldier, but from that time onwards I cherished a feeling of deep esteem for him which lasted until the day of his death. His Chief of Staff was Colonel Count von Lambsdorff, a brilliant officer who won great distinction at Liege and elsewhere. Early on August 4 the advance over the Belgian frontier began, while in Berlin the Reichstag, in a patriotic demonstration, voted its support to the government, and the party leaders, after the speech from the throne had been read, vociferously proclaimed their unconditional allegiance to the Kaiser, come what might. The same day I had my first experience of fighting in an engagement near Weiss, close to the Dutch frontier. It was evident that Belgium had long been prepared for our advance. The roads had been systematically pulled up and barricaded, showing that a great deal of work had been done beforehand. No such obstacles could be found, by us, on the southwest frontier of Belgium. Why had Belgium not taken similar precautions against France? The question as to whether we could secure the bridges at Wissix intact was one of special importance. I went on to visit Belgian government can alone be held responsible. For my part, I had taken the field with chivalrous and humane conceptions of warfare. This franc-tireur warfare was bound to disgust any soldier. My soldierly spirit suffered bitter disillusion. 4. The advance brigades had, indeed, a difficult task to accomplish at Liege. It was certainly an extraordinarily bold plan to penetrate the girdle of forts right into the heart of a modern fortress. The troops felt nervous. From conversations with the officers, I gathered that their faith in the success of this undertaking was only slight. In the night of the 5th to 6th of August the advance on Liege, through its fortifications, began. The action in all its details has already been described by the General Staff in a pamphlet published by Stalling of Oldenburg. It is not my intention to go over this ground again, for I wish to set down my personal experiences only. Towards midnight of the 5th-6th, General von Emmich left Hervé. We rode to Micheroux, about 2 or 3 kilometers from Fort Fleron, where the 14th Infantry Brigade, under Major General von Wassow, were assembling. Under cover of the darkness the troops, taking with them the unfamiliar but invaluable field kitchens, were collecting in a very unsoldierly manner on a road which could easily have been swept by the guns of the fort. As it was, they were shot at from a house to the south of the road. A regular battle ensued, but the fort itself did not open fire, which was a miracle. About 1 o'clock the advance began. It was to take us north of Fort Flerin via Retin through the line of forts, and then onto the heights of La Chartreuse, on the outskirts of the town. We were due there early in the morning. The other brigades which were to break through the girdle of forts at other points were to reach the town at the same hour. General von Emicher's staff was almost at the end of the column. Suddenly there was a longish halt. I pushed my way to the front. There was no apparent reason for the halt, which proved to have been due to a most regrettable misunderstanding of the situation. I myself was really only a spectator, and had no authority to give orders. It was my duty only to report the events at Liege when I met my general later on, and also to coordinate General von Emicher's plans with General von Bülow's probable disposition. I put the column in motion again and remained at its head. In the meantime, we had lost touch with the troops in front. We had considerable trouble in finding our way in the pitch darkness, but at length reached Retin. We were still out of touch with the others. I started out from the village at the head of the column, and took the wrong road. We were immediately fired at, and men fell right and left. I shall never forget hearing the thud of bullets striking human bodies. We made some rushes at the invisible enemy, but the firing became more intense. It was not easy to take our bearings in the dark, but there was no doubt that we had gone astray. The essential thing was to get out of range, and this was unfortunate, because the men could only think that I was afraid. But there was nothing else to be done, higher things were at stake. I crept back and gave my men the order to follow me to the outskirts of the village. Once back at Retin, I found the right road. Here I saw General von Wassow's orderly with his horses. He thought that the general had fallen. With a handful of men I took the right road, the high road leading to Quai du Bois. Suddenly there was firing ahead. Machine gun bullets swept the road but did not harm us. A little further on we came across a heap of dead and wounded German soldiers, who proved to be some of the advance party with General von Wassow. They must have run into machine gun fire earlier on. I collected some men of the 4th Jager Battalion and the 27th Infantry Regiment who were gradually arriving and decided to take over the command of the brigade. The first thing was to destroy the enemy's machine guns firing down the road. Captains von Harbu and Brinkmann, of the General Staff, pushed their way, with a few brave men, through the hedges and farms on both sides of the road, and fell upon the guns. The strong gun team surrendered and the road was clear. We continued on our way and soon were engaged in heavy house-to-house fighting in Quai du Bois. Gradually it became light. I went on ahead with a few men, the 2 staff captains, Major von Marquard, commanding the 4th Rifles, Major von Graeff, commanding the 2nd Detachment of the 4th Field Regiment, and his excellent adjutant, Lieutenant Nieder. A field howitzer was brought up, then a second. They fired right and left into the houses and so cleared the streets. Little by little we advanced. The men were reluctant to proceed and I was often compelled to exhort them not to leave me to go on alone. At last the village lay behind us. The inhabitants had fled, and it was now a question of fighting the regular Belgian army. As we came out of the village we could distinguish a column marching along the Meuse in the direction of Liege. I hoped it was the 27th Infantry Brigade, but they turned out to be Belgians who were retreating aimlessly over the Meuse rather than face us. It was a long time before the situation was clear, and in the meanwhile my forces were strengthened by the arrival of the men who had been left behind. We had successfully broken through the girdle of forts. The 165th Infantry Regiment, under its distinguished commanding officer, the then Colonel von Oven, pushed on in close order. General von Emmich arrived, and the advance on La Chartreuse was continued. General von Emmich placed at my disposal other parts of the 11th Infantry Brigade, who were further south, in the belief that they also had broken through. Our advance continued without incident. We could see the works on the north side of Liege as we climbed out of the Meuse Valley to the heights east of La Chartreuse. It was about 2 o'clock when the brigade arrived there. Guns were at once trained on the town, and a shot was fired now and again, partly as a signal to the other brigades, partly to intimidate the governor of the fortress and the inhabitants. But I had to be exceedingly sparing of the ammunition, for we were very short. The troops were exhausted and much weakened by the hard fighting, officers had lost their horses, and the field kitchens had been left behind. I rested the brigade and provided for them as best I could by commandeering supplies from the neighboring houses. General von Emmich soon rejoined us. From the heights east of La Chartreuse we had a fine view of the town lying at our feet. The citadel on the far bank of the Meuse stood out prominently. Suddenly white flags fluttered from it. General von Emmich wanted to send an officer with a flag of truce. I proposed waiting for the enemy's envoy, but the general adhered to his decision, and Captain von Harbu rode into the town. He returned at 7 p.m. and reported that the white flag had been flown against the governor's will. It was then too late to advance into the town. We had a heavy night ahead of us. Meanwhile I had let the brigade take up a position. Our situation was exceedingly serious. No news reached us from the other brigades, not even from the 11th, and no dispatch riders got through. It became increasingly clear that the brigade was isolated within the circle of forts, cut off from the outer world. We had to reckon with hostile attacks. The 1,000-odd Belgian prisoners we had with us increased our difficulties. When we found out that the old work of La Chartreuse, just below us, was unoccupied, I sent a company there with these prisoners. The company commander must have doubted my sanity. As darkness fell, the nervousness of the troops increased. I went round the front, exhorting them to keep steady and hold fast. The assurance, "We shall be in Liege tomorrow," restored their spirits. General von Emmich and his staff found quarters in a little farmhouse. I shall never forget the night of the 6th–7th of August. It was cold, and as I had left my kit behind, Major von Marquard gave me his cloak. I was very anxious and listened feverishly for the sound of fighting. I still hoped that at least one brigade had broken through the girdle of forts. But all was quiet, though every half hour or so a howitzer shell fell into the town. The suspense was unbearable. About 10 p.m. I ordered Captain OTT, with a Jagger company, to seize the bridges over the Meuse, in order to make them available for our further advance, and also give us advance posts. The captain looked at me and went. The company reached its objective without any fighting, but no reports came back. Morning broke. I went to General von Emmich, and discussed the situation with him. We still adhered to our decision to enter the town, but the general would not at that moment fix the time. His order to me to enter the town reached me soon after, whilst I was doing something to improve the position of the brigade, and trying to reach the road by which the 11th Brigade would come up. Colonel von Oven was in charge of the advance guard. The rest of the brigade, with the prisoners, followed at a certain distance, headed by General von Emmich with his staff and myself with the brigade staff. As we entered, many scattered Belgian soldiers surrendered. Colonel von Oven was to occupy the citadel. As a result of the reports he received, he decided not to do this, but to take the road towards Fort Lonsin, on the northwest side of the town, and take up a position at that exit from Liege. Thinking that Colonel von Oven was in possession of the citadel, I went there with the brigade adjutant in a Belgian car which I had commandeered. When I arrived, no German soldier was to be seen, and the citadel was still in the hands of the enemy. I banged on the gates, which were locked. They were opened from inside. The few hundred Belgians who were there surrendered at my summons. The brigade now came up and took possession of the citadel, which I immediately put in a state of defense. My self-imposed task was now at an end, and I could ask General von Emmich to release me. I intended to leave the fortress by the way I had come, as I wanted to report what had happened to Army Headquarters, ascertain the whereabouts of the other brigades, and give directions for the bringing up of the artillery against the forts. While I was still in the citadel, several hundred German soldiers turned up who had been taken prisoners and were now freed. The leading units of the 34th Infantry Brigade had broken through to the west bank of the Meuse. The action had then been broken off, so that the successful detachment had been taken prisoner. This brigade now arrived, and subsequently the 11th and 27th, so that when I left General von Emmich he had quite a respectable force at his disposal. On the other hand, news reached us that the French were approaching from Namur, so the situation was still extremely serious. In fact, it could only be regarded as saved when some of the eastern forts had fallen. 5. My leave-taking from General von Emmich moved me deeply. I started at 7 o'clock for Aix-la-Chapelle and had a somewhat peculiar journey. A man of the Garde Civique offered to take me there. He selected a car, but I declined it. The car I ultimately took broke down before we were out of the citadel, and so I had no choice but to trust myself blindly to the Belgian soldier. For a time all went well. We passed through Hervé, where I found that my former headquarters and the station had been burnt down. On reaching German territory, the driver stopped suddenly and told me he could not go any further. Availing myself of various modes of conveyance, I reached Aix-la-Chapelle late at night with my Belgian soldier. At the Hotel Union I was greeted as one risen from the dead. My orderly, Rudolf Peters, who served me faithfully for 6 long years, was there with my heavy baggage. His greatest ambition was to get the Iron Cross, but as this would have been contrary to my views on the subject, it was not given him. I had a hasty meal in Aix-la-Chapelle, and then started off into the night on my search for the brigades. I had not had my clothes off for nearly 90 hours. By chance I came across my old regiment, which had been hurriedly railed up to help at Liege. I understood that General Headquarters in Berlin had been entertaining the gravest fears for our safety. The situation of the troops in the citadel was certainly critical. I was very anxious about them, but the tension relaxed as the enemy remained inactive. The chronicle of the subsequent events at Liege is the province of official history. I may mention, however, that I happened to assist at the capture of Fort Pontis, on the north front, and arrived at Fort Lonsin just as it fell. It had been hit by a shell from one of our 42 cm howitzers. The magazine had been blown up and the whole work collapsed. A number of dazed and blackened Belgian soldiers crawled out of the ruins, accompanied by some Germans who had been taken prisoner on the night of the 5th–6th of August. All bleeding, they came towards us with their hands up, stammering out, "Any partout, any partout. Don't kill, don't kill." We were no Huns. Our men fetched water to refresh our enemies. We gradually got possession of all the works, just in time to enable the right wing of the German army to continue its march over the Meuse into Belgium without hindrance. A great load was taken off my mind. I always regard it as a special favor of fate that I was able to be present at the taking of Liege, if only because I had worked on the plan of attack in peacetime and had always been impressed with the importance of the operation. His Majesty bestowed on me the Order Paul le Mérite for my leadership of the brigade. Of course General von Emich received it too, as general officer in command, for his was the responsibility. Besides, the taking of Liege was not a one-man feat, but the result of the cooperation of a number, and the glory of reducing the fortress must be divided among them. I took part in the further advance into Belgium in my capacity as Deputy Chief of Staff and thus had an opportunity of gaining a thorough insight into all questions affecting the supply of an army, knowledge which made my subsequent position as Chief of Staff much easier. In my journeyings through the country, I came to Andenne, where I saw a gruesome and distressing example of the devastation that follows Franc-Tireur operations. On August 21 I was present at the crossing of the Sambre, by the 2nd Guards Division, west of Namur. The preliminaries of the action were carried through quite smoothly. It was wonderful to see the magnificent men of the Augusta Regiment go into battle. On the morning of August 22 I received my call to the east. Chief of the General Staff on the Eastern Front. The 22nd of August 1914 to the 29th of August 1916. Chapter Tannenberg. 1. The letters from General von Moltke and General von Stein summoning me to General Headquarters at Koblenz, and informing me that I had been appointed Chief of Staff of the 8th Army in East Prussia, were handed to me by Captain von Rockau at 9 in the morning of the 22nd of August, at the headquarters of the 2nd Army, halfway between Wavre and Namur. General von Moltke's letter ran: "You have before you a new and difficult task, perhaps even more difficult than that of storming Liege. I know no other man in whom I have such absolute trust. You may yet be able to save the situation in the East. You must not be angry with me for calling you away from a post in which you are, perhaps, on the threshold of a decisive action, which, please God, will be conclusive. This is yet another sacrifice you are called upon to make for the fatherland. The Kaiser, too, has confidence in you. Of course, you will not be made responsible for what has already happened, but with your energy you can prevent the worst from happening. So answer this new call, which is the greatest compliment that can be paid any soldier. I know that you will not belie the trust reposed in you." General von Stein, who was at that time Quartermaster-general, and later became Minister of War, concluded his letter by saying, "You must go, therefore. The interests of the state make it imperative. Your task is a difficult one, but you are equal to it. From Captain von Rockhow I learnt that General von Hindenburg was to be commander-in-chief, but that it was not yet known where he was to be found or whether he would accept the post. I was proud of my new task and of the trust placed in me, as revealed by the 2 letters. I was exalted at the thought of serving my emperor, army and fatherland, in a position of great responsibility at a most critical point. Love of country, loyalty to my sovereign, appreciation of the truth that the duty of everyone is to devote his life to his family and the state, this was the heritage which I took with me from my home as my portion in life. My parents were not wealthy, their devoted efforts had not brought them any material reward. Our happy and harmonious family life was conducted on very economical and simple lines. Both my father and my mother sacrificed their all in providing for their 6 children. I take this opportunity of thanking them before the whole world. I had to fight my way honorably through life when I was a young officer, but my enjoyment did not suffer on that account. Much of my time was spent in my simple subaltern's quarters in Wesel, Wilhelmshaven and Kiel, reading works on history, military history and geography. The knowledge I had acquired as a boy developed and bore fruit. I learned to be proud of my fatherland and its great men, and ardently worshipped at the shrine of Bismarck's powerful and passionate genius. The work of our reigning house for Prussian Germany stood out in the clearest relief. The allegiance I had pledged on oath developed into a feeling of deep personal devotion. As I followed history step by step, I became more and more convinced that the safety of the country essentially depended on the army and navy, in view of the fact that Germany had again and again been the battlefield of Europe. At the same time, my survey of life around me enabled me to discern the greatness and significance of the peaceful services rendered by the fatherland to civilization and mankind. My practical work for the army began in 1904, when I was appointed to the concentration department of the Great General Staff. The culmination of my work there was my proposal for the Milliard-Mark Bill. For a long time my mobilization orders had appointed me Director of Military Operations at General Headquarters, but, of course, this was changed when I took over the command of the regiment in Düsseldorf. My successor on the staff was appointed to that position. I valued my position as Deputy Chief of Staff of the Second Army, to which I was appointed on mobilization, because of Liege, but otherwise it was not particularly attractive. Under the leadership of General von Moltke, I had taken part in many general staff rides, and had there gained deep insight into the art of war on a large scale. My new position offered me an opportunity, though only in a comparatively small field of action, of proving whether I understood how to apply the teachings of that great teacher of the General Staff, General Count von Schlieffen. No soldier could have had a better chance given him. But I was deeply distressed that my appointment was the outcome of such a serious situation for my country. My patriotic feelings and heartfelt convictions spurred me to action. Within a quarter of an hour I was on my way in a car to Koblenz. I passed through Wavre. Only the day before it had been a peaceful town. Now it was in flames. Here, also, the populace had fired on our troops. That was my farewell to Belgium. I arrived at Koblenz at 6 o'clock in the evening and immediately reported to General von Moltke, who was looking worn. Here I learnt further details of the situation in the east. On the 20th of August, the 8th Army had attacked the Russian Niemen Army, under General Rennenkampf, near Gumbinnen. This movement had, in spite of initial successes, not resulted in any decisive victory and had to be broken off. Since then the army between Lake Mauer and the river Pregel was in full retreat westwards over the river Angerab and, to the north of the Pregel, behind the river Deme, the first line of defense of the fortress of Königsberg. The 1st Army Corps was to be brought by rail from stations west of Insterburg to Goslarshausen and be placed at the disposal of the Army Command, while the 3rd Reserve Division was to be taken from Angerburg to the Allenstein-Hohenstein front to reinforce the 20th Army Corps. The line of lakes from Nicolai to Lotzen, which was only slightly fortified, was in our hands, only weak enemy forces had approached it. General von Scholtz, commanding the 20th Army Corps, was in charge on the southern frontier of East Prussia. In the course of continuous engagements with the Russian Naru Army, under Samsonov, he had concentrated around and to the east of Gilgenburg, his own divisions, the 70th Landwehr Brigade, which was still under his command, and part of the garrisons of Thorn and the other Vistula fortresses. The enemy was pressing him very heavily. We had to reckon with an advance of the 2 enemy armies on both sides of the chain of lakes. General von Moltke informed me that the Eighth Army was proposing to evacuate the whole country east of the Vistula, only the fortresses were to retain their war garrisons and be defended. The Eighth Army had no doubt adopted this plan in the expectation of a speedy decision in the west, when East Prussia could be reconquered with the help of reinforcements from the west and the invading army driven back. This scheme had often been practiced by Count von Schlieffen in strategical war games. If the assumption was correct, the decision of the Eighth Army to spare itself for later operations was sound. It did not allow for the realities of war, nor did it take into account the immense responsibility of exposing part of one's country to invasion. The amount of suffering inflicted on countries that form the actual theater of operations, even under the most humane conditions of warfare, has once more been brought home to humanity by this world war. As events were shaping, retreat behind the Vistula would have spelt ruin. We should not have been able to hold the Vistula line against the numerically superior forces of the Russians, and it would certainly have been impossible for us to give direct help to the Austrians in September. Their collapse would certainly have followed. The situation, as I found it, was indeed very serious, but, after all, the problem was not insoluble. At my request, orders were immediately sent to the East Front fixing the retreat of the main body of the 8th Army for the 23rd INST. The 1st Reserve Corps, the 17th Army Corps and the main reserve of the Königsberg garrison were to call a halt. The 1st Army Corps was not to be detrained at Goslarshausen, but near General von Scholz's position, somewhere east of Deutsch Eylau. Any available troops from the garrisons of Thorn, Kulm, Graudenz and Marienburg were to go to Strasbourg and Lautenburg. These garrisons were composed only of Landwehr and Landsturm formations. Thus, in the southwest part of East Prussia a strong group was formed which could undertake an offensive, while the northern group either continued its retreat in a southwesterly direction, or could be brought straight down south to assist in the action against the Naru army. Of course, an actual decision as to the plan to be adopted could only be given on the spot. The Russians should not be let off without another battle. No staff officer would miss such a chance of turning to good advantage the fact that their two armies were separated from each other. I also reported to His Majesty the Emperor. His Majesty, who was very calm, spoke seriously of the eastern situation, and deeply regretted that part of the German fatherland should suffer invasion by the enemy. He was mindful of the sufferings of his people. The Kaiser decorated me with the Order Paul Merit, which had been awarded me for my work at Liege, and spoke appreciatively of me. All my life this occasion will be a proud, if sad, memory. At 9 o'clock in the evening I left Koblenz in a special train for the Eastern Front. Shortly before my departure I learnt that General von Hindenburg had accepted the post of Commander-in-Chief and would board the train at Hanover at 4 o'clock in the morning. The general was on the station at Hanover and I reported to him. It was the first time we had met. All other versions belong to the realm of fiction. I explained the situation shortly, and we then went to bed. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the 23rd of August, we arrived at Marienburg, where the army staff was expecting us. The situation had changed and the decision to retire behind the Vistula had been abandoned. It was intended to hold the line of the river passage. General Grunet, Deputy Chief of Staff of the 8th Army, and Lieutenant Colonel Hoffmann were responsible for this change of plan. Our reception in Marienburg was anything but cheerful. It seemed like entering another world to come into this depressing atmosphere after Liege and the rapid advance in the west. But things soon changed, and the general atmosphere improved. Staff life was once more what I have already described. 2. Major Valdivia, the distinguished Spanish military attaché during the war, asked me on his first visit to headquarters in Posen in October 1914, whether the Battle of Tannenberg had been fought according to a long-conceived and prepared plan. I could only answer that it had not. He was greatly surprised, for, like most other people, he had taken it for granted. Strategic deployment can, and must be, planned far ahead. Battles in a war of positions demand similar treatment, but in the war of movement and the actions incidental to it the situations which the commander has to visualize follow one another in motley succession. He has to decide in accordance with his instinct. Thus soldiering becomes an art, and the soldier a strategist. Gradually, during the period from 24th to the 26th of August, the battle plan took shape in all its details. The great question was whether it would really be possible to withdraw the 1st Reserve Corps and the 17th Army Corps from their positions facing Rennenkampf, so as to unite them with other units of the 8th Army, for a blow against the Naru army. It depended solely on Rennenkampf himself, for if he knew how to make the most of his success at Gumbinnen and advance quickly, my plan would be unthinkable. Then there would be no alternative but to withdraw the 1st Reserve Corps and the 17th Army Corps in a more southwesterly direction towards Wormditt, while the other part of the 8th Army held up the Naru army and prepared to check it, if occasion served. The idea of a stiff defense of some line east of the Vistula, if necessary, also entered into our calculations. We discovered by degrees that Rennenkampf was advancing only slowly. The 2 Army Corps could therefore be gradually deflected in their retirement through the Bartenstein-Gerdauen line, in a sharp southerly direction to Bischofsberg-Neidenberg. Next, the 17th Army Corps, protected by the 1st Cavalry Division and the 1st Reserve Corps, was moved south via Schippenbale to Bischofstein. As soon as it had passed behind the 1st Reserve Corps, and on the 26th advanced from Bischofstein to Bischofsberg, the 1st Army Corps itself moved, south of Schippenbale, in the direction of Seeberg. Only the 1st Cavalry Division remained facing Rennenkampf, near, and to the south of, Schippenbale. Of this division, also on the 26th, the 1st Cavalry Brigade received the order to draw out via Rossale on Sensberg. Accordingly, from the 27th of August onwards, only 2 cavalry brigades stood between Lake Mauer and the River Pregel, facing 24 very strong infantry and several cavalry divisions of Rennenkampf's. The defensive chain of lakes was thus open on the west, and in any case it would have been quite easy to turn it and completely isolate Königsberg. Our decision to give battle arose out of the slowness of the Russian command and was justified by the necessity of winning in spite of inferiority in numbers. It was nonetheless one of tremendous gravity. On this line the 2 corps were marching in the rear of the Naru army from Neidenberg to Allenstein. In this way they exposed their rear without adequate protection to Rennenkampf's army, which was only 2 or 3 days' march away. When the battle began in real earnest on the 27th and, in contrast to previous wars, was not finished in one day but continued until the 30th, Rennenkampf's formidable host hung like a threatening thundercloud to the northeast. He need only have closed with us and we should have been beaten. But Rennenkampf brought his main body hardly beyond the Allenberg-Gerdauen-Neidenberg line, and we had time to win a brilliant victory. Few knew the anxiety with which I watched the Niemen army during those long days. In order to allow the 17th Army Corps and the 1st Reserve Corps to make their full striking power felt, the other groups of the 8th Army had of course to attack. And whatever happened they had not to let themselves be beaten. The reinforced 20th Army Corps had passed through difficult and exhausting days. On the 23rd it stood, facing south, on the heights northeast of Gilgenberg, while the enemy was approaching from Neidenberg, that is from the southeast. The 3rd Reserve Division was still assembling west of Hohenstein. The 1st Army Corps had just begun to detrain near Deutsch-Eylau. General von Scholtz was successful in beating off superior enemy forces, but whilst holding the heights east of Gilgenberg he was obliged to withdraw his left flank sharply west of Hohenstein, about as far as Mühlen. Although uncomfortable for the troops, this movement had its good points for the Russians thought they had won. They did not believe in any further German resistance, still less in a German attack. They saw the road open into German territory east of the Vistula. On the 24th we got into touch with General von Scholtz and actually met him at Tannenberg. He and his chief of staff, Colonel Hell, were to distinguish themselves in the course of the war and leave their names to history. General von Scholtz gave us a lucid account of the great achievements of the troops under his command since the beginning of the campaign and the great difficulties encountered in the last battles. He was of opinion that the enemy would attack him again, but that he would be able to stand fast. On the journey from Marienburg to Tannenberg, an intercepted enemy wireless message was given us which gave a clear idea of our opponent's dispositions for the next few days. The Naru army was advancing, its left wing in echelon, its 6th Corps directed via Ortelsburg on Bischofsberg, which was reached or passed by the 26th, and its 13th Corps directed from Neidenberg through Passenheim on Allenstein. The 15th and 18th Corps, with which General von Scholtz had been engaged during these days, was following. On the 26th, the most southerly echelon was to be found somewhere near Woplitz. Still further back to the left, and pushing west, the 1st Corps, covered by several cavalry divisions, was moving through Mlawa and Soldau, against Lautenburg and Strasbourg. It was a question of breaking up this movement of the enemy by an attack from the west with the southern group of the 8th Army. It was a great temptation to attack simultaneously south of Soldau, in order to surround the 1st Russian Corps as well. The defeat of the Naru Army, in conjunction with the advance of the 17th Army Corps and the 1st Reserve Corps, could thus have been absolutely annihilating, but the forces at my disposal were insufficient. So I proposed to General von Hindenburg that an attack be made in the direction of Usedau by the 1st Army Corps on the line Deutsch-Eylau-Montowo, and by the right wing of the reinforced 20th Army Corps from the direction of Gilgenberg, so as to throw back the Russian 1st Corps to the south, beyond Soldau. Then, our 1st Army Corps was to break through in the direction of Neidenberg, in conjunction with the 1st and 17th Army Corps and 1st Reserve Corps, in order to surround at least the main body of the Naru Army. We had to confine ourselves to this plan, if we wished to succeed. The attack by the 1st and 20th Army Corps had to be postponed to the 27th, though I should have been glad to see it begin earlier, but the 1st Army Corps was not yet ready, the condition of the railways in East Prussia being far from good. General von Francois, commanding the 1st Army Corps, quite rightly insisted on concentrating the whole of his corps before attacking. But matters did not develop as smoothly as would appear from this short sketch. All the troops were exceedingly exhausted, and strengths had been reduced by continual fighting. Many difficulties were met with in the transmission of orders to the 1st Reserve Corps and the 17th Army Corps. Enemy cavalry patrols rendered that zone unsafe. It was doubtful whether the enemy would give us time to carry out our plans. But the greatest difficulties were due to the refugees, numbering many thousands, some on foot and some in vehicles, who blocked the roads behind von Scholz's group. They hung on to the troops, and a sudden retreat on the part of this army group would have had the most distressing consequences, both for refugees and soldiers. But it could not be avoided, for the few gendarmes were not sufficient to take charge of such masses. We could do nothing for them. The memory of the many sad sights I then saw haunts me still. 3. On the 24th and 25th of August, our headquarters were at Rosenberg and on the 26th at Libau. We took advantage of these last 2 days to get into touch with commanders and troops in various parts. On the evening of the 26th the positions off both sides were somewhat as follows. General von Neumann, who had the 1st Army Corps under his orders, was in Lautenburg and Strasbourg, with portions of the garrisons of the Vistula fortresses, in close touch with enemy cavalry. The 1st Army Corps itself had been concentrated to the south of Montowo, and had fought its way as far as Usedau, which was strongly held by the Russian 1st Corps. General von Franz was ready to continue his advance on the 27th. To the right wing of the reinforced 20th Army Corps had been allotted the task of attacking Usedau from the north and then joining hands with the 1st Army Corps in its later advance upon Neidenberg. The 41st Infantry Division was to march upon Woplitz from Grossgardinen, while on their left a Landwehr Brigade, the 3rd Reserve Division and the 37th Infantry Division were simultaneously to attack Woplitz and Hohenstein on a line miming north from Mühlen. The enemy had pushed forward on the whole front and occupied Allenstein. Von der Goltz's Landwehr Division, which had been placed at our disposal by our general headquarters, was coming up near Osterode and Biesellen. This division came from Schleswig-Holstein, where up to now it had been employed in guarding the canal and the coast. It was to take Hohenstein from the northwest. The 1st Reserve Corps reached the neighborhood of Seeberg on the 26th. The 17th Army Corps had been engaged with a division of the Russian 6th Corps between Lautem and Gr-Bossau, north of Bischofsberg, and had driven it back in the direction of Bischofsberg. The 6th Landwehr Brigade, which had advanced on the 24th and 25th from Lotzen to the northwest of Bischofsberg, had taken a successful part in the action. The attack on Usedau was to begin at 4 a.m. on the 27th. We wanted to be present at this decisive point, in order to be able to superintend on the spot the cooperation of the 1st and 20th Army Corps, orders for which had already been given. Just as we left Libau for Gilgenberg, the joyous news reached us that Usedau had fallen. I considered the battle won. However, we had not got that far yet. Soon after, it transpired that Usedau had not yet been taken, and it only fell late in the afternoon. From a tactical point of view, the Naru army was now broken through. The 1st Army Corps threw the enemy back beyond Soldau and marched upon Neidenberg. The 20th Army Corps, greatly exhausted as it was not so successful, and the 41st Infantry Division, near Gr-Gardinen, made no progress. Nor was any ground won further north. Von der Goltz's Landwehr Division closed in on Hohenstein. We returned to Libau in the afternoon, not altogether satisfied. On our arrival, news came through that the 1st Army Corps had been routed and that the relics of this corps were arriving in Montowo. Such news was difficult to believe. A telephone inquiry to the railway commandant there elucidated the fact that troops of the 1st Army Corps were collecting at that point, but later on it appeared that it was a question of only one battalion that had found itself in a very tight corner and given way. Another rather alarming discovery was a number of supply columns hurriedly retreating through Libau. A general has much to bear and needs strong nerves. The civilian is too inclined to think that war is only like the working out of an arithmetical problem with given numbers. It is anything but that. On both sides it is a case of wrestling with powerful, unknown physical and psychological forces, a struggle which inferiority in numbers makes all the more difficult. It means working with men of varying force of character and with their own views. The only quantity that is known and constant is the will of the leader. All those who criticize the dispositions of a general ought first to study military history, unless they have themselves taken part in a war in a position of command. I should like to see such people compelled to conduct a battle themselves. They would be overwhelmed by the greatness of their task, and when they realized the obscurity of the position, and the exacting nature of the enormous demands made on them, they would doubtless be more modest. Only the head of the government, the statesman who has decided for war, and that with a clear conscience, shoulders the same or a bigger burden of responsibility than that of the commander-in-chief. In his case it is a question of one great decision only, but the commander of an army is faced with decisions daily and hourly. He is continuously responsible for the welfare of many hundred thousands of persons, even of nations. For a soldier there is nothing greater, but at the same time more overwhelming, than to find himself at the head of an army or the entire field army of his country. Late at night we received news in Libau that the 1st R.C. had reached Wartenberg. The Russian 6th Corps was in full retreat before the 17th Army Corps beyond Ortelsburg and was again defeated south of Bischofsberg. Smaller forces were sent in pursuit, while the main body of the 17th Army Corps bivouacked at and to the north of Mensguth, on the evening of the 27th. Nothing remained to be done on the 28th but to give orders for the 1st Army Corps to occupy Neidenberg. In the meantime, the Corps had already made a turning movement in that direction. The 20th Army Corps was to carry out the attack which had been fixed for the 27th, and more especially to push forward the 41st Infantry Division. Von der Goltz's Landwehr Division was to attack Hohenstein. The 1st Reserve Corps and the 17th Army Corps were moved up west, covered against attack from Ortelsburg, to positions on a line running from Allenstein to Passenheim. Early on the 28th, we went to Frogenau and took up station in the open at the eastern end of the village. General von Scholtz was not far off. A very ineffective field telephone connected us with the 1st Army Corps, but no communication at all was possible with the other forces. Our first impressions were by no means favorable. Neidenberg had certainly been taken, but the 41st Infantry Division had attacked Woplitz in a fog and been driven back. This division, which had suffered heavy casualties, was now holding positions west of Woplitz and anticipating a hostile counterattack with the greatest anxiety. I sent an officer there by car to give me a report on the condition of the division, and his account was not encouraging. The Landwehr near Mühlen were not making progress. If the enemy attacked the right wing of the 20th Army Corps in great force, a grave crisis might result. At the best, the battle would be prolonged. Finally, Rennenkampf might march. But the enemy made no attack on the 41st Infantry Division and the Niemen Army did not march. Captain Bartenwerfer, of the staff of the 17th Army Corps, flew over the enemy lines, and brought good reports of the progress of his corps in the enemy's rear. During the afternoon the situation changed to our advantage. The 3rd Reserve Division, and later the 37th Infantry Division, gained ground west of Hohenstein. Von der Goltz's Landwehr Division entered Hohenstein itself. The enemy front appeared to be wavering. General von Hindenburg wanted to drive on to Mühlen. We ran right into a temporary panic, created by Russian prisoners who were being taken to the rear in large numbers. This incident created an unfavorable impression, as the disorder spread far to the rear. In the evening we went to Osterode. Owing to an unfortunate mobilization order the civil authorities had already left the town. This must have considerably increased the anxiety of the civil population. We were not at all clear as to how things stood with the individual units, but there was no doubt that the battle was won. Whether it would prove a real canny was still uncertain. The 1st Army Corps had to send a detachment to Wilhelmsburg, whither the 17th Army Corps was also to proceed. The retreat of the Russians was to be cut off. During the night we learnt further details. The Russian 13th Corps had advanced from Allenstein on Hohenstein, and had pressed the landward severely. The 1st Reserve Corps had come down southwest of Allenstein. Its further advance would close the ring round the Russian 13th Corps and thus conclude the whole operation, whilst the 1st and 17th Army Corps cut off the retreat of the other portions. On the morning of the 29th I decided to go to Hohenstein to try and disentangle the congestion caused by the troops getting mixed up. Operations against Rennenkampf's army were to be initiated, whether he advanced or remained where he was. Still another incident occurred before we were certain of victory. Early on the 29th, we received a message by aeroplane that a hostile army corps was marching on Tannenberg from the south, and was nearing the town. It was therefore threatening the rear of the 1st Army Corps, which, with its front facing north, was engaging Russian troops in retreat. At the same moment we were called up from Tannenberg and informed that hostile shrapnel was falling on the town. Then we were cut off. All available troops were set marching in the direction of Tannenberg, to support the 1st Army Corps in the engagement we anticipated. But General von Francis had saved himself already by his own energy, and the enemy displayed more hesitation than the situation justified. After giving these orders, I set out for Hohenstein, and on the way went over the battlefield, which made a deep impression on me. East of Hohenstein our own columns were getting entangled with masses of Russian prisoners. It was no easy task to restore order. The 1st Reserve Corps and the 20th Army Corps were drawn up along the road from Allenstein to Hohenstein, and the Army Command had thus again at least 2 corps at its disposal. The battle was drawing to a conclusion. The 3rd Reserve Division had broken through the enemy lines and reached Muschaken, east of Tannenberg. The Russians, retiring through the thick woods, tried to break through the German ring at several points. At Muschaken, in particular, very heavy fighting took place on the 30th, but without in any way influencing the issue of the battle. General Samsonov shot himself and was buried near Wilhelmsburg without being recognized. His widow, who was in Germany in connection with matters concerning prisoners of war, was able to trace his grave by a locket which had been taken for identification purposes from the body of the fallen general when he was buried. The Russian generals who were taken prisoner arrived at Osterode and reported to General von Hindenburg. The number of prisoners taken and the amount of booty captured are already well known. The enemy losses in killed and wounded, too, were extremely heavy. The widely circulated report that thousands of Russians were driven into the marshes and there perished is a myth. No marsh was to be found anywhere near. One of the most brilliant battles in the history of the world had been fought. It had been the achievement of troops which had been fighting for weeks, sometimes unsuccessfully. To the training of our army in peacetime, alone, did we owe this feat. The battle was a glorious triumph for the generals and their troops, indeed, for every officer and man, and the whole country. Germany and Austria-Hungary rejoiced. The world was silent. At my suggestion, the battle was named the Battle of Tannenberg, in memory of that other battle long ago in which the Teutonic Knights succumbed to united Lithuanian and Polish hosts. Will any German now, as then, suffer the Lett, and more especially the Pole, to take advantage of our misfortune to do us violence? Are centuries of old German culture to be lost? I could not rejoice wholeheartedly at our mighty victory, for the strain imposed on my nerves by the uncertainty about Rennenkampf's army had been too great. All the same, we were proud of this battle. The victory had been brought about by a breakthrough, an encircling movement, firm resolution to win, and intelligent limitation of aims. Despite our inferiority on the Eastern Front, we had succeeded in assembling on the battlefield a force nearly as strong as that of the foe. I thought of General Count von Schlieffen and thanked him for his teaching. In the Protestant church at Allenstein, General von Hindenburg and I rendered thanks to Almighty God for this victory. I had not a moment to spare for relaxation. I had to work out the regrouping of the army for further operations. It was an uncommonly difficult task simultaneously to finish one battle and make plans for the next. Innumerable other matters had to be attended to between whiles. One urgent matter was the removal of the prisoners. Having regard to the uncertainty of the situation, their number was a heavy burden in itself. I was decorated with the Iron Cross, second class, of which I was exceedingly proud. Even now, when I think of Liege and Tannenberg, my heart swells with pardonable satisfaction. The value of the Iron Cross, second class, dwindled in the course of the war. That is quite natural, although regrettable. But the order should be worn with pride by anyone who has honorably won it. 4. On the Western Front, the victorious progress of the German arms was still unchecked. Accordingly, General Headquarters considered that they could reinforce the 8th Army with 3 Army Corps from the west. The telegram announcing the proposed reinforcements arrived just at the commencement of the Battle of Tannenberg. Later, I was asked whether 1 Army Corps could be retained in the west, and as I had not asked for reinforcements, I assented. So only 2 Army Corps arrived, the Guard Reserve Corps, the 11th Corps and the 8th Cavalry Division. The decision to weaken the forces on the Western Front was premature, but of course, we in the East could not know that, for the reports from the West were favorable. But it was particularly fateful that the reinforcements destined for the Eastern Front were drawn from the right wing, which was fighting for a decision, instead of from the left wing, which was stronger than was necessary after the battle in Lorraine had been fought. The corps which was to have been the third for the Eastern Front was left in Lorraine. The situation in Galicia had already become threatening. The Russian main forces had hurled themselves on the Austro-Hungarian armies and beaten them east of Lemberg at the end of August. The Austrian army was not, at the beginning of the war, a first-class fighting instrument. Had we really entertained aggressive intentions before the war, we should have insisted on Austria-Hungary's improving her armaments. Her railway communications, which were totally inadequate, would also have been extended. Our neglect in that respect was, in any case, a great mistake. The Triple Alliance was only a political union, while the Franco-Russian alliance was of a definitely military character, and this constituted a great advantage to our enemies. Even our arrangements with Austria-Hungary in the event of a joint war were of the poorest. General Count von Schlieffen always feared a breach of faith, which indeed actually occurred. A scheme of mutual operations existed only in the roughest outlines. The deployment of the Austro-Hungarian armies on the further side of the River San was justified only if they felt themselves superior to the Russian army without outside help, as many Austro-Hungarian officers believed, or if we could cross the River Narew simultaneously with strong forces. But this we were not in a position to do, as the last army bill had not granted us the 3 extra army corps for which the General Staff had hoped. Further, we now had also to make up on the Western Front for Italy's defection. According to former military agreements with Italy, 3 Italian corps and 2 cavalry divisions were to deploy in Alsace, whilst the main body of the army, minus the coast defense forces, were to be assembled on the Franco-Italian frontier. Simultaneously, the fleet was to endeavor to cut France off from her colonies in North Africa. These arrangements were in force for some time, but subsequently lapsed. Then at the express wish of General Pollio, chief of the Italian General Staff, these plans were once more worked at. General Pollio died in the summer of 1914, shortly before the outbreak of war. There was not the least necessity for France to leave even a single soldier on her southeast frontier. She could employ every soldier against us, for she knew perfectly well that Italy would not come into the war on our side. Our former ally thus did us untold harm. Her attitude towards England was not to be misunderstood. Animosity certainly existed between Italy and Austria-Hungary, but although this was of long standing, it did not prevent Italy entering into an alliance with us and Austria-Hungary. This alliance brought Italy many advantages, and we naturally expected that she would feel under an obligation to us. A healthy national egoism is easy to understand, and exists in every nation. But there are certain ethical laws which must not be violated, and that is precisely what Italy did. So she cannot complain of the adverse criticism we leveled at her during the 4 years of war. The critical position of the Austro-Hungarian army at the end of August, opposed by greatly superior Russian forces, was not to be misunderstood. General von Conrad, chief of the Austrian General Staff, insisted, quite properly, from his point of view, that we should cross the River Narew. But seeing that the 8th Army was still inferior in numbers to that of General Rennenkampf, it was impossible to accede to this request. An advance in the direction of Mlawa-Pultusk could at any time be stopped by the advance of General Rennenkampf towards the Allenstein-Elbring line. There was, therefore, no alternative but to deal first with the Russian Niemen army. Still under the influence of the Battle of Tannenberg, Rennenkampf had apparently withdrawn his advanced units several kilometers, but he seemed to intend a stand between the River Pregel and Lake Mauer. The 8th Army was compelled to fight a second battle, and had to use all its available strength. In the execution of this plan, the reinforcements from the west were detrained on the Allenstein-Elbring line, and the 8th Army was concentrated ready to advance between the Willenberg and Allenstein front. Only small forces were left behind for the defense of the frontier near Soldau. They were to advance into Poland in the direction of Mlawa. As soon as the troops had been deployed, we intended to attack Rennenkampf on a wide front between the River Pregel and Lake Mauer, while enveloping his left wing beyond Lotzen and further south. The task delegated to our outermost southern wing was to guard the army from attack from Augustovo and Osowiec, where we expected hostile forces to detrain. The concentrated 8th Army was to fight in 3 groups, from the River Pregel to Lake Mauer, east of Lotzen and in the direction of Lyck. At the beginning of September the following units were ready to advance. The garrisons of the Vistula fortresses, near Soldau. Von der Goltz's Landwehr Division, near Neidenberg. 3rd Reserve Division and 1st Army Corps, near Willenberg, Ortelsburg, 1st Cavalry Brigade west of Johannesburg. 17th Army Corps, Passenheim. 20th, 11th Army Corps, and 1st Reserve Corps in and on both sides of Allenstein. Guard Reserve Corps coming up from Elbring towards the lower course of the river Passage. 8th Cavalry Division advancing in the direction of Lotzen. The 1st Cavalry Division, -1 Cavalry Brigade, was still occupying its positions facing the Niemen Army. It was also to advance via Lotzen. The main Königsberg Reserve holding the line of the Deme. The main Posen Reserve and Count von Bredow's Landwehr Division were being brought up, but did not arrive in time for the battle. The supply columns and trains of the 1st Reserve Corps and the 27th Army Corps, which were behind the river Passage when the forward movement started, had to carry out some difficult movements, but finally succeeded in reaching their concentration area without too much friction. Some Russian cavalry, before which our 1st Cavalry Division had to give way, had temporarily penetrated west even as far as the Passage below Wormdet, without doing any military damage, however. Strange to say, they had not even destroyed the main railway line from Elbring to Königsberg. It was naturally of the utmost importance to us to get our railways into working order again, especially those we had had to destroy ourselves during our retreat from Gumbinnen. This was particularly essential in regard to the station of Korschen. This station ought to have been thoroughly demolished, but within 48 hours of our recovering possession it could be utilized again. It was lucky for us that the work of destruction had not been carried out as thoroughly as I had expected. The troops as yet were not sufficiently experienced. It was plain that special technical instruction was needed. I made a mental note of this for future occasions. 5. The advance against Rennenkampf's army began on the 4th of September. On the 7th the Guard Reserve Corps, the 1st Reserve Corps, the 11th and 20th Army Corps entrench a position in front of the enemy lines at Weylau-Gerdau and Nordenberg-Angerberg, between the River Pregel and Lake Mauer, and attacked during the following days according to plan. The engagements, particularly those of the 20th Army Corps, did not go well for us. The Russians made a powerful counter-attack. The enemy positions were strong and cleverly constructed, and we should never have got the upper hand of them with the arms and ammunition at our disposal, had it not been that the projected enveloping movement near Lotzen and the fortified chain of lakes was beginning to have its effect. Even east of Lotzen, which had held out bravely against enemy attacks all this time, things did not look promising. The 17th Army Corps and the 1st and 8th Cavalry Divisions, which had advanced from the fortress, only made slow progress northeast of the lakes, on the 8th and 9th of September. They had some very hard fighting round Kruglauken and Possessum. The 1st Army Corps, which had pressed forward from Nicolai and Johannesburg, had to be deflected sharply north from the east side of the lake line. By this movement it secured more room for the 17th Army Corps by the evening of the 9th. The 3rd Reserve Division, with von der Goltz's Landwehr Division behind it, was still advancing in the Biala-Lyck direction. On September 3 it had already encountered the enemy in very superior force near Biala. This operation also was extraordinarily daring. To begin with, the Russian Niemen Army, with its 24 infantry divisions, was very much stronger than the 8th Army, with its 15 to 16 divisions. Moreover, the Russian divisions consisted of 16 battalions, and ours, at that time, of 12. The Russian fighting strength was further increased by from 4 to 6 divisions, which were being assembled round Osowiec and Augustovo. This immense superiority could be concentrated against us at any moment and at any chosen point. Our right wing, in particular, was in danger to the east of the lakes. It might be overwhelmed. Even in such a situation as this, we did not hesitate for a moment to venture on a battle. Our superior training was in our favor. Tannenberg had given us a great advantage. The Army Command would have liked the right wing to have been stronger, and a division of the 20th Army Corps, west of the lakes, had been kept ready to be placed at our disposal. But this division had to be returned to the Corps. The front of 50 kilometers, on which the 4 Corps attacked the enemy, was certainly very long. Further, the staff of the Guard Reserve Corps, fearing a Russian attack, had therefore concentrated its units. The north wing had to stand firm on the Pre-Gel, otherwise the 8th Army might be outflanked there. The attack of the enveloping wing must not be stronger than we had allowed for. We had to wait and see whether our main attack would succeed or fail. Hard fighting would be the decisive factor here. We could only do everything in our power to secure the success at which we aimed. On the morning of September 10 we received the decisive news that during the night the enemy had evacuated his position facing the 1st Reserve Corps north of Gerdauen, probably in consequence of the continuous attacks of the 1st and 27th Army Corps. It was said that the Corps had occupied their position, and intended to march on. The rejoicing at headquarters can be imagined. A great success had once more been achieved, but still nothing decisive. The Russian army was not yet beaten by any means. Northeast of Lützen we had only had local successes. It was important to carry out a frontal attack with all our strength, and throw ourselves on the receding enemy whilst the enveloping wing advanced east of Remington Woods towards the Werbulen-Kovno road. In this way we intended to drive the Russians as far as possible towards the Niemen. It had also to be taken into account that Rennenkampf, who was now cooperating with the reinforcements arriving further south, would be able to make a vigorous attack in any direction. Our lines were very thin everywhere, though the 2 northern groups, which had hitherto been separated by Lake Mauer, had joined up again. The situation was still extremely critical, and the tension was great. The troops had a fresh task before them. Keeping in close touch with each other, they had to pursue the enemy unceasingly by forced marches, and attack him whenever he made a stand. At the same time they had to wait for the cooperation of neighboring columns before making local enveloping movements, so as to minimize losses. The 17th Army Corps, and more particularly the 1st Army Corps on the extreme right, and the 1st and 8th Cavalry Divisions had to strike again and again. The marching orders for the different sections, beginning at the left, were roughly as follows. Königsberg Main Reserve, Königsberg, Tilsit. 1st Reserve Corps, Gross Order Wohnen. 11th Army Corps, north of Darkamen, Gumbinnen, Stalaponen. 20th Army Corps, Darkamen, halfway to Werbulen, Lake Wyschtyt. 17th Army Corps, due north of Remington Woods towards Wischtinis. 1st Army Corps, due southeast of Remington Woods towards Mariaxmpole. 8th and 1st Cavalry Divisions, in advance of the 1st Army Corps towards the Werbulen-Kovno road. These movements did not turn out quite as I had hoped. Friend and foe were difficult to distinguish. Our own columns occasionally fired on one another. The troops made 2 vigorous frontal attacks, and did not await the cooperation of neighboring columns. But the most serious difficulty was caused by the fact that on September 11 the 11th Army Corps thought it was being attacked by a very superior force. This was quite conceivable and had to be taken into account. Under the existing conditions as regards the strength of the 2 forces, the front line required the close tactical support of the enveloping corps. We had therefore to decide to bring the 17th and 1st Army Corps further north than was originally intended. After a few hours the belief of the 11th Army Corps proved to be unfounded. But the order had already been given to the enveloping wing. Later, the corps were again diverted to their original route, but by then at least half a day had been lost. The 8th Army did magnificent work. The whole advance, which covered well over 100 kilometers in 4 days, was a brilliant victorious march for these troops, exhausted as they were by continuous fighting and strain of every kind. This applied more particularly to the original units of the 8th Army. The Guard Reserve Corps and the 11th Army Corps had fought valiantly in the west at Namur, but they had certainly had an easier time hitherto. The results of the battle were not so obvious as those of Tannenberg. There were no operations in the enemy's rear, for they were not possible. The enemy did not make a stand, but withdrew, so that they could only be forced back still further by frontal and flanking attacks. Whilst at Tannenberg we took over 90,000 prisoners, we could now only count 45,000. But whatever could have been done under the circumstances had been accomplished. As a matter of fact, Rennenkampf does not seem to have ever intended a serious stand. At any rate, he began his retreat very early in the operations and marched at night. Our airmen did certainly note the course of some retreating columns, but their reports were too vague. The Russian knew how to conduct retreats and move masses of troops without using the roads. Our continuous movements, combined with the ever-present menace of envelopment, drove the retreating Russian army before us so quickly that they crossed the Niemen in a state of dissolution. For the next few weeks they need not be regarded as first-class fighting material, unless the Russians should reinforce them with fresh troops. The Battle of the Masurian Lakes has not received the recognition it deserves. It was a decisive engagement, ambitiously planned and carefully executed against an extraordinary numerical superiority. It was attended with grave risks, but the enemy did not realize his strength. He did not even attempt to fight it out, but withdrew so very hastily that, under our pressure, the retreat assumed the character of flight. Away from the main battlefield, the 3rd Reserve Division, under their energetic leader, General von Morgan, and von der Goltz's Landwehr Division had fought a very successful action against a superior enemy force near Biala on September 8, and then beaten the reinforcements which were brought up. In so doing they had removed a grave source of danger to the army fighting further north. General von der Goltz was held up outside Oso weak. General von Morgan took Augustovo and Suwałki after heavy fighting. The intention of the Grand Duke Nicholas to relieve the pressure on Rennenkampf from that quarter was frustrated. On September 13 the battle was practically over. On that day the situation was roughly as follows. Fortress garrisons under General von Mühlmann at Mlawa. Von der Goltz's Landwehr Division before Oso weak. 3rd Reserve Division at Augustovo Suwałki. 1st and 8th Cavalry Divisions and 1st Army Corps, far ahead towards Mariampol. 17th Army Corps and 20th Army Corps, beyond the Wischtinis-Werballen line. 21st Army Corps, to the north of Werballen. 1st Reserve Corps, Vladislavov. Guard Reserve Corps, already withdrawn northeast of Weylau. Königsberg Main Reserve, Tilsit. Thus in the center of the field of battle several corps had closed in on each other. In a sense, there was no room for some of them, and these would be the first available for further operations. At the very beginning of the advance against Rennenkampf, there could be no doubt whatever that under no circumstances would it be continued beyond the Niemen. After settling with Rennenkampf I had thoughts of proceeding with all our available forces over the southern frontier against the line of the Narew, our flanks being protected by the east frontier of East Prussia, so as to cooperate more effectively with the Austrian army, in accordance with General von Conrad's plan. I had not yet been informed of the heavy reverses which had been sustained by the Austrian army. Orders were issued in conformity with this intention, but it was already too late to put it into execution. 6. During the whole of the victorious advance of the 8th Army from the neighborhood of Allenstein into enemy territory, the Army Headquarters staff had followed close behind the troops. I have always insisted that we should be in the closest possible touch with both commanders and men. It was particularly necessary for the purposes of giving orders and receiving reports, as technical means of communication were still defective. Telephone facilities in the province of East Prussia were very meager. Some of the officials had forsaken their posts. The wireless apparatus rendered good service, but only the cavalry and the army headquarters staff possessed it. So I was obliged to rely mainly on motor cars, and my practice of sending out staff officers. The gentlemen of the volunteer motor corps did magnificent work as dispatch riders. They accomplished journeys which recalled the most daring patrol work. I needed the few airmen urgently for reconnoitering, and could not spare them for dispatch bearing. But in spite of the scanty means of communication, we always succeeded in being well informed and getting our orders through in good time. I used the telephone a good deal also, giving encouragement where it seemed advisable, and blaming in no measured terms where the success of the whole operation required it. This personal intercourse with the chiefs of staff was useful, as it afforded opportunities for personal contact and cooperation. We had quite a series of headquarters. Nordenberg was the first place we came to which had been in the hands of the Russians for a considerable time. The dirt there was incredible. The market was full of filth. The rooms were disgustingly unclean. At Insterburg we stayed at the Dessauer Hotel, in the same quarters which Rennenkampf had left. The Grand Duke Nicholas is also said to have left the town at the last moment. We had an opportunity of inspecting the Russian positions more closely, and were all deeply thankful that we had not been obliged to storm them. We should have paid a heavy price in blood. Many of the Russian troops behaved in an exemplary manner in East Prussia in August and September. Wine cellars and provision stores were guarded, and Rennenkampf kept strict discipline at Insterburg. But the war brought with it endless hardships and terrors. The Cossacks were rough and cruel. They burned and plundered. Many inhabitants were killed, women were outraged, and civilians sometimes carried off. These actions were for the most part quite senseless, and one sought in vain for any reason for them. The people had not offered the slightest opposition to the Russians, they were docile and had not taken part in the fighting, in accordance with our wishes. The Russians alone must bear the responsibility for their misdeeds. The Russian army had been a heavy burden on East Prussia. Now we proudly felt that we had rescued German soil from the enemy. The joy and gratitude of the people were very great. This province was not rescued only to come under a foreign yoke. Heaven preserve us from such a humiliation. On the 14th of September we were at Insterburg, enjoying to the full our satisfaction over our victory and splendid achievements. All the greater was my surprise at my appointment as Chief of Staff of the Southern Army, which was being formed under General von Schubert at Breslau. 7. In the west the German advance had ended in a reverse. The right wing of the German force in the west was too weak and did not extend far enough. The withdrawal of the Guard Reserve Corps and the 11th Army Corps had made itself felt with fatal results. This wing should, of course, have been strengthened by corps drawn from Lorraine and Alsace. That was enjoined in General Count von Schlieffen's plan. Further, it was quite contrary to his plan to let the German forces there advance so far forward against the Lune-Villepinal line and be completely held up. That would have been the fate of the entire army if, instead of advancing through Belgium, we had kept our right wing south of Longwy. Whilst we were bleeding to death before the fortresses on the Verdun-Belfort line, our right wing would have been attacked from Belgium and beaten by the combined Belgian, French and English armies. At the same time we should have lost our industrial region on the Lower Rhine. Our ultimate defeat would have been certain. The order to retreat from the Marne was issued, whether on good grounds or not I have never been able to decide. It was obvious that the war would now be a long one and require enormous sacrifices of the fatherland. The hour had come when everything, literally everything, would have to be staked on the war, and the work of enlightening our people would have to be undertaken on a large scale. I was astonished at the optimism I found prevailing in Berlin towards the end of October, 1914. There seemed to be no realization of the tremendous gravity of our situation. It was nothing less than a fatality, in view of the numerical inferiority of the dual alliance and the fact that Germany was surrounded by enemies, that she did not win the war, which had been forced on her by some overwhelming lightning stroke, and so lay low an enemy superior in numbers but inferior in training. We now had to face the prospect that, in the course of the war, the training of the armies would become equalized to a certain extent, although it was reasonable to hope that the German army would long maintain some advantage over the others in virtue of its great traditions. The heavy losses in officers might be a serious matter. At all events, it was essential that we should do all in our power to maintain our superiority in training, so that the enemy's superiority in men might not be felt so much. In particular, we had to face the prospect that England would make use of the time to increase her armaments and raise a powerful army in addition to her fleet. She had quite enough men. In view of this we could not neglect any means that might still enable us to win the war. Germany had to become an armed camp. That was the burden of the New Year's message I sent to a newspaper on January 1, 1915. In the autumn of 1914 and the winter of 1914-15 General Headquarters had raised from 18 to 20 new divisions. We formed new divisions out of the Landwehr and Landsturm formations. We began by reducing the number of battalions in a division from 12 to 9, and forming fresh divisions out of the battalions thus liberated, allotting to each its complement of artillery and special arms. We did a great deal, though in many directions we did not do enough. The 8th Army at this time could quite easily have sent some corps to the Western Front. I do not know whether the idea was ever considered by General Headquarters, or whether the situation of the Austro-Hungarian army made it out of the question. The latter, as I now realized, was unfortunately retreating, completely defeated, across the San with terrible losses. The Russians were following it up. A Russian invasion of Moravia and then Upper Silesia seemed possible. The Austro-Hungarian army would have to be supported if it were not to be annihilated. An advance of the 8th Army across the Narew, the operation which had been planned at the beginning of September, would now have been useless. Help must be sent immediately and could not be too powerful. We were not able to reinforce the Western Front. In the instructions which I received at Insterburg on the evening of the 14th, it was stated that 2 corps of the 8th Army were to form the Southern Army in Upper Silesia. This looked like nothing more than a defensive measure. At any rate, it would be quite inadequate to restore the situation in Galicia. We had not merely to hold the enemy in check, we had to act. Accordingly, in a conversation over the telephone, I suggested, both to General Headquarters and General von Moltke himself, that the whole of the 8th Army should be sent to Upper Silesia and Posen under General von Hindenburg, who had just been put in command. In spite of the danger that Russia would bring up fresh forces in a further attempt to invade the unfortunate province of East Prussia, only weak forces should be left for its protection. I certainly hoped that such an invasion was a long way off. Even during the operations, arrangements had been made to strengthen and extend the defenses of Lützen and the lakes. We not only insisted that a scheme should be drawn up, but that the work should be put in hand at once. The Angarap line was also to be fortified. These measures were the effect of the altered situation, and subsequently proved to have been thoroughly justified. General von Moltke promised that my suggestion should be considered, and gave me a short account of the sudden change in the situation on the Western Front. Up to that time we had only heard rumors of it. General von Moltke was deeply moved by the state of affairs in the West. That was my last official conversation with this remarkable man. He had a keen grip of military affairs, and could handle big situations with extraordinary mastery. But his temperament was not really resolute, and his inclinations were more pacific than warlike. I can recall many of my interviews with him. At the beginning of the war his health had been seriously affected by 2 cures at Carlsbad, which he underwent within a period of a few months. At this time the War Minister, General von Falkenhayn, began to direct operations. On the evening of September 14 I took leave of General von Hindenburg and of my comrades. I did not find it easy to leave the Commander-in-Chief and the staff after 2 victorious battles. General von Hindenburg had always agreed to my suggestions, and gladly accepted the responsibility of consenting to them. A fine sense of confidence had grown up between us, the confidence of men who think alike. Among the staff there was complete unanimity of view in all military matters. I left Insterburg on the morning of September 15, traveling by car through Graudenz and Thorn to Breslau, my destination. I knew absolutely nothing about my new sphere of action. It seemed to me more limited than my previous one, but I soon found that I had a great and important field for my activities. Chapter: The Campaign in Poland. Autumn, 1914. 1. The journey to Breslau was not exactly cheerful. I went through Allenstein and had dinner at the same hotel in which I had lived. Life had already resumed its old course as in times of peace. I was in Graudenz by the afternoon, and traveled through wind and rain, via Bromberg, to Posen, where I arrived in pitch darkness and spent the night. I was connected in many ways with the province and town of Posen. My father, who was descended from a family of Pomeranian merchants, lived there until after the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–1871. I myself had been stationed at Posen, and was glad to see it again. I was there from 1902 until 1904, a senior staff officer of the headquarters staff of the 5th Corps. While holding this position, and also my previous one of senior staff officer of the 9th Division at Glogau, I had an opportunity of seeing the difficulties that confront the administration of this province. I had been in the district of Jarocin and Pleshin for maneuvers. Poland has shown us no gratitude for what we have done for her. Those who had repeatedly warned Germany against her aspirations were quite right. With deep grief I see my native province faced with a period of much difficulty and sorrow. On the morning of September 16 I arrived in Breslau. A telegram came almost immediately, saying that General Headquarters agreed to my proposal of the evening of the 14th. General von Hindenburg, with the bulk of the 8th Army, was to go immediately to the support of the Austrian army in Upper Silesia. This force was to form the 9th Army. The following remained in East Prussia, forming the 8th Army, 1st Cavalry Division, 1st Army Corps, 1st Reserve Corps, 3rd Reserve Division, von der Goltz's Landwehr Division, several Landwehr brigades, the Königsberg Main Reserve, and also the garrisons of the Vistula fortresses with the exception of the 35th Reserve Division, which had been formed mainly out of the garrison of Thorn. General von Schubert was placed in command. The 9th Army was formed out of the 8th Cavalry Division, the 11th, 17th and 20th Army Corps, the Guard Reserve Corps, the 35th Reserve Division and Count von Bredow's Landwehr Division. Their concentration had to be settled. Landsturm, which, as a light frontier guard, were in position on the Polish side of the frontier between Katowice and Thorn, were to cover their movements. The Army Headquarters staff wanted to deploy the army somewhere between Büchen and Pleschen. General Headquarters, however, in view of the situation of the Austrian army, thought it necessary that the movement should be more directly southeast, so that the fact that we were German reinforcements for Austria-Hungary and the Austrian army might be more obvious. Accordingly, the 11th Army Corps, forming the right wing of the 9th Army, went to Krakow, and the left was brought down south to correspond. The proximity of the Austrians necessarily had the effect of cramping the movements of the 9th Army, but no serious disadvantages ensued. On September 17 General von Hindenburg arrived at Breslau with some of the staff. Once more we had been called upon to work together in an important military position. I myself went on the 18th to New Sandeck, the headquarters of the Austro-Hungarian army. The journey, in wet, gloomy weather, was a new experience for me. It was my first visit to Upper Silesia, with its highly developed culture. In Galicia I became acquainted with what is probably the most neglected region in Europe, and gained some idea of Polish husbandry. The Polish Jew is very backward, even more so than those of his faith and race in Poland proper. This is not altogether the fault of this people, but partly attributable to their government. In New Sandeck I reported myself to the Archduke Frederick, a man with the warm heart of a German and a genuine, soldierly character. I remember him with feelings of the highest esteem. The brain of the operations of the Austrian army was General von Conrad, a clever and distinguished general of great mental adaptability. He was a strategist with an unusually fertile mind, and always instilled fresh vitality into the Austro-Hungarian army. That must always stand to his credit. Unfortunately, the Austrian army was not always strong enough to carry out his bold plans. Too little had been done for the army in times of peace. It had been openly neglected, and, unlike our army in Germany, had not that prestige in its own country which encourages energetic action. The flower of the combatant officers' corps, who had held the army together in spite of conflicting nationalities, had fallen by that time. Those who remained left much to be desired in many cases, and failed to cement the fabric of the army. The old true and valiant soldier stock had also fallen on the battlefield. The Austro-Hungarian army was quite differently trained from the German army. Up to that time General von Conrad had not thought very highly of our peacetime training. He now acknowledged to me that he was in favor of its principles. In particular, he was convinced that it is impossible to attach too much importance to anything that strengthens discipline. The general staff of the Austro-Hungarian army laid too much stress on theory, and had neglected field duty. Too many orders were given from above, and any inclination for independent action or personal responsibility was suppressed. The lines of communication were well organized, but absorbed an enormous number of officers. My relations with General von Conrad were always very pleasant, especially at our occasional meetings. I often had the impression that the Austrian liaison officer on my staff did not report facts only, but gossip as well. The liaison officer of an allied power has a particularly important mission. He can easily do harm, and for that reason must be a man of exceptionally strong character. Both past and future operations were discussed. In the course of its retreat the Austrian army had retired over the San and even the Wisloch. More than 40 of its divisions were now crowded together on the west bank of the Wisloch, between the Carpathians and the Vistula. I could not understand how there could be room there, but, as I heard later, the heavy losses in prisoners explained the situation. The army was terribly exhausted. Acting on his own responsibility and trusting to Germany's help, General von Conrad undertook to take the offensive again early in October, even if the Austrian army had meanwhile to retire still further under Russian pressure. The concentration of the 9th Army already protected the northern wing of the Austrian army against possible envelopment. It was to get in line with the latter, and to join in its forward movement north of the Vistula. The Allied armies were then to attack the Russians wherever they found them. At the same time, the Ninth Army was to keep a sharp lookout on its exposed left wing and left flank. On the Russian side there were only a few cavalry divisions and rifle brigades in the broad bend of the Vistula, open on the west. These had not been able to prevent the German covering frontier force from taking up positions on Polish soil, or von Woycher's Landwehr Corps from marching right across Poland, through Radom to the Vistula and crossing north of the confluence of the San. This corps had given assistance to the Austrian army on the east side of the river before the latter's defeat. The main body of the Russian armies was still to the east, with weak detachments west of the San. The troops which had been defeated in East Prussia were behind the Upper Naru and the Niemen. The Siberian Army Corps had not all arrived on the western frontier of Russia. Some of them were still on the way. They were particularly good, and gave us a great deal of trouble. It had been a bitter disappointment that our diplomacy had not succeeded in keeping Japan from joining our enemies. That was the result of our unfortunate policy in pulling the chestnuts out of the fire for Russia after the Peace of Shimonoseki in 1895, and preventing Japan from seizing Port Arthur. Russia never gave us any thanks for this, and it did us infinite harm with Japan. She naturally could not understand what interest we had in weakening her position. The ultimatum handed to us by the Japanese government in August 1914 is said to have corresponded word for word with our ultimatum of 1895. We spoke at that time of the restoration of Port Arthur, now Japan spoke of the restoration of Kiaochou. The Japanese knows how to take his revenge. As regards prospective operations, it was to be expected that the Russians would pursue the Austrian army, in spite of all the difficulties and advance involved. The area south of the Sandomir-Krakow stretch of the Vistula was indeed much too narrow for the Russians. An invasion of Hungary was out of the question for them at that time, as they ran the risk of being defeated north of the Carpathians. It could be taken for granted that the Russians would also advance below the confluence of the San. In what strength and on what length of front depended essentially on whether they knew of the new German reinforcements and how they had taken their defeat in East Prussia. As a matter of fact, the pursuit by the Russians across the San and the investment of Przemysl were undertaken by weak forces only. In the first place, they temporarily reinforced their troops on the Niemen. Immediately afterwards, however, when they realized the significance of the German advance, all their forces, including the newly arrived Siberian Army Corps, were employed for a powerful advance across the Vistula on a wide front from Warsaw to the confluence of the San. The movement was in course of development during our conferences at New Sandet. We had to prepare for the imminent advance of the Russians across the San and north of the Upper Vistula. In order to meet this, and bearing in mind the possibility of a flanking movement from Warsaw, it seemed advisable to bring part of the Austrian army, which was crowded up, and our own Landwehr Corps to the north bank of the Vistula. The Austrian army south of the Vistula was still strong enough to meet any demands that might be made on it. Most of the transport supplied for our columns and trams was too heavy for the Polish theatre of war. In any case, we had not enough of them. I therefore asked General von Conrad to requisition light transport, and he let us have all we wanted. It consisted of quite light vehicles, drawn by small, hardy horses and driven by peasants. These were soon given the nickname of Panch transport. Panch horses and Panch wagons distinguished themselves on the Western Front also. The origin of the name was the habit of drivers addressing one another as Panch, meaning sir. Our men also used to address them in that way. The military conferences at New Sandet ended satisfactorily in complete harmony of views. A single command was not established, for General von Hindenburg and I preferred to remain independent. In the course of the discussions about the delimitation of the prospective lines of communication, it looked as though there would be friction. Austria-Hungary has always looked after her own interests in a measure which is not justified by her military achievements. She acted rightly from her point of view, but it was certainly regrettable that the Berlin authorities always gave way. They feared that Austria would make a separate peace with the Entente, which I believe to be a physical impossibility. However, in September 1914, the demarcation of the lines of communication was made in accordance with German requirements, and there was no friction with the Austrian High Command. 2. The 9th Army was ready for operations on September 27. Army headquarters were at Buthen. The dispositions were: 11th Army Corps, due northeast of Krakow. Guard Reserve Corps. 20th Army Corps, 17th Army Corps, 35th Reserve Division, between Katowice and Kreuzberg, 8th Cavalry Division, Count von Bredow's Landwehr Division, between Kempen and Calais. The three last divisions formed one unit under General von Fromelles. The Landsturm formations guarding the frontier were made fit for simple duties in the line by being formed into brigades and supplied with artillery from the fortresses. To the east of the Vistula, the nearest strong German force was a part of the 8th Army, near Mlawa. Von der Goltz's Landwehr Division was bombarding so weak. The rest of the 8th Army had pressed forward as far as the line of the Niemen between Grodno and Kovno, in order to give the impression that the Germans intended to continue the offensive there. On September 29, Rennenkampf, who had received not inconsiderable reinforcements, attacked here, and during the following weeks forced the 8th Army back to, and near Lyck over, the frontier. The 8th Army was, of course, under the command of General von Hindenburg. But we were so much occupied with our own affairs, and further, communications were so bad, and becoming worse, that we were unable to exercise any control over the operations of our old army. This was not possible until November, when the 9th Army received a separate army commander and General von Hindenburg was relieved of the direct command of it in the field. The coming operations of the 9th Army were in no way affected by events on the front of the 8th Army. On our right wing, the situation of our allies had considerably improved. The Russian pursuit over the Wisloch was only half-hearted. The Austro-Hungarian army was able to take breath and begin its advance early in October. The First Army, under General von Dankl, destined for the advance north of the Upper Vistula, and the Landwehr Corps were waiting south of the river, between the Dunajec and Krakow, to conform to the advance of the 9th Army. This corps deserves more detailed notice. It consisted of a division of Posen and Silesian Landwehr. We had originally intended to use it principally for frontier defense. But, as always happens, wherever troops may be, they get drawn in when fighting is going on. Thus in August the Landwehr Corps had joined in the advance into Poland and across the Vistula. This had involved a good many improvised arrangements among the divisions. After the crossing of the Vistula they joined in the heavy fighting in which the Austro-Hungarians were engaged south of Lublin. They then accompanied the Austrian army in its retreat through the Teinve region, a roadless waste of marsh and forest east of the Lower San. As early as August the Landwehr Corps had been placed under General von Hindenburg's command. But we were unable to intervene and had to leave the corps commander complete freedom in making his decisions. This was all the easier for us as that excellent officer General von Woisch, and Colonel Hay his splendid chief of the staff, were well known to us. Shortly before my departure from Insterburg a motor driver turned up with some documents and reported that these were such of the archives of the Landwehr Corps as had been saved. He explained that the corps had been annihilated and General von Woisch and his chief of staff killed. It was not until some days later that we were able to ascertain the facts and realize that the rumors were false. The corps had succeeded in fighting its way through. We at Breslau immediately got into touch with them and saw to it that they were re-equipped and brought up to strength as far as possible. At their request they also received some heavy artillery. We were only able to supply them with a Landwehr battalion which had old field howitzers. They were very heavy for the bad roads, but the value of heavy artillery was estimated so highly that all difficulties were overcome. The mobility of artillery is often sacrificed to an excessive regard for the cost of employing it. The achievements of the Landwehr Corps may be looked back upon with pride by all who took part in them. They afford conclusive proof of the high quality of our army, the perfection of our organization and the remarkable value of the training and education of our soldiers before the war. These things enabled us in increasing measure to conduct the war in the east with Landwehr and Landsturm formations. 3. The advance north of the Vistula began on September 28. The First Austrian Army wheeled to the right towards the Lower Nidar and advanced against the Sandomir-Obertorf line. The different units of the 9th Army received the following instructions for the advance. Landwehr Corps, on the Proskowitz-Pinzgau-Oberto line. 11th Army Corps, Jędrzej of Lago. Guard Reserve Corps, Czernyny, Kielce, Ostrowiec. 20th Army Corps, Włoszowo, Beschin, Ilsha. 17th Army Corps, Novo-Radomsk, Konsk-Radom. 35th Reserve Division, Petrikov to Tomaszow. 8th Cavalry Division and Count von Bredow's Landwehr Division, in the general direction of Kolivsky Station, east of Lodz. No further news of the enemy had been received, and at the start they did not offer any resistance but retreated before our advance. Headquarters went to Wulbram, then to Michau and Jędrzejów. Wulbram was only a factory, and the two others that they were re-equipped and brought up to strength as far as possible. At their request they also received some heavy artillery. We were only able to supply them with a Landwehr battalion which had old field howitzers. They were very heavy for the bad roads, but the value of heavy artillery was estimated so highly that all difficulties were overcome. The mobility of artillery is often sacrificed to an excessive regard for the cost of employing it. The achievements of the Landwehr Corps may be looked back upon with pride by all who took part in them. They afford conclusive proof of the high quality of our army, the perfection of our organization, and the remarkable value of the training and education of our soldiers before the war. These things enabled us in increasing measure to conduct the war in the east with Landwehr and Landsturm formations. 3. The advance north of the Vistula began on September 28. The 1st Austrian Army wheeled to the right towards the lower Nidar and advanced against the Sandomir-Obertorf line. The different units of the 9th Army received the following instructions for the advance. Landwehr Corps, on the Proskowitz-Pinzgau-Oberto line. 11th Army Corps, Jędrzejów Lago. Guard Reserve Corps, Czerny, Kielce, Ostrowiec. 20th Army Corps, Włoszowo, Beschin, Ilsha. 17th Army Corps, Novo-Radomsk, Konsk-Radom. 35th Reserve Division, Petrikov to Tomaszow. 8th Cavalry Division and Count von Bredow's Landwehr Division, in the general direction of Kolivsky Station, east of Lodz. No further news of the enemy had been received, and at the start they did not offer any resistance but retreated before our advance. Headquarters went to Wulbram, then to Michau and Jędrzejów. Wulbram was only a factory, and the two others had all the characteristics of the small, dirty Polish towns. Bugs were all in the day's work. At Michau we were very far forward. Cossack patrols were reconnoitering in the district, and General von Woisch, coming to report to General von Hindenburg, had to make a detour to avoid them. At Kielce we had decent quarters again with good rooms for offices. That made the work easier. The strain to which our troops were subjected during the advance was enormous. The roads were mere mud and the weather was bad. In spite of this, very long marches of 30 kilometers and more had to be accomplished if the enemy was to be caught crossing the Vistula or held on the far bank. Each day made it more clear to me that our plan of operations must be for the Austro-Hungarian army to seek a decision south of the Vistula, relieve Przemysl and cross the San, whilst the group to the north of the Vistula held back somewhat. This would only be possible if the enemy had retired behind the Vistula. If he chose to make a strong stand on the west bank, as he might do at any moment, we should be too weak to resist him successfully. We perfected this plan during and after the conference at New Sandeck. It had to be altered, both in scope and details. This campaign is distinguished by more vicissitudes than any other, and therefore deserves one of the first places in the annals of war. Each day presented the headquarters staff with some fresh, difficult decision. The subordinate commanders had to act on their own responsibility. It was a bold plunge into the unknown and meant hard fighting and cautious withdrawals. Our weak forces were separated by long distances, but all were governed by the same clear, determined will. The movements of the troops depended to a great extent on the question of supply. The indescribable state of the roads and the bad weather were extremely unfavorable conditions for us. Even the great high road from Krakow to Warsaw was knee-deep. It had a layer of mud a foot high. The work required to restore the roads was enormous and labor was scarce. The troops and road mending companies worked indefatigably and accomplished a great deal. When we returned, in the latter half of October, the roads had a totally different aspect. We had done a great work for civilization. The conditions on the railway were equally difficult. The Kielce line, the most important from our point of view, passed through the Michau tunnel which had been destroyed. Contractors had already been commissioned to restore it and the work was proceeding quickly considering the conditions. This tunnel had a history. It had been rendered useless this time by the Russians and in October restored by us. In November it was destroyed by us. Then the Russians rebuilt it, but they destroyed it again in the summer of 1915, thereupon we repaired it once and for all. There were other extensive works to be carried out, as, for example, the conversion of the broad Russian gauge to the standard gauge, and the building of numerous bridges. Wonderful feats were accomplished. The railway to Kielce, and later to Radom, was ready considerably sooner than I anticipated. The restoration of the standard gauge Vienna-Warsaw line from Czestochowa through Novo-Radomsk in the direction of Koliaszki station was begun and speedily finished. We were also successful in re-establishing several branch lines. But we were not able to complete the bridge near Sieradz on the Kalisz-Lodz line, and in that way secure through communication between the Polish and German railways in a direct east and west line. Thanks to the untiring work of officers on my staff, Major Drexel and Captains von Waldau and Speer, the communications with the rear were soon in shipshape order. All difficulties were overcome so promptly that operations did not suffer at all. The demands for technical material for purposes of communication were heavier than in East Prussia. The Russians had destroyed the few existing telegraph wires and cut down the poles. A few field telegraph wires were laid, and we had to manage as best we could with these. We were not then so spoilt as we became later after the establishment of the trench communication system in the War of Positions. The safest means of communication were motor cars and dispatch riders, the latter in relays. The few wireless stations did good service. Here again I was always successful in getting a grasp of the situation and transmitting orders in time. The inhabitants gave us no trouble. They were docile and did not resist the measures we took. The idea of calling them up for service against the Russians, which had frequently been mooted, proved impracticable. The so-called Polish Legion of the Austrian army was mostly composed of Galician Poles who were liable for service in that army. Only later was the full meaning of this brought home to me. 4. On the 4th of October the bulk of the Austrian army, the 1st, 3rd and 4th armies, began the forward movement. On the 5th they crossed the Wisłoka. The Russians offered no serious resistance. By the 9th the Austrian forces had reached the River San, and forced their way into Przemysl. On the 4th of October the Austrian First Army and the right wing of the 9th Army were engaged near Klimentorf and Obertorf with Russian rifle brigades, which came off very lightly. The First Austrian Army now shifted its center of gravity to Sandomir, whilst the right wing of the 9th Army continued its advance towards the Vistula above its confluence with the San. The 20th Army Corps reached the region northwest of Kielce, and the 17th Army Corps, after a slight engagement, reached Radom and concentrated there. General Frommel's corps had reached the Tomasov-Koliaszki station line, and the 8th Cavalry Division was somewhere near Rawa. Between Kalisz and Thorn our frontier defense troops slowly pushed their way into Poland. We also used them on our line of communications. Meanwhile we were receiving continuous reports that Siberian Army Corps were being detrained at Warsaw, and that strong forces were pushing along the right bank of the Vistula north of its junction with the San. We had an impression that great enemy operations were in preparation against the 9th Army. This confirmed me in my view of our own plans. We had to win and hold the Vistula line, while the Austrian army obtained a definite decision by attacking and defeating the Russians on the San. In particular our first task was to reach the probable crossing places between the confluence of the San and Ivangorod, and to isolate and, if luck were with us, seize the bridge head on the near side of the fortress. Then we were to watch the line of the Vistula between Ivangorod and Warsaw. Finally we had to strike a blow at the Siberian Army Corps assembling south of Warsaw and, in so doing, invest, and if possible capture, the fortress. The 9th Army alone was too weak to carry out these numerous tasks. The Austrian First Army would have to be called on too, and be brought up considerably further north. The 9th Army was now deflected sharply northwards. The 17th Army Corps, under General von Mackensen, received orders to advance on Warsaw. General from FS Group was put under his orders. The 20th Army Corps was to watch Ivangorod and prevent any crossing of the Vistula north of the fortress. The Guard Reserve Corps received similar instructions for the line of the Vistula south of the fortress up to Novo Alexandria inclusive. The Landwehr Corps was to hold the Vistula line south of this point. The 11th Army Corps was incorporated in the Austrian First Army in order to stiffen it. It was to hold the Vistula line south to Anapol, and attempt a crossing itself if and when the San had been crossed further south. General von Conrad placed 2 cavalry divisions at our disposal, of which the 3rd was placed under the command of the 20th Army Corps for observation work on the Vistula, and the 7th attached to General Frommel's corps. While these measures were being carried out severe fighting took place at various points. The 17th Army Corps swerved sharply to the left from Radom through Bialobashijai, and as early as October 9 encountered Siberian troops who were concentrating at and to the east of Grozek. After heavy fighting, the enemy were thrown back on Warsaw. General von Mackensen followed close on their heels and drew General Frommel's left flank with him. Early on the 12th he was close to the south side of the fortress. On the battlefield of the 9th an order was found on the body of a dead or wounded Russian officer which gave us information of the greatest importance. One brigade of the 20th Army Corps engaged the enemy near Kostyanis, north of Ivangorod, where he had crossed with weak forces. It was not successful in driving him back. The Guard Reserve Corps attacked hostile forces which had effected a crossing near Novo Alexandria and threw them back over the Vistula after very severe fighting, in which the Landwehr Corps took part. Further to the south the Russians had not yet crossed the Vistula. Our headquarters were at Radom. 5. The army order found near Grozek gave us a clear picture of the enemy's intentions. The Grand Duke's plan of operations was conceived on a grand scale, exceedingly dangerous from our point of view. Far more than 30 Russian corps, densely massed to the right, were to sweep over the Vistula between Warsaw and the confluence of the San, which was itself to be crossed further south by other forces. The 5 divisions of Mackensen's group were to be opposed by 14 hostile divisions. The Grand Duke projected a strong encircling movement from the north against the 9th Army, combined with a simultaneous frontal attack against it and the Austrian armies, while he held the heights east of Przemysl with his left wing. To carry out this operation the Grand Duke drew on part of Rennenkampf's army also. If this plan succeeded, the victory of Russia, on which the Entente had counted in their strategical calculations, was assured. I had not yet given up hope that the Austrian army would beat the Russians east of Przemysl and cross the San. Yet the forces holding the line north of the confluence of the San needed some, though not necessarily large, reinforcements, and it was imperative to strengthen our line considerably in the region of Warsaw and Ivangorod. At the same time, the Landsturm of the 5th, 11th and 17th Army Corps, which had marched into northwest Poland, were brought forward to the lower Bzura. The communications in our rear were subjected to a special examination, for a retreat might only too easily be necessary. Preparations were made for the destruction of the railways, among other things, by placing in readiness an immense amount of explosives. While from the 15th of October General von Mackensen was defending himself south of Warsaw against strong enemy attacks, the Russians attempted again and again to cross the Vistula further south. It was found necessary to push forward the 37th Infantry Division of the 20th Army Corps to Calvaria. This division prevented the river from being crossed at this point, but the enemy corps, which had managed to place some of its units on the left bank, came out of the engagement without serious losses. The division remained in that neighborhood. Arid was also placed under General von Mackensen's command. The 41st Infantry Division and the Austrian 3rd Cavalry Division were posted at the mouth of the Pilica and southwards to Kostyanis. The Guard Reserve Corps had taken over the investment of Ivangorod. This corps attempted to throw back the enemy forces which were still on the left bank of the Vistula near Kostyanis, and in this task received assistance from a brigade of the 11th Army Corps, which had been placed at its disposal by the Army Command. I shall never forget the battle near Kostyanis. What actually happened was that 4 brigades were posted in the narrow bend of the Vistula, which had become a swamp owing to heavy rain. The brigade in front of Ivangorod had been thrown back by a strong Russian sortie. I was afraid that the Russian attack might strike into the flank of those 4 brigades, which were very cramped in their defense as they had no room to maneuver. I did not sleep a wink that night. The next morning the position before Ivangorod did not appear so dangerous. As the Russians attacked, the fighting in the marshes near Kostyanis continued. All the troops who participated in these engagements looked back on them with horror. In consequence of the northerly march of the Guard Reserve Corps, the Landwehr Corps had taken over the duty of watching the crossing near Novo Alexandria. While the battle at Kostyanis was in full swing, I received an aeroplane report that strong enemy forces had crossed the Vistula south of Ivangorod also. If this were the fact, our position would have been exceedingly serious. The Army Command had no reserves of any kind at its disposal, everything had been thrown in. It was lucky for us that this report proved false. The aviator had wrongly identified the battlefield of Kostyanis as lying south of Ivangorod. Nothing particular was reported from the Landwehr Corps. The Russians had been prevented from throwing a bridge across the river at Kazimierz, south of Novo Alexandria, and higher up the enemy was awaiting events. Our plan of securing the line of the Vistula had succeeded, but Warsaw and Ivangorod still remained in the hands of the enemy, and he had effected a crossing, though a very uncomfortable one, at Kościenice, north of Ivangorod. 6. The Austrian army to the south of the Vistula had not succeeded in crossing the River San or gaining any ground east of Przemysl. General von Conrad was nonetheless still hopeful of success. The longer the decision south of the River San was delayed, the more urgent became the need of reinforcing the left wing of the GTH army in view of its increasingly critical situation. This question of reinforcement was closely affected by events on the San. If progress were made there, we could take considerable risks near Warsaw; if not, we should be crushed there. The arrival of reinforcements would save the situation for a while, but reinforcements were not to be obtained from General Headquarters, for they had sent the newly formed Army Corps to Ypres and the 15th Reserve Corps to East Prussia, where the situation had become more serious. The Army Command proposed that the Guard Reserve, the Landwehr and the 11th Army Corps, defending the line of the Vistula, should be relieved by Austrian troops and brought up north, or, better still, that Austrian troops should be employed to reinforce our left wing, in which case the German troops, which were by now familiar with the Vistula sector, could stay there, thus guaranteeing the safety of the Vistula line. Besides, these relief operations would take up precious time, and the situation permitted of no delay. General von Conrad was also convinced of the necessity of reinforcing the battle line north of the River Pilica, but he most emphatically vetoed the utilization of Austrian troops, with the exception of 2 cavalry divisions. We approached General Headquarters, and His Majesty the Kaiser approached the Emperor Franz Joseph, who returned a favorable reply. The Austrian High Command held to its views, and the relief of the 3 Prussian corps was ordered. By General von Conrad's orders, the exchange was to be carried out by parts of the First Army, in front of Ivangorod, in such a way as to leave the crossings open. The Austrian troops were then to throw the pursuing Russians back into the Vistula. We strongly opposed this plan, but fate was to take its course. The Austrian infantry divisions of the First Army, which were to relieve the Landwehr Corps and the Guard Reserve Corps on the Vistula, came up slowly. The relief of all the units could not be accomplished before the 20th. In the meanwhile, the situation before Warsaw had reached a point at which a decision was urgently called for. The enemy's enveloping movement became more obvious from day to day, and his pressure round Novo-Georgievsk and Warsaw was continually increasing. A period of intense anxiety began. To accept battle would have been too dangerous. It became evident that an hour would soon come when General von Mackensen would have to be withdrawn from in front of Warsaw. But this would have to be done neither too early nor too late. It was indeed a difficult decision. What would the country say? On the evening of October 17 I considered that the moment had arrived to order the retirement. I asked General von Hindenburg to withdraw General von Mackensen's group from Warsaw west-southwest to the Rawa-Skierniewice-Loich line. There was hope that there would just be time to bring the relieved Landwehr Corps into line north of the Pilica between Novo Miasto and Rawa. By these movements a new front would have been offered to the Russian attack. It is true that its left wing would only have been insufficiently protected by Landsturm and cavalry, but it was possible, if necessary, to withdraw it. If the Russians took the bait, it was within the bounds of possibility to attack them in flank across the Pilica east of Novo Miasto, using the 20th and the 11th Army Corps and the Guard Reserve Corps, which would already have been concentrated there, or could not be far away. A decision might thus be secured. By these operations we would gain time. After all, we must know some time whether the Austrian army south of the San had been successful. Unfortunately, this became more and more doubtful. In fact, as early as the night of October 17-18, it was the Russians who crossed the San, and thus did what the Austrian army had not been able to accomplish. General von Mackensen marched away from Warsaw in the night of the 18th-19th. The movements, which had long been prepared, were carried out in exemplary order. The enemy took no booty, and it was only gradually that he took up the pursuit vigorously. On the 25th and the 26th of October, General von Mackensen, the Landwehr Corps, which had arrived in time, and the 37th Infantry Division were attacked very violently in their new positions north of Novo Miasto. The left wing had to swing back in the direction of Lodz, and the 37th Infantry Division had to be withdrawn to the south bank of the Pilica. For the rest, we remained masters of the situation in the following days of heavy fighting. But the attack across the Pilica was outside the bounds of possibility. The Austrians suffered a great reverse near Ivangorod, and retreated to Radom. So things had turned out as our headquarters had feared. The Austrian First Army, which had been on guard before Ivangorod since the 21st of October, had allowed too many Russians to cross the Vistula. Instead of driving the enemy back, they were driven back themselves. With the Guard Reserve Corps, we did our best to prevent disaster on the Austrian left, but in vain. The Russians pressed forward from Novo Alexandria and Ivangorod and crossed the Vistula at the mouth of the Pilica also. I only learnt casually of the Austrian First Army's decision to fall back on Radom. Lieutenant Colonel Hoffmann immediately entered a protest on behalf of the Guard Reserve Corps. The Austrian First Army managed to hold on for a few hours, which was something to be thankful for. Help had been sent to the Guard Reserve Corps, but an attack over the Pilica in a north-south direction was not to be thought of, as the troops protecting its right flank were giving way. The 11th Army Corps was moved by forced marches to the region northeast of Lodz, to support the left wing of Mackensen's group. The situation had entirely changed owing to the Austrian army having retired from Ivangorod to Radom. A strong forward movement on the whole of the Vistula front was to be expected from the enemy. We doubted whether the Austrian troops would be able to resist them. South of the Vistula too, the Austrian position had become increasingly critical. All hope of a favorable decision by force of arms had finally vanished. If the 9th Army stood where it was, it would ultimately be surrounded and defeated. The destruction of the Austrian army would then follow as a matter of course. The 9th Army had to be withdrawn in order to be able to operate again. It was clear that this movement would affect the Austrian troops, but the Russian attacks would have compelled them to retire in any case. The subsequent Austro-Hungarian complaint that their army had retired because the 9th Army was withdrawal is both true and untrue. It conceals the fact that the retirement of the 9th Army was solely due to the breakdown of the Austrian army, which had fought so gallantly at the beginning of the war, but had not yet recovered from the effects of the Battle of Lemberg. 7. The order for the retreat, which had entered the sphere of probability for some time, was issued on the 27th. The situation was highly critical. The operations in October had gained us time, but had not been successful. We had now to expect that very crisis, the probable invasion of Posen, Silesia and Moravia by Russian armies in superior force, which should have been prevented by our deployment in an advance from Upper Silesia at the end of September. The general lines of the retirement were already familiar to the German troops. They had been instructed over and over again to send everything they could do without to the rear. On the whole this had been done, though here and there was more in the forward areas than there should have been. The problem of getting our heavy transport over the bad roads gave me the acutest anxiety. The retirement was to be carried out in a westerly direction if possible, thereby escaping the enemy's enveloping movement. On the whole, our strategic retreat, as it was christened by the soldiers, was carried out according to plan and in perfect order. The countryside was spared. This retreat will be for all time an example of prudent and humane warfare. The Guard Reserve Corps had a hard time of it on the right wing, for the resistance of the Austrian First Army was crumbling steadily, and it kept yielding to the enemy's frontal attacks. The Austrian armies retired on both sides of the Vistula till they were on a level with Krakow, and part of their forces found themselves right in the Carpathians southwest of Przemysl. Of the 9th Army, the following units had to retreat. The Guard Reserve Corps, 20th Army Corps and Landwehr Corps, past the Kielce to Massow line, halfway to the Krakow-Czestochowa line north of Czestochowa. The 17th Army Corps and General Frommel's Corps, through the Petrikov-Lodz line, in touch with the Landwehr Corps, on Wielun. Positions had been prepared round Czestochowa and Wielun. The 11th Army Corps, southwest of Sieradz. Between the rivers Prosna and Warta, the 5th Cavalry Division, which had come from the Western Front, the 8th Cavalry Division and the 7th Austrian Cavalry Division were concentrating under General von Fromel, who now gave up his command of the 35th Reserve Division and Count von Bredow's Landwehr Division. The Landsturm formations went back to the Kalisz-Reschen-Thorn line. The Russians followed at full strength. They also attacked us very heavily in East Prussia and near Mlawa. The position became very serious. We longed for an opportunity of resuming the offensive, but with the Austrian army so near, such an operation would have been very hazardous, and, in any case, the offensive could only have been a frontal attack. We should only have failed. A further serious decision had now to be taken. I was more and more convinced that our only course was to send a large part of the army round by rail to Hohensalza and Thorn, and from there bring them down along the Vistula in the Lodz-Loich direction, so that they could fall on the flank of the Russians and bring their advance to a standstill. What forces could be spared for this operation was a further question. Our first business was to delay the Russians as long as possible and keep them away from the German railways. The destruction of railways and roads had been prepared for in a very wholesale manner. Experience had taught us that a modern army cannot operate more than 120 kilometers from its railheads. If this were true, and we were able to destroy the railways as thoroughly as I hoped, we could count on bringing the Russian masses to a temporary standstill, even without fighting, before they reached our frontier. In spite of all our preparations, it was not an easy matter to carry out the destruction of the railways, for the troops were always wanting to defer the operation. But there was no help for it. I gave the orders and saw they were carried out. Captain Spare assisted me splendidly. Without more ado, the troops demolished the road bridges. An immense amount of work was accomplished. I had the satisfaction of seeing the enemy advance gradually slow down, and actually come to a standstill at the very distance I have mentioned, and this though we had left behind large stores, the destruction of which I had forbidden. 8. At the end of October, General von Falkenhayn summoned me to Berlin. General von Conrad had suggested to him that large forces from the west should be sent to the eastern front. General von Falkenhayn spoke hopefully of the attack near Ypres and wanted to defer further decision. I was not able to give him precise information as to the plans of our staff. Nothing had yet been decided. In Berlin I felt that I was in another world. The difference between the immense strain under which I had been living since the beginning of the war and the way of life in Berlin was too great. The passion for amusement and pleasure reigned supreme. People did not seem to realize the seriousness of our position in the war. I was unpleasantly impressed and felt like a stranger. I was glad to get back to Czestochowa and the friendly circle of my comrades. On the morning of the 3rd of November I was convinced that our situation must be handled altogether differently. I asked General von Hindenburg to agree to a plan which had been previously discussed, of a fresh concentration in the region of Hohensalza. Orders to this effect were immediately given, and we informed General Headquarters of this decision. General Headquarters had watched the development of events in the east with the greatest concern. The situation round Mlawa and on the east frontier of East Prussia became more perilous every day. The newly formed 25th Reserve Corps, which had been sent to East Prussia as reinforcements, had fought heroically. But it soon became apparent that the fighting value of the new formations was far below that of units composed of men who had had long service with the colors and were commanded by young and active officers. These new formations had splendid material in their rank and file, but they were not as yet real soldiers. Their courage and devotion did not make up for their lack of training. Further, the large number of reserve officers who found fresh employment in these new formations did their level best, but also lacked experience. There were exceptions, of course. An army is not made in a few weeks, long training and tradition are required. This was also proved by the English divisions and American troops. They, too, have had to pay a very heavy price for their intrepidity. The 25th Reserve Corps had not been able to effect any appreciable change in the situation on the frontiers of East Prussia. It was now to be expected that the Grand Duke, with his enormously superior forces, would not only make a decisive attempt to drive Germany and Austria out of the bend of the Vistula, but also directly invade Germany east of the Vistula, and try to secure a decision, or at least prevent us from moving our troops about. On the whole eastern frontier of the Kingdom of Prussia battles would soon be in progress, which would obviously act and react closely upon one another. A single, resolute command was called for. This question had already been discussed at the time of my meeting with General von Falkenhayn in Berlin. On the 1st of November His Majesty appointed General von Hindenburg Commander-in-Chief in the East, at the same time relieving him of his position as Commander of the 9th Army. At our suggestion, General von Mackensen was given this post. I remained Chief of Staff to General von Hindenburg. The majority of my colleagues were attached to the new staff. The sphere of command of the Commander-in-Chief in the East now extended definitely over the 8th and 9th Armies, and the staffs of the 1st, 20th, 17th, 2nd, 5th and 6th Army Corps in the provinces of East and West Prussia, Pomerania, Posen and Silesia, with the fortresses in those areas. Subsequently Zastrow's corps on the Soldaumlauer line, now under the orders of the STH Army Headquarters, was brought under the direct command of the Commander-in-Chief in the east. This linking up of the commands turned out well. It relieved the Commander-in-Chief of the details of Army command in the field. All the same, there were occasions when it was necessary to encroach on the jurisdiction of the armies by means of direct orders to their commanders. I did not much like intervening in this way, and at first perhaps I did so less than I should. I hope I hit on the right course later on. The headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief in the east were moved to Posen. We had our quarters in the Royal Palace, and remained there until the beginning of February, 1915. This was a particularly harassing and busy time. Here began that regular way of life which I led until my resignation. 9. All of us at General Headquarters were thoroughly imbued with a sense of our enormous responsibility and had no illusions as to what was at stake. In Posen it was easier than in Poland to feel the pulse of the home country and realize its fear of a hostile invasion, with all its terrible consequences. We could not help aggravating that fear by our military measures. The issue of the approaching battles was uncertain. The Russian superiority in numbers was great, our troops were much exhausted, and our allies had but little fighting value. From the frontier provinces the youths capable of bearing arms were removed. Strategical positions were reconnoitered and orders given for their construction. The mines in several districts of Poland had already been rendered unworkable, and measures were now taken for the demolition of the German railways and mines in the frontier districts. The general officers commanding of the 6th Corps district, in response to my request, had approached several mining experts in his province, and asked their advice as to the best method of destroying the mines in Upper Silesia. The execution of the necessary measures was now decided on. Terror at once spread through the province. I had to make it impossible for the Russians to use the mines for a long time. Military interests made it imperative. Later on in the war the English destroyed the Romanian oil fields even more ruthlessly. Coal is of equally vital importance for waging war. As it happened, the opinion of a higher authority was taken, and it proved possible to modify the scheme of destruction somewhat. The attitude of the Polish inhabitants of our frontier provinces was not conciliatory. They were very reserved and aloof. No clear-sighted man could have expected anything different. In view of our inferiority in numbers, it was very important for the approaching decision that we should draw on the Prussian eastern fortresses and the various corps districts under our control for all such available troops and war material as could be utilized for active operations in the field. We had made a start with this system as far back as August, 1914, and in course of time we were able to form as large a number of divisions in the east out of Landsturm, Landwehr, and former fortress troops as General von Moltke had at his disposal for the Battle of Königgrätz. Later, these divisions were given numbers, just like the active divisions, but this did not change their special character. Of course, the demands made on these divisions, especially as regards fighting and marching, were not the same as those made on units composed of younger men, but this could not always apply in times of special stress. These troops did more than could reasonably be expected of them. They gave of their best in defense of hearth and home, wife and child. The 8th Army, on the eastern frontiers of Prussia, had gradually been able to form several Landwehr divisions. From the garrisons of the Vistula fortresses and the Landsturmer Frontier Defense Corps had been formed, comprising the Zastrow Corps, 2 divisions strong, which subsequently became the 17th Reserve Corps. The Fortress of Thorn, which had its first main reserve, the 35th Reserve Division, in the line near Czestochowa, gradually formed a new main reserve, known as von Dickhuther's Corps. This corps was subsequently employed on the right bank of the Vistula in the direction of Plock. The main reserve of Thom was now von Westenhagen's Landsturm Brigade, which had been brought up to the Bzura and withdrawn to Vloclawtek during the retreat of the 9th Army. The fortress of Posen also had given us one main reserve which had formed part of General Frommel's corps and been brilliantly led by General Count von Bredow in the campaign in Poland. His Landwehr had no field kitchens, they attacked the Russians with the idea of procuring some, and got them. The fortress and province of Posen now produced further forces. The Posen Corps, which was concentrated round Kalis, was a very strong division and had been equipped with great care. The governor of Posen, General von Koch, and his chief of staff, Colonel Marquard, took the greatest trouble in the matter. The general officers commanding of the 6th Army Corps district was to form the Breslau Corps for frontier defense east of Kempen. It was a longish time before this was done and the corps was fit for the line. Major von Bockelberg distinguished himself by the help he gave me in building up these new formations. 10. The more I thought about the problem ahead of us, and realized the position and our fearful peril, the firmer was my resolution, if possible, to turn the operation we had decided on at Czestochowa into an overwhelming and annihilating blow. That alone could definitely save us. It was not enough to bring the enemy merely to a standstill. This idea was not a sudden inspiration, but had been slowly forming in my mind. Such troops as the commander-in-chief in the east could spare were assembled for the advance between Reschen and Tom. General von Conrad, with his soldierly insight, gave us all possible assistance. The Eighth Army had been weakened and could no longer fulfill the task of covering the eastern frontier of East Prussia. This army found operative support both in the newly constructed positions between Lake Sperding and Mauer and the fortified line of the river Angarab. The army successively surrendered its very exhausted 25th Reserve Corps, of whose condition we learnt only later, and the 1st Reserve Corps, with the 1st and 36th Reserve Divisions. These troops were sent to Thorn, on their way to Wlocławek. The commander of the 8th Army, General Otto von Below, had now to husband his resources carefully, in order to be able to hold the positions which he might have to occupy in an emergency. It was essential, even though the performance of this task made exceptional demands on both commanders and men. The Zastro Corps received orders to hold fast at Soldau, for the existence of the 8th Army and the fate of East Prussia depended on it. It would have been particularly useful if we could have strengthened this front. A strong advance from Lawa towards the line of the Naru between Roshan and Pultusk would have been the most effective support for the operations on the left bank of the Vistula. But we had to limit our aims, for the success of the flank attack on the left bank had to be assured. Otherwise our forces would merely have been dissipated. We did all that was possible in making Zastro's corps strong enough to constitute a certain threat to North Poland, and lead the enemy to believe, if only for a short time, that an offensive here was really intended. Strong Russian forces were concentrated north of Novo-Georgievsk. It was important for the battle on the left bank of the Vistula that they should be held there. The Westernhagen Brigade and, later, a portion of the new main reserve, both from Tom, were available for the forward movement up the right bank of the Vistula. We had thought of sending them up towards Plock, so as to convey a false impression in conjunction with Zastro's corps. Beyond Plock, it might be possible to bring them over and use them in the battle on the left bank of the Vistula. The headquarters of the 9th Army went to Hohensalza. Those units of the 8th Army intended for Thorn, the 1st and 25th Reserve Corps, were to be put under the command of the 9th Army. The 20th Army Corps and the 3rd Guard Division, which had come from Upper Silesia, were detrained south of Hohensalza, and the 17th Army Corps near Niesen. Von Richthofen's Cavalry Corps, with the 6th and 9th Cavalry Divisions, which had come from the west, were concentrated at the same place. The 11th Army Corps was marched on the German side of the frontier, through Ostrowo to the neighborhood of Reschen. General Frommel's Cavalry Corps had skirmishes with Russian cavalry between the rivers Prosna and Warta, east of Kalis, and formed a screen behind which the Posen Corps took up its positions. The Landsturm, which joined the Breslau Corps later, held the line, a very thin one, to the neighborhood of Wielun. From there to halfway to the Czestochowa-Krakow line was General von Woisch, with the 35th Reserve Division, Count von Bredows Landwehr Division, the Landwehr Corps and the Guard Reserve Corps, minus the 3rd Guard Division. At this point they joined hands with the Austrian First Army, whose front extended to the Vistula. To the south the rest of the Allied army was again huddled up between the river and the Carpathians, while stronger forces were posted in the mountains for the protection of Hungary. From this survey it will be seen that the actual blow against the enemy's flank could be carried out with but 5.5 corps. Our forces for dealing with the enemy front from the point at which the water flows into German territory southward to the region of Czestochowa were quite inadequate. General von Woisch had to act in conjunction with the Austrian army. Whether the Austrians could take the offensive was still uncertain. Opinions on that point were once more very pessimistic. To the question whether the Austrian First Army would be able to resist the impending hostile attack, we received the answer that they would certainly be in a position to do so for 24 hours. The attack did not succeed. It was again greatly to General von Conrad's credit that he raised the morale of the army and revived the spirit of the offensive. But he would never have done it without German support. We had intended to bring a considerable part of von Woisch's army up north, to add weight to the flank attack and strengthen our line. General von Conrad offered strong objection to this idea, and so only the 3rd Guards Division was brought to Hohensalza to support the shock troops of the 9th Army. General von Conrad railed General von Böhm-Ermolli with 4 infantry and 2 or 3 cavalry divisions round from the Carpathians, through Upper Silesia, to the north side of Czestochowa. In order to meet the wishes of General von Conrad, General von Woysch and his troops were placed under the Austrian High Command. After the arrival of the Austrian troops, the Breslau Corps, still in process of formation, could be concentrated a little more. Of course, these measures resulted in a certain stiffening of the front from the middle of November, but we were still too weak to deliver a big blow. It was claimed later that the Austro-Hungarian army had defended Upper Silesia. In reality, they were defending their own homes, also north of Czestochowa. It was natural that in this situation our eyes should again turn to the west. I asked myself whether there was any chance of obtaining a success at Ypres, or whether it would not be better once and for all to restrict operations on the Western Front to a defensive, and carry out the contemplated operations against Russia with all our available forces. General von Conrad had suggested this in November. This point of view seemed to me to be the right one, and I asked our High Command for reinforcements from the West. In addition to the 2 cavalry divisions, the dispatch of further forces was contemplated, but these arrived too late and at odd times. The operation on the flank could only attain a military decision if carried out as a surprise, that is, with speed, great concentration of force and in conjunction with a strong frontal attack. We dared not delay the beginning of operations in the east, even if we had seen our way absolutely clear as regards reinforcements on the 10th of November. The troops which came from the Western Front had suffered so heavily in the fighting there that they were really no more fit for battle than the Eastern troops. The complete contrast between the conditions in the Polish theatre of war and those in the West must, necessarily, affect them adversely at first. On the question whether, in view of the reinforcements sent to us from the West, something else could or should have been done, I cannot express an opinion, without knowledge of other factors. For that reason I am unwilling to offer any criticism. I have always held the view, even when I was a lecturer at the Kriegsacademy, that any criticism not founded on actual knowledge only reflects on the critic. Shortly after the arrival of von Richthofen's cavalry corps, which turned up just in time for the advance, von Holland's cavalry corps and the 2nd and 4th cavalry divisions appeared. They were attached to Zastrow's corps. Later, but only after the forward movement had begun, the following units were assigned to us: the 3rd Reserve Corps, under General von Bissela, with the 5th and 6th Reserve Divisions, the 13th Army Corps, under General von Fabeck, with the 26th Infantry Division and 25th Reserve Division, the 2nd Army Corps, under General von Linsingen, with the 3rd and 4th Infantry Divisions, and the 24th Reserve Corps, under General von Gericke, with the 47th and 48th Reserve Divisions. These were posted according to the requirements of the situation. The means at our disposal at the beginning of operations on the 10th of November were imperfect, but in spite of that, an attempt had to be made to deal the Russians such a blow as would not only bring their armies in the bend of the Vistula to a standstill once and for all, and so put an end to their offensive, but crush them decisively. This would be accomplished, if we were able to force them back from Warsaw. If we were too weak to do this, we must content ourselves with a lesser result, and even that would be of great importance. 11. In November, fighting developed as anticipated. The Russian armies everywhere started upon the execution of the great task set them by the Grand Duke. The 8th Army found itself attacked. Even though it had been depleted of the 1st and 25th Reserve Corps, it made an attempt to hold the east frontier of East Prussia against the overwhelming Russian assaults, but it was not able to do so permanently. Towards the middle of November, we withdrew it to the Masurian Lakes River Angerat position. Thus the eastern part of East Prussia was once more exposed to a Russian invasion. It suffered heavily, but, although this was to be foreseen, we could not help drawing on the 8th Army. The Russians followed close upon their heels and also attacked them in their new positions. In spite of all this, we decided to bring the 1st Inf Division of the 9th Army up to join in the fighting, west of the Vistula. We staked much in order to attain our objective at this most important point. Zastrow's corps was assailed in its positions between Mlawa and Prasnys and found itself forced to retire to the Soldau-Neidenberg line. Here the advance of the enemy was checked after heavy fighting. The whole situation east of the Vistula seemed gravely imperiled, and West Prussia, in particular, was immediately threatened, but Zastrow's corps did its duty. We lived through many an anxious hour in Posen, but the arrival, in the middle of November, of von Holland's cavalry corps on both wings improved the situation. Von Westenhagen's Landsturm brigade reached Plock, and, later on, was brought over to the left bank of the Vistula. In the meantime, the deployment of the Ninth Army had been carried out and completed according to plan. The railways had met the demands made upon them. As early as the evening of November 10 the army stood in readiness for the forward movement. The 25th and 1st Reserve Corps south of Thorn. Direction of advance, Vloclawek-Liege. Von Richterfen's Cavalry Corps, 20th Army Corps and 3rd Guard Division, south of Hohensalza, with orders to march on Kutno. 17th Army Corps, southeast of Niesen, march direction Lenschitza. 11th Army Corps east of Reschen, march direction Kolo-Doom. Frommel's Cavalry Corps between Uniov and Sieradz, march direction Lodz. Posen Corps on the Kalis-Sieradz line, march direction Lask. From the Landsturm of the Breslau Corps little was to be expected, and the same applied to the Austrian Cavalry Division then on its way. Other forces were not yet in position. An offensive further south was not yet to be thought of. The idea of such a movement by General von Woysch alone, who had already felt strong Russian pressure, could not be considered for a moment. In the bend of the Vistula, Vloclawek was in the hands of the Russians, otherwise the position as far as the river water was somewhat obscure. Here was the first Russian army, which, however, still extended to the right bank of the Vistula. It was composed of from 10 to 14 divisions. We might certainly rely on there being from 8 to 10 divisions between the Vistula and the water. Immediately north of the water, strong Russian cavalry forces were pushing towards the frontier. The bulk of the Russian army was in line from the water, north of Sieradz, through Novo-Radomsk to the region northeast of Krakow. Other portions had arrived in Galicia on the river Dunajec and were thrusting into the Carpathians. The hostile forward movement had come to a standstill, for the destruction of the railways had produced the intended effect. But there were now signs that a resumption of their advance was to be expected. General von Mackensen began operations without delay on the 11th of November. We could only acquiesce in this. The Russians were taken completely by surprise, but even in the early days of our advance there was very heavy fighting, extremely expensive to both sides, near Vloclawek, Kutno and Doom. The enemy were thrown back everywhere. While the main body of the 9th Army pushed forward unceasingly to the Lodz-Kiliushki station line, General von Morgan covered their flank north of Liege with the 1st Reserve Corps. He was sorely pressed. At first he had to rely for protection on his own vigorous attacks, and then he had to meet an attack from a Russian corps which had crossed from Novo-Georgievsk to the left bank of the Vistula. Under the influence of the Mlawa situation this movement proceeded but slowly. The center of the 9th Army, von Richterfen's Cavalry Corps, the 3rd Guard Division and the 25th Reserve Corps finally broke the resistance offered them. It now crossed the Liege-Lodz line, and pushed far to the south past Brzezinski, their attention fixed on the south and west, striving after a great success. An order from the 9th Army, of which I also knew, to secure its flank at Skierniewice did not reach them. Army headquarters was not far enough forward. The 20th, 17th and 9th Army Corps, which were very huddled up, met a strong hostile force north of Lodz on the 17th, and engaged it. Frommel's Cavalry Corps and the Posen Corps advanced but slowly on the east bank of the water. An intercepted wireless revealed to us that the Russians thought of retreating from Lodz. Our satisfaction was great. But the strong will of the Grand Duke held his forces where they were, as we learnt from a further wireless. We suffered a severe disappointment. The Russian troops on the right bank of the Vistula, with the exception of certain units which were to remain near Mlawa, were ordered to cross the Vistula. It was a good thing that this operation was effected somewhat slowly, otherwise General von Morgan's position would have been made still more difficult. The defeated Russian forces retreating through Skierniewice on Warsaw were concentrated due west of the fortress, from which they were to resume their advance. The Russian right wing concentrated round Lodz. Reinforcements from the front of the 2nd and 5th Russian armies, which were not yet involved, pushed north on Ivo-Liashki and west of Lodz. Here they took the 11th Army by surprise, and pressed them hard. The reinforced 25th Reserve Corps, under its trusty leader, General von Schaefer-Boyadel, Chief of Staff Colonel von Marsow, had pushed forward far beyond Brzezinski by the 22nd. Portions of von Richterfen's Cavalry Corps had neared Petrikov and Tomasov. The infantry division southeast of Lodz swung round west, great things were expected. Then the situation changed. The 25th Reserve Corps lost touch with the 20th Army Corps. The enemy near Lodz was not thrown back, but, on the other hand, pressed back the 20th Army Corps, and pushed his way in between the inner wings of the two corps. The Russian forces that had been rallied west of Warsaw pushed forward without opposition from Skierniewice to Brzezinski. The 25th Reserve Corps and the units with it were cut off, being attacked from the south by the portions of the 5th Russian Army which were marching on Koliaszki Station. The details of the various engagements which now developed with the 3rd Guard Division, under General Litzmann, the 25th Reserve Corps and von Richthofen's Cavalry Corps, have been wonderfully described by Captain von Wolfen in a brochure. I can, therefore, refer to it. From enemy wireless messages we learnt in Posen, far from the battlefield, how hopefully the Russians regarded the situation, how they planned the various battles, how they already exulted at the thought of capturing various German corps. They were preparing trains in readiness for the transport of the prisoners. I cannot describe what I then felt. What was at stake? Not only the triumph of the enemy and the capture of so many brave men, but nothing less than a lost campaign. After this defeat, the 9th Army would have had to be withdrawn. What would then have been the position at the end of 1914? The Brzezinski episode closed with a brilliant feat of arms. The surrounded German troops broke through northwards on the night of the 24th–25th of November. They took with them 10,000 prisoners and many captured guns. The units that broke through were brought up between the 20th Army Corps and the 1st Reserve Corps. In this way our front was made much more continuous, and the Russians hurled themselves upon it in vain. The great aim of our operations, the destruction of the Russians in the bend of the Vistula, had not been attained. We had not proved strong enough. Meanwhile, General von Conrad had ordered that Böhm-Ermolli's army, Woysch's detachment, and the Austrian armies as far as Krakow, should attack on November 17. This action resulted in some local successes. It soon died down and ceased to have any strategical interest. From now on to the end of November the Russians pressed the 9th Army hard and attacked further south also, but without much success. At the end of November and beginning of December, when the 1st Division from the 8th Army and the reinforcements from the west had at last arrived, I had an opportunity of resuming, temporarily, my original plan of operations. At the same time, we had to consider how the enemy attacks could be held up, especially those against the 1st Reserve Corps, while these troops were being got into position. Zastrow's corps succeeded in taking Siechenov and Prasnys. The Russians had sent some troops from here to the left bank of the Vistula, but the cavalry divisions made no progress owing to bad weather. Further, the horses were not shod for a winter campaign. The enemy soon made a counter-attack, and Zastrow's corps had again to withdraw to Mlawa. In the bend of the Vistula severe fighting had been resumed everywhere. The 3rd Reserve Corps and the 13th Army Corps were now placed under the command of the 9th Army, and posted on its left wing. In view of the serious position of the 1st Reserve Corps, this was done immediately after they came up. It did not result in concerted action. Perhaps it would have been wiser to propose the formation of a special army detachment, which could have been placed under the direct orders of the commander-in-chief in the east. In this way we should have gained a firmer hold on the operations. The left wing of the 9th Army had now been so strengthened that there was no longer cause for anxiety. It could slowly work its way towards the enemy's positions on the Bzura. But this movement was now merely in the nature of a purely frontal attack and not an enveloping movement on bold lines. At the same time, it was possible for us to attack along the whole front including Woysch's detachment. The 2nd Army Corps had been sent to positions east of Sieradz, and the 48th Reserve Division to reinforce that part of the front held by the Breslau Corps. At the beginning of December, the attack made by the 2nd Army Corps was crowned with success, and they pushed forward in the direction of Lodz. It was unfortunate that this success had not come a fortnight earlier. The Russians evacuated Lodz on December 6 and retired behind the river Myashka. Further south, also, we now gained more ground owing to the enemy having weakened that part of his line in the latter half of November in order to hold Lodz. On December 15, Liege was taken by our northern wing, and on our front there was further local progress. South of Krakow, the situation was acute by the end of November. The Austrian army staff had urgently asked for a German division to reinforce the Austrian front. Reluctantly, we sent the 47th Reserve Division. From a purely theoretical point of view, this appeared to be a mistake, and events proved this to be true. The division only just arrived in time to save the day. General von Conrad intended enveloping the Russian southern wing from the Carpathians. In order to make this plan possible, he had considerably thinned his front. In the eventful battle for Limanova and Saponov, from the 3rd to the 14th of December, he succeeded in beating the Russians west of the river Dunajec. It was a triumph for the Austro-Hungarian army after the many reverses they had suffered since the beginning of the war. Under the pressure of our progress in Poland and Galicia, the Russians fell back behind the Bzura-Rorka sector, the Upper Pilica, the Nidar and the Dunajec. The enveloping forces of General Boroevich from the Carpathians soon came upon a very superior enemy who attacked them without hesitation. The Austro-Hungarian troops which were trying to envelop the enemy were forced back into the Carpathians. Here a state of affairs was developing which was destined to exercise influence of the utmost importance upon the plans for 1915. In the bend of the Vistula, especially on the front of the Ninth Army, some local fighting occurred which ought not to have taken place. We were still inexperienced in trench warfare. There was too much bickering. I should have pursued a bolder policy from the start. The danger was that the gain would not be commensurate with the loss. It is the duty of a leader to guard against that. On the northern bank of the Vistula, the Russians took possession of Plock and penetrated as high up as Włocławek. We were able to hold the heights along the left bank of the Vistula, east of the town, from which we controlled the railway line. Here, however, the flank of the Ninth Army from the mouth of the Bzura to Włocławek was too long and needed constant watching. As it happened, the Vistula did not freeze, and so no danger arose to this army. No change occurred in the situation on the southern frontiers of our country, east of the Vistula. The Eighth Army was able, on the whole, to hold its lines, though fighting was constant and severe. A breakthrough by the Russians in a section of the line between the Masurian lakes proved merely of local importance. On all fronts there was diligent work on the improvement of our positions. During the operations we had great trouble in getting the railway lines, which we had ourselves previously completely destroyed, into working order again. We worked now with might and main to restore them, but considerable time elapsed before the railway communications were really in order. The troops, who were everywhere exhausted, suffered much on account of this. It was particularly regrettable that we were not able to get their Christmas parcels delivered in time. This gave considerable work to the railways, for at that time these tokens of affection flowed in very freely. Leave, too, could not be granted to the extent we desired. Measures for the administration of the occupied part of Poland took up a great deal of time. They are now of no interest. The country had no reason to complain, even though the situation compelled us to remove valuable raw material. We negotiated with Austria-Hungary on the question of the new boundaries of our respective lines of communication. Naturally, the agreements made by me in September, under other conditions, now needed alteration. Unfortunately, General Headquarters and Berlin now interfered in the negotiations, probably at the instigation of Austria-Hungary. This did not help matters, as the authorities in question were not acquainted with the actual facts. But this also is now of no account. In the course of my duties, I was obliged to occupy myself with a number of military political questions which brought me more annoyance than satisfaction. A shadow fell on the proud satisfaction with which we contemplated the development of events on the Eastern Front. The Austrian army had suffered a heavy reverse in Serbia. At the end of November it had penetrated far into that country. Belgrade had been taken on the 2nd of December. Austria-Hungary rejoiced greatly. Yet, as early as the days of the capture of Lodz and the Battle of Limanova, the Austrian troops were retiring from Serbia, defeated. They were no longer an effective fighting instrument. At first they had underestimated their opponents, now they went to the other extreme, and overestimated them. The enemy's numbers alone terrified them. This superstition, and a certain feeling of impotence in the face of the Russians, have proved too much for the courage of the Austrian army. The staff lived together on good terms in the castle at Posen. Common cares and common glory united us. We got into the habit of sitting together for a time after dinner. We used to sit at a round table on which stood a palm, the gift of Her Majesty our Kaiserin, a true German woman, of whom I always think with the greatest admiration. This short hour was a great relaxation to me in the midst of the almost crushing work of those 4 months of war. A great battle had been fought and won. New problems were ahead of us. Germany and Austria-Hungary had been saved from the Russian danger. All the Grand Duke's plans were shattered. His attack on the East Prussian frontier, his advance on the west bank of the Vistula, and, with this, all the Entente's hope of a victorious finish of the war in the year 1914 had fallen to the ground. The surrender of the eastern portion of East Prussia and of a large part of Galicia, hard as it was of no consequence compared with these results. The second part of the campaign in Poland was, also, an achievement. There is little in military history that can compare with it. Our troops, which had been constantly fighting or on the move since the beginning of August, had shown themselves beyond all praise. Once more they had been victorious against an enemy with nearly twice their numbers. It was only with such leaders and such men that it proved actually possible for us to translate bold plans into action against such superior forces. Honor and perpetual remembrance to the German Army of 1914. Chapter: The Winter Battle in Masuria. February to March, 1915. 1. The 1914 campaign had not brought a decision, and I could not see how one was to be reached in 1915. At the end of the year, 4 new army corps were formed which were to be ready in February. The experience with the new formations of the autumn, 1914, had taught us our lesson. These corps were stronger than the earlier formations, in that each company had a percentage of war-hardened and particularly able officers, non-commissioned officers and men. The higher positions also were well filled. Naturally, I wished the 4 corps to be under the Eastern Command, in order further to maintain our pressure on the Russians and break down their resistance as far as our strength made that possible. We were planning a new hammer blow in West Prussia. Such a blow would also have been of strategical value in the Carpathians if the Hungarian railways had been better developed in days of peace. By the end of the year the Austro-Hungarian General Staff were already afraid that Przemysl would fall in the spring, and anticipated an invasion of Hungary by strong hostile forces. The Russians had in the meantime continued their attacks on General Borojevich's army, and won the crest of the Carpathians. General von Conrad now wanted to undertake a counter-attack himself on a large scale, and relieve Przemysl at the same time. I considered the reinforcement of the Austrian army in the Carpathians necessary, in view of its internal condition, all the more so, if the Russian army could not be attacked vigorously at some other point. Whether it would be possible to do this in East Prussia was still questionable. It was not yet known whether those 4 new corps were to be placed at our disposal. I was accordingly obliged to support the suggestion that German forces should be sent to Hungary, even though they were taken from the forces at the disposal of the commander-in-chief in the east. The 9th Army in Poland was packed very tight. Positions were being prepared. The war in the west had taught us that on the defensive, in a war of positions, considerably longer fronts could be allowed than had up to now been thought possible. A number of divisions could be withdrawn from the 9th Army for use elsewhere. The idea of continuing the frontal attacks here or south of the river Pilica, which had been suggested from one quarter, I rejected. The following units were released for the Hungarian front: the headquarters staff of the 2nd Army Corps, the 1st Inf Division, 48th Reserve Division, as well as a special brigade of 3 regiments, out of which a Guard Division was formed later, and the 5th Cavalry Division at the same time. Still further reserves were withdrawn for disposal by the Commander-in-Chief in the east. If it were possible to carry out the offensive proposed by General von Conrad, with the help of the reinforcements in view, it would be better than mere defense. General von Conrad, on his side, decided to reduce the number of troops on the Serbian front, as far as conditions would allow, and send all available forces to the Carpathians. He proposed to deliver the main attack on Przemysl with the bulk of his forces between the Usick and Dukla passes. East of that point, the German troops, reinforced by Austrian formations, and styled the German Southern Army, under the command of General von Linsingen, a particularly far-seeing and zealous leader, were to follow the advance of the main forces on Przemysl as right flank echelon. The German Southern Army was too weak to make an encircling movement possible, as that would necessarily have involved an extension far out to the Bukovina. Moreover, the railway system was not sufficient to carry out such a plan. While these operations were being discussed, I was surprised by a telegram from our general headquarters, stating that I had been made Chief of Staff of the Southern Army. Field Marshal von Hindenburg did not want to part with me. He wrote fully to H.M. the Kaiser, asking to be allowed to retain me, and in the position I had hitherto held. Meanwhile, as once before at Insterberg, I said goodbye to the members of the staff, and entered on my new duties, convinced that I should shortly return. On the journey through the Carpathians I had an interview in Breslau with Generals von Conrad and von Falkenhayn, when the details of the deployment and the operations were settled. In particular, the equipment of the troops was discussed. General von Conrad considered that mountain equipment was not necessary. But when, later, I paid a visit to the concentration area, I was thoroughly convinced of the absolute necessity of such an equipment and lost not a moment in securing some. We were warmly welcomed by the population of Hungary, as indeed later when we freed Transylvania. But once we had done our duty, their gratitude soon waned. All sorts of things occurred that made life uncomfortable for our troops. The Magyars are a strong and masterful people, but they lacked understanding of the common interests of Austria-Hungary and the just wishes and needs of the numerous nationalities living in Hungary. Hungary was the stronger half of the dual monarchy, and misused her position to further a disastrous foreign policy on the part of the empire against Serbia and Romania. Unfortunately, we made no protest. The headquarters of the staff of the Southern Army was at Munkacs. General von Linsingen and I traveled from there through the concentration area, and settled the question of its relations to the neighboring commands and the Austrian troops, who were already in position in the mountains, and were to join up with the Southern Army. The troops were insufficiently provided for, not only as regards the preparation of positions, but also shelter. Much had to be made good. On a walk through the wooded hills, I once came across a sentry. He gave me a message in some, I forget which, foreign language. Even the Austrian officers who accompanied me could not understand him. From this incident I gained some idea of the difficulties with which this army had to contend. These difficulties were aggravated by the fact that nationalities were much mixed in the regiments, in order to make them more reliable. Czech and Romanian regiments had gone over to the enemy. Men of these nationalities were now distributed among many regiments. But these measures did no good. They lowered the inherent value of the brave Hungarian, and particularly good German regiments, and aggravated the language difficulty to an extraordinary degree. Once more, as at the time of my journey to New Sandeck, in September, 1914, I gained an impression of the complete lack of development of all the races which did not belong to the ruling nationalities. One of my journeys took me to the villages of Hugues. I shall never forget the poor housing conditions of this unhappy people. How different were things in Germany, thanks to the wise measures of her princes, and how high culture and progress stood among us as compared with Austria-Hungary. When I saw those huts in Hugues, I realized that this nation could not know what it was fighting for. Austria-Hungary had been very negligent. As an allied power we should have known how to prevent it. Had the dual monarchy and the Austro-Hungarian army accomplished even half of what could properly have been expected of them, German troops need not have been brought in such masses to reinforce their fronts. In the long run we should have had more troops at our disposal for the Western Front. I admit that Austria-Hungary complained that we had failed in France in the autumn of 1914, and that they had been exposed single-handed to Russia's overwhelming numbers. In any case, it was fatal for us that we were allied with decaying states like Austria-Hungary and Turkey. A Jew in Radom once said to one of my officers that he could not understand why so strong and vital a body as Germany should ally itself with a corpse. He was right. But Germany was not to obtain any vigorous battle allies. We even neglected to infuse any new life into our perishing allies. I only got to know the condition of affairs in Austria-Hungary in the course of the war. I had never had any opportunity previously. I was utterly amazed. Our responsible authorities had realized that the dual monarchy had become the sick man of Europe, but failed to draw the correct conclusions from it. We should have kept faith with her and led her, instead of binding ourselves to her and seconding her strong but one-sided policy. My stay in Munkacs was not of long duration. At the end of January I was again in Posen in mighty old position. I had had an exciting time, and found that I had missed nothing of importance. 2. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief in the east had been advised by General Headquarters that during the first half of February 3 new corps and the 21st Army Corps could be placed at his disposal for the eastern theatre of war. General Headquarters had considered that the replacement of the 21st Corps by a new corps was necessary in view of the fact that its reserves consisted of men from Alsace-Lorraine. The unreliability displayed by some of the troops from the Reichsland on the West Front increased as the war went on. They were, therefore, generally sent to the east. Of course, this meant that many loyal Alsace-Lorraine subjects had to suffer, but it was not possible to do justice to each individual. For the 1918 offensive in France, all the younger classes were withdrawal from the army in the east. This applied also to the corresponding classes of Alsace-Lorraine troops, and gave rise to complaints from some of the men. On the Eastern Front, the Alsace-Lorraine troops fought excellently, and the 21st Corps even with distinction. It had been arranged with General Headquarters that as soon as the 4 Corps were detrained, they should be concentrated for a blow at the Russian forces facing the 8th Army. The experience of Tannenberg and the Battle of the Masurian Lakes had shown us that a great and rapid success in battle was only to be obtained when the enemy was attacked on two sides. We now had the possibility of carrying out two enveloping movements, one from the Tilsit-Władysław-Kalwaria direction, with a strong group of 3 corps, which were to be assembled between the Niemen and the road from Insterburg to Gumbinnen, and another with the 40th Reserve Corps, to which the 2nd Inf Division and the 4th Cavalry Division were attached, between Lake Sperding and the frontier from the direction of Biala-Raygrod or Gustowo and the south. Simultaneously, the enemy was to be pinned down by a frontal attack. Both our opponents' wings were weak. We could hope to gain a lot of ground before the enemy main forces could get away from our frontal attack. Both our thrusting wings were to surround the enemy, the earlier the better. If we succeeded in annihilating the enemy, it might be possible, whilst guarding our flank against any move from the Kovno-Grodno direction, to attack the Osowiec-Grodno line, and take the Bobr crossing near Osowiec from the rear. This presupposed that the long flank stretching through Włocławek, Mlawa and Johannesburg to Osowiec held firm. The result would be even more favorable for us if, simultaneously with the offensive on the eastern frontier of East Prussia, a move could be made from the Włocławek-Johannesburg line, and we could gain ground towards the Narew, and attack Osowiec. I tried to realize this plan, because in this case we would forestall the Russians all along the line. It remained to be seen whether, later on, we should be able to take the Russian main forces west of the Vistula in the rear. A leader must weigh up all such possibilities, otherwise he would live from hand to mouth, and thus endanger the conduct of the campaign and the safety of the troops. Grim reality takes care that plans do not go beyond what troops can accomplish in the way of overcoming the enemy's resistance. The measures which I took as a result of this course of reasoning completely upset the enemy's calculations, which had become known. The Entente hoped to win the war in 1915 through Russia. While the Grand Duke intended an offensive in full force in the Carpathians, strong Russian forces were, according to the so-called gigantic plan, to be sent forward between the Niemen and the Gumbinnen-Insterburg road against the weak north wing of the 8th Army, crush it in, envelop the army, and throw it back to the Vistula. Other troops, especially masses of cavalry, were to break through our weak forces between Mlawa and the Vistula, and invade West Prussia. The stretch of Prussian territory east of the Vistula was to be overrun, and the German troops which occupied it were to be annihilated. In January, a reinforcement of the enemy's front opposite the left wing of the 8th Army was perceptible. It is very probable that the advance of the Russians towards the Włocławek-Mlawa line east of the Vistula in December 1914 had been made with this intention. The completion of the one operation was here, as in the Carpathians, the introduction to another. The execution of the gigantic plan was still only in its first stages, but the Russians had already fixed their eyes firmly on the country east of the Vistula. As early as the beginning of January they had taken away troops from their front west of the Vistula in order to use them in the north. If we forestalled their plans by our own, we should certainly have to reckon with strong counter-attacks across both the Niemen and the Narew. These counter-attacks were actually made, and indeed with such force and continuity that we had a very hard time of it. The Grand Duke was a really great soldier and strategist. Flank protection on the Kovno-Olota side, on the one hand, and the Osowiec-Lomza side on the other, was to be secured mainly by those units of the 8th Army which would become available owing to the shortening of the front. This would result from the enveloping movements to be carried out by both wings in the direction of Grodno. At the beginning of February, while the 4 Corps were being deployed, the 20th Army Corps of the 9th Army was sent to the neighborhood southeast of Ortelsburg to reinforce the southern front. It was ready to move on Lomza and Myskinjets also. Next, the 1st Reserve Corps and the 6th Cavalry Division were sent to Willenberg, the 3rd Inf Division to Neidenburg, and the 1st Guard Reserve Division from General Woysch's army detachment to the neighborhood of Soldau. The deployment of these troops would be complete by about the 20th of February. They had been moved very late intentionally. We feared that the withdrawal of troops on such a large scale from occupied Poland could not be kept secret, and might disclose our plan for an offensive in East Prussia. I attached the utmost importance to secrecy for the success of our operations. Later on, some more divisions were withdrawn from the front west of the Vistula, a move which was made possible by the fact that the enemy, too, was weakening his front there. These troop movements were a complicated game that required our closest attention. Now that all this is past, a natural question suggests itself. Was it wise to send German troops to the Carpathians? Undoubtedly they were badly missed in our winter campaign east of the Vistula, where their rightful place was. But they were needed still more in the Carpathians, owing to the immediate condition of the Austrian army, which required stiffening. I should, however, have found it considerably more difficult to recommend the sending of reinforcements had I at the time realized that we would be given the 4 Army Corps. I am unable to judge whether or not our general headquarters was at this juncture in a position to release more troops from the west for the east, as they actually did in April. Naturally, every addition to our forces in the east would have been welcome. But the great decision to stake everything against Russia was not taken until a later date. 3. In the meantime, local fighting had continued in the Polish salient of the Vistula. It was doubtful how far this engaged the attention of the Russians. On the whole, one cannot expect any great advantage from such diversions as long as the enemy's troops are to be relied upon and remain steadfast. They only become of importance when the command feels it is losing its grip of affairs as the result of unfavorable events. As soon, however, as demonstrations develop into tactical actions which may produce fairly important local successes, matters assume quite a different aspect. In order to make the Russians believe that our offensive was to continue, the 9th Army was to attack in full force in the neighborhood of Barlomo at the end of January. For this purpose our general headquarters placed 18,000 rounds of gas shells at our disposal. It is characteristic of our ideas at that time that this amount of ammunition was considered something quite exceptional. In the east we were never short of ammunition. We always had as much as was possible for the supply services to bring up on the bad roads during open warfare, and in trench warfare no great dumps were made in those days. In the west, however, conditions were different, ammunition was very short there indeed. None of the warring nations had estimated correctly either the effects of concentrated artillery fire, or the consumption of ammunition. When I was director of the operations department before the war, I continually pointed out the necessity of increasing our ammunition supplies in peace to such an output that it would last until deliveries were forthcoming under war contracts. I was unsuccessful in getting even anywhere near the required amount, but even if my proposals had been adopted, there would have been a shortage, because the rate of consumption was too enormous. But we should, at any rate, have been able to overcome the crisis sooner, and perhaps got well ahead with our output instead of always remaining behind the demand lute. Colonel Bauer had, as early as the autumn of 1914, done his best to speed up supplies. The 9th Army's attack near Barlomo took place on January 31st. The weather was too cold for a gas attack, though that as yet we did not realize. Other things, too, did not turn out as we could have wished. We took a few thousand prisoners, but otherwise, from a tactical point of view, our success was small. All the same, our attack made a great impression on the Russians, and strategically our hopes were realized. The deployment of the 4 Corps detail to make the attack started at the beginning of February and went off smoothly. On the 6th of February it was completed. We moved our headquarters to Insterburg. We did not find it easy to say goodbye to Posen, where we had passed through great and eventful times. But Insterburg called up pleasant memories of the events of September, 1914. For these operations the 10th Army headquarters, General von Eichhorn, with Colonel Hell as his chief of staff, was placed under the orders of the commander-in-chief in the east. There would have been too many units for the 8th Army headquarters to manage alone. I was very pleased with this new arrangement, for it is easier to operate with 2 army staffs than with 1. I had learnt this from my campaign in Poland. The 10th Army was placed north of the 8th, and the boundary of their respective areas ran approximately through Darkamen. The enveloping group of the 10th Army, the 21st Army Corps, 39th, 38th Reserve Corps, from right to left, had taken up positions between Ragnit and the big forests northeast of Insterburg, and were covered by the 1st Cavalry Division and the 5th Guard Infantry Brigade as well as by the main reserve, now the Königsberg Landwehr Division, on the Great Insterburg Road. Then followed, on a line to Lake Sperding, the 3rd Reserve Division, 3rd Landwehr Division, with a heavy Levin of Landsturm, and the 5th Infantry Brigade. The attacking group of the 8th Army, under General von Litzmann, was placed as follows: the 2nd Imp Division west of Johannesburg, the 40th Reserve Corps south of it, as far as the frontier, and following it, the 4th Cavalry Division. Landsturm formations lined the frontier. The 20th Army Corps was completing its detraining behind the right wing of the STH Army, near Ortelsburg. This corps had come from the 9th Army, and was to move forward behind General Litzmann's attacking wing, to Lomza, and then feel its way past Maiskinjets towards the River Naru. The withdrawal of the other troops and their transfer to the Mlawa direction was in full swing. General von Gallwitz was to take over the command between the Vistula and the Orschitz, and push south as soon as he had concentrated his forces. It remained to be seen how far the German troops who were advancing into North Poland would be able to get. An offensive here would be the best way of helping the operation by the 10th and 8th Armies and forestalling any counter-attacks by the enemy. The winter battle was inaugurated on the 7th of February, on which day General von Litzmann initiated operations. The rest of the STH Army and the 10th Army were not to advance and open their attack before the 8th of February. Only the barest outlines of the operations could be given by orders, the rest had to be left to the judgment of the army commands. But the same tactical views were shared by all, so success was assured everywhere. Even during the battle itself, the commander-in-chief in the east had but few dispositions to make. I had to be thinking of the next move and the covering of the flanks. I did not find it easy to start the army off on its task. The winter was cold. An exceptionally fierce snowstorm had been raging since the 4th or 5th of February, roads and railways were buried, and it was difficult to get ahead off the beaten track. Snow drifts, as high as a man, were succeeded by bare places covered with thin ice. However, no alteration was made in the original scheme. The Russians had even greater difficulties to contend with, because their supply trains had been sent on ahead. Our troops were equipped for a winter campaign, and the transport had been put on runners, though these proved later to be unpractical, for they could not be used on roads which were only covered with snow in places. The feats performed by man and horse during the following days are beyond description, and forever redound to their honor. The heads of the marching columns worked their way laboriously through the snow drifts. Wagons got stuck in the snow. The column stopped and got longer and longer. The infantry edged their way past the wagons and guns, and tried to catch up with those in front. 10 to 12 horses were harnessed to guns and ammunition wagons. So the roads were gradually covered with long marching columns, infantry pushing ahead, interspersed with only a few guns and still fewer ammunition wagons. For the night or when fighting was taking place, the columns closed up a little. After a few days the weather changed. The roads became impassable. Great pools of water covered the frozen ground off the roads and the surface of the marshes. It was lucky that by our wide encircling movement we captured provisions from the enemy's provision columns, for otherwise the whole operation would have had to be broken off through failure of supply. The commands and the subordinate staffs had to face extraordinary difficulties. It was a long time before battle-worthy units could be brought up when an engagement with the enemy took place. Orders could not be transmitted, wires were broken down by the storm, messages did not arrive. And yet the most wonderful things were accomplished. The operation, like most operations, did not pass without friction, which prejudiced the strategical unity. General Litzmann's troops made good progress on the 7th. They got as far as Johannesburg and further south crossed the Pisa. On the 8th they took Johannesburg, and during the following days, their flank secured against any enemy movement from Osowiec, they pressed forward to Raygrod, where they met with strong opposition. An enemy attack from the direction of Osowiec was met and repulsed. At the same time the center of the 8th Army, following close on the heels of the enemy who were giving way along the whole front, was approaching Lyck. Both leaders and troops spared no effort to accelerate the advance, but progress was too slow for the strategic combination as a whole. Lyck, which was splendidly defended by the 3rd Siberian Corps, only fell on the morning of the 14th. This corps escaped annihilation and withdrew via Augustowo behind the marshes of the Upper Bobr. After the fall of Lyck, progress was rapid. By the night of the I6th I7th General Litzmann was in Augustowo after further heavy fighting. I now endeavored to push forward the right wing of the STH army from Raygrod due east via Tino, south of Augustowo, to Starbin, Krasnobor and the Bobr, so as to come in on the flank of the 3rd Siberian Corps once more. But the STH army did not consider this to be practicable, owing to the condition of the roads. Very early in the operations, whilst our columns were still marching on Augustowo, the 3rd Reserve Division, the 5th Infantry Brigade and the 11th Landwehr Division had gradually been withdrawn from this battle front and pushed forward for the protection of the armies against attacks from the Osowiec-Lomza line. Osowiec was to be invested and stormed. It was now certain that strong forces were gathering in the neighborhood of Lomza, and the portion of the 20th Army Corps stationed there was no longer sufficient. In the meantime, the enveloping movement of the 10th Army had been completed. By the night of the 10th-11th, after extraordinary forced marches and incredible efforts, the center of this army, moving on the Tilsit-Kavaria line, had reached the Insterburg-Kovno road near Werballen, and when Lyck fell on the 14th, the infantry columns were already due north of the Great Augustowo forest near Suwałki Sejny. The retreating Russian army was attacked vigorously in the flank and forced southwards. They were apparently taken by surprise again, just as at the beginning of our offensive from Upper Silesia and Hohensalza. In this connection, our intelligence service did good work by spreading false rumors and preventing the enemy from obtaining information. The Russians and the Entente did not succeed in getting news of these movements. It is, indeed, extremely difficult to obtain accurate information about the enemy, especially in time for it to be of any use. If it were otherwise, conducting a campaign with inferior numbers would not be such an extraordinarily difficult task. We were favored by luck at Tannenberg. Some parts of the Russian army which had retired towards Kovno thus stood on our flank, and attacked us incessantly with a view to holding up our advance. It was in vain. They were thrown back on the Kovno-Olata line by the troops protecting the flank of the 10th Army. On the evening of the 14th it seemed as though it would be possible to complete the envelopment of the enemy due east of Augustowo. General von Eichhorn diverted his left wing in this direction. On the 15th and 16th the advance guard of the 21st Army Corps advanced on the Sejny-Augustowo chaussee, far into the forest, but here they were overrun by Russian columns pouring back eastwards, and part was taken prisoner. Up to February 18th forces of the 10th Army pushed on boldly along the northern edge of the forest to the vicinity of Grodno. Here they took up a position facing west with their rear close to the fortifications. This bold and venturesome movement cut off the enemy's retreat. Other German troops penetrated the forest from the north, and after the capture of Augustowo reached the Grodno-Lipsk chaussee and the Bobr below Krasnobor, fighting all the way. At Lipsk the ring was closed. The position of our troops before Grodno was exceedingly hazardous. On the 20th and 21st violent attacks were made from the fortress where the Russian reinforcements had assembled. The Russians made repeated attacks from the Augustowo forest, into which they had poured in their retreat. The German troops stood firm, though suffering heavy losses. It was a brilliant piece of work for the 21st Army Corps, and its leader, General Fritz von Below, who afterwards made good as an army commander in the West, had reason to be proud of his troops and his own forcefulness. The staff of the 10th Army could claim a share of the glory with good conscience. A few days later the masses of Russian troops surging in the Augustowo forest and defending themselves desperately, surrendered. The battle was at an end. 4. The tactical results of the winter campaign in Masuria were important: 110,000 prisoners and many hundred guns. The Russian 10th Army had been annihilated, and Russia's strength was once more perceptibly reduced. The original plan of operations had comprised an attack on Osowiec with the help of the heaviest possible direct fire. Of that part of the attacking armies which had reached the upper Bobr south of Augustowo, during the fighting in the forest, the 38th and 40th Reserve Corps, the 2nd Inf Division and the 4th Cavalry Division were to have crossed the river. Before they could do so, however, they had become partly involved in that tremendous fight in the forest which preceded the destruction of the 10th Russian Army. I had awaited the end of this fighting with increasing suspense. The section of the 8th Army which had been employed here, the Litzmann Group, joined the 10th Army. The 8th Army received instructions to effect the attack on Osowiec from Grajewo and take over the defense of East Prussia against Russian attacks from that point to the Orschitz. Our troops did not succeed in getting through the marshes of the upper Bobr in spite of repeated and obstinate attempts. We wanted frost, but heavy rain continued to fall without ceasing. It was hardly possible to remain in the forest and marsh district. The upper Bobr could only be crossed by the existing causeways. The bridges had been destroyed. The 3rd Siberian Corps, which had escaped at Lyck, offered a brave resistance, and the desperate stand of the Russians in the Augustowo forest had given them time to strengthen the defenses of the Grodno-Osowiec sector. Our troops were worn out by the bad weather and the strain of the operations. They reported that the Russians were stationed south of the channel in concrete positions. That seemed quite possible, although we were very skeptical. Subsequently, in the year 1906, Lieutenant Colonel Hoffman inspected the Russian positions, but saw no concrete works. The wearier attacking troops are, the stronger does the position to be attacked appear to them, and they give the enemy credit for strength he does not possess. This is a very human trait. It did not have any influence on the decisions we came to, for the young contingents were undoubtedly exhausted and this necessitated fresh measures. Meanwhile, the attack on Osowiec had not made any headway either. In spite of our powerful artillery, it defied frontal attack, as the commanding heights on the southern bank of the Bobr could not be reached at all points. Under these circumstances, I could not conceal from myself that this great victory had been deprived of its full strategical results. Army headquarters were called on to make grave and difficult decisions. In the first place, the order was given to discontinue the attacks on the Bobr and Osowiec. The 10th Army could not remain where it was. Very strong forces were needed to protect our flanks on the east, the Olota-Kovno direction, but they were not available. Communication with the rear and the conditions under which the army was living had become too difficult owing to the inclemency of the weather. They could not be borne for long. The broad-gauge railway built by the Russians from Margraboa via Rachki to Suwałki could do little to ameliorate this state of affairs. The roads and tracks were too bad, the weather too unfavorable, and the horses too exhausted. Our transport could hardly get on at all on the high roads with their thin surface of worn stones. Besides, we had very little available. The army had to return to conditions under which it could live and recuperate. All this made it urgently necessary that the 10th Army should face about and withdraw. At the very beginning of the operations, orders had been given for the construction of rear positions east of Augustowo-Suwałki reaching as far as the Nymen. The work was immediately put in bend by labor companies as soon as we had conquered this district. These positions, although only in an early stage, now offered a certain amount of support. The 10th Army received orders for its right wing to wheel and retire to the prepared line. It was left to that army itself to carry out the details of the movement and also decide whether the left wing should withdraw the same distance or only as far as the Kaiwarija-Pilwishki line. It was to be presumed that the enemy would press closely after them. At the same time, the 8th Army had received instructions to release forces which were urgently required further west. The great Russian counter-attacks had begun against our long flank on the southern frontier of West and East Prussia. Further, the Russians were keeping us busy to the north of the Zemen. The battle raged all round German territory east of the Vistula. Quiet reigned in the Polish bend of the Vistula. The Austrian army's offensive for the relief of Przemysl had been unsuccessful. The Russians very soon made counterattacks. Przemysl would have to be left to its fate. On the whole eastern front we were now faced by the prospect of heavy Russian attacks. 5. After the Augustowo forest had been cleared and the wounded removed, at the beginning of March, General von Eichhorn, in accordance with instructions, withdrew his right to the defensive line, and his left north of the Augustowo forest as far as Sejny and south of Kalwarija. He proposed to fall on the pursuing Russians again and defeat them by enveloping their right wing. The idea was a good one and in accordance with the resolute spirit prevailing at army headquarters. The days from the 9th to the 11th of March witnessed a fresh success, for the newly formed 10th Russian Army suffered defeat. But the troops needed rest so much and the weather was so bad that the army command had reluctantly to decide to give up any idea of further attacks and have recourse to position warfare, especially as more troops had to be transferred to the 8th Army and Gorwitz detachment. The left wing remained in the neighborhood of Kaiwarija-Mariampol-Pilwishki. About the middle of March the Russians hurled themselves against these positions, but a period of quiet gradually set in. The Russian attacks on the southern front became more and more determined and the fighting more and more violent. During General Litzmann's advance from Johannesburg through Biala in the early days of the winter battle, the 20th Army Corps and the 41st Inf Division, with some Landsturm, had pushed forward on the Johannesburg-Kovro road towards Loma so as to cut this fortress off from the north. The 37th Inf Division were pressing forward via my skinjets. The 41st Inf Division encountered the enemy in front of the fortifications of Lomza, and was just strong enough to isolate the sector between the Pisa and the Sksusen Star Whiskey Lomza Road. The 3rd Reserve Division and the 5th Infantry Brigade only came up by degrees. They were to cover the long sector between Star Whiskey and the Bobre, whilst the 11th Landwehr Division began the attack on Oso Week. The arrival of the 3rd Reserve Division and the 5th Infantry Brigade coincided with an attack from Lomza by the Russian Guard and the 5th Army Corps from the 21st of February onwards. Heavy fighting developed to the north of the fortresses. The German troops fought heroically, but the crisis was grave. One morning the Chief of Staff of the 8th Army reported to me that the line of the 3rd Reserve Division had been pierced. However, Hay managed to recover and hold fast, as the Russians relaxed their efforts. For a long time their situation and, of course, that of the force besieging Oso Week, were very critical. It was not until the arrival of the 1st Landwehr Division before Lomza early in March that our front was so strongly held that I was able to regard all danger east of the Pisa as past. The steadfastness of the troops, and especially the 3rd Reserve Division, had resulted in a brilliant defensive victory. General von Scholtz took over command of this sector, and his sphere of command was subsequently extended as far as the Schwa. General von Scholtz had already held commands at the Battle of Tannenberg and in Poland with great distinction. He was considerably senior in the service to the commander of the 8th Army, General Otto von Below, but the general readily took service under his younger comrade. Between the Pisa and the Auschwitz, General von Stobbs, with his 37th Inf Division and the Landsturm stationed there, had gained ground in the direction of the Naru. Before long the Russians were considerably reinforced here. They attacked incessantly from Novograd, and, especially with the 4th Siberian Corps, from Ostrolenka. The fighting became increasingly severe, and more of the troops who had taken part in the winter battle had to be transferred to this point. By degrees there arrived from the 10th Army the 2nd Inf Division, the 75th Reserve Division, the 10th Landwehr Division and the 4th Cavalry Division, but in the end even these were not enough. The 76th Reserve Division from the 10th Army was sent there also after being transferred for a time to the west of the Auschwitz, under General von Gallwitz. Owing to the character of the country, with its great stretches of marsh intersected by patches of forest and narrow defiles covered with scraggy pines, the fighting here was broken up into local actions. It placed heavy responsibility on the subordinate commands and officers of lower rank. Man fought with man. Though these local crises seemed interminable and the fighting dragged on into April, we were still over the frontier when it came to an end. After the middle of February fighting was in full swing west of the Auschwitz also. General von Gallwitz, an enterprising and resourceful soldier, and a man with a variety of interests in every sphere of life, was one of the best leaders in our army. He strengthened the weak front to the west of Mlawa, and in the middle of February pushed forward here up the Vistula as far as Plock. Here once more we forestalled the Russian plans and made a thrust into their area of concentration. Meanwhile, the German reinforcements had taken up their positions on the Neidenberg-Willenberg front, the left wing of Gallwitz's detachment. The situation seemed to promise that a fresh attack in the direction of Prasnys would dislodge the enemy troops facing the 17th Reserve Corps. A general advance of Gallwitz's detachment to the line of the Naru would then be possible. At that time this seemed important strategically. The attack against Oso Week and the Upper Bobre was still in progress. Every local success achieved by General von Gallwitz improved the general position and our prospects for further engagements. We were in a state of great tension. General von Gallwitz attacked on February 22, in the direction of Prasnys, with portions of the 17th Reserve Corps, the 1st Reserve Corps and the 3rd Inf Division. General von Morgan stormed this very strongly fortified town on the 24th. The situation was everywhere favorable when it was reported that strong Russian forces were advancing between the Siechenov-Mlawa Road and the Auschwitz, and had already outflanked General von Morgan. Reconnoitering by means of aeroplanes was not possible in those days, and we were very poorly equipped as regards flying squadrons. Our cavalry patrols could not get through, and finally infantry outposts were in contact everywhere. On February 27, in face of the attack by the Siberian Corps, Prasnys had to be abandoned with very heavy losses on our side. General von Morgan retreated towards the Jano-Korschil line, at the frontier. The Russians did not press on so hard to the north, but their attacks towards Mlawa were extremely vigorous. The local commanders proposed to hold the frontier position in course of construction to the south of Tannenberg, Wilhelmsburg, but I made the 1st Reserve Corps stand further south. Here, also, the fighting became very violent. Up to March 7 the Russians attacked incessantly between Mlawa and Courcheil, and suffered very heavy losses, but in vain. At this time there was fighting on the whole of the eastern and southern front of East and West Prussia. The 10th Army had completed its withdrawal, Weald, and was now beginning its counter-attack north of the Augustowo forest. Near Lomza the crisis was at an end, but no conclusion had yet been reached between the Pisa and Mlawa. Every day I had to make innumerable tactical and other decisions. The commanders on the southern front were appealing continuously for reinforcements, but the 10th Army still thought it could bring off to success, even if only a local one, and was therefore reluctant to part with troops. In the meantime further reinforcements from the 10th Army had reached General von Gallwitz and the right wing of the 8th Army. We were now strong enough to make a counterattack on both sides of the Auschwitz against the enemy, who had been weakened during the last few days by heavy 7 losses. Our advance took place from the 8th to the 12th of March, and ceased north of Prasnys. The Russians replied with heavy counter-attacks. On March ISTH they taught our troops near Jednorishets that swamps are no sure protection against the enemy. Our soldiers connected the idea of swamps with the idea of being Su-7 allowed up, but the Russians, as children of nature, knew 7 better. The swamps in the region of the fighting were only frozen in places. In others they were not deep, and covered a firm, non-porous bed, so it was possible to wade through them. At the end of March the fighting to the west of the Auschwitz died down. Here it was possible to withdraw the 76th Reserve Division and transfer them to the east of the river. We were also able to release the 6th Cavalry Division west of the Auschwitz. They were urgently needed north of the Pregel. Gallwitz's detachment had achieved great successes, and this officer also was justified in being proud of his troops. They had defended themselves against an enormous numerical superiority and even forced the enemy back. From the end of March and beginning of April onwards the troops on the whole of the southern front could at last enjoy the rest they longed for. The engagements from Lomza to Mlawa are not so well known. In the East Germany only thought of big successes. It was no longer possible to achieve these by such obvious means. The Grand Duke's great counter-move against the victory of the winter, the attack on the Naru against our weak flank, and also part of the Entente's plan of campaign for the year 1915 had all been frustrated. The troops, both collectively and individually, had fought in a manner worthy of the great achievements of the past. Old and new formations had vied with one another in battle. There was more staying power in the old formations. The Landwehr and Landsturm forces had done valuable work. The command was fully competent for its task and the campaign of the past winter had been a splendid military achievement. 6. Apart from the big decisive actions, engagements had been taking place north of the Pregel since the middle of February. On both sides they were only conducted by Landsturm and Landwehr troops, and had no strategic importance, but they kept us occupied and always on the alert. At the beginning of February the Russians were still on Prussian territory northeast of Tilsit, and we were justified in our desire to wrest this last small corner of German soil from the power of the enemy. The task was entrusted to the governor of Königsberg, General von Papritz, with the Landsturm forces stationed there, reinforced by some artillery. Tauroggen was seized on February 18. The name Tauroggen is bound up with great historical memories, and it was a misfortune for the two states, now at war, that they forsook that road of Russo-German friendship which Tauroggen symbolizes. The peace which reigned once more north of the Pregel was rudely broken on the 17th of March by an inroad near Memel and Tauroggen of a Russian force composed of home defense and frontier guard formations. They took us by surprise whilst we were still devoting all our attention to events elsewhere. It is true that there had been rumors of the concentration of enemy forces on the Russian side of the frontier near Memel. But there had been so many rumors, and hitherto they had not materialized. Moreover, there was no reason whatever to expect a Russian attempt in that neighborhood. The Russian horde advanced on Memel, which the Landsturm forces abandoned. We heard of this through a telephone girl, who rang us up and gave us this news when the Russians were actually in the post Omsi. I endeavored to obtain the Iron Cross of the second class for this young girl, Fräulein Erika Rostel. This was not possible, but she afterwards received a gold watch from the state. The Russians took Tauroggen at the same time and pushed on in the direction of Tilsit. The actions on the other fronts had used up the reserves. The general officers commanding of the 2nd Army Corps District had now to send an Ersatz battalion to replace them from Stettin, a proof of how freely we had spent ourselves, and how severely our strength had been taxed by the engagements which had taken place since the beginning of February. On March 21 Memel was freed, and on the 22nd 3,000 people who had been carried off were recovered from the enemy. The Russians had wrought incredible havoc. Tauroggen fell on March 29. The 6th Cavalry Division were transferred to that district and from that time guarded it from the Lithuanian side of the frontier. East Prussia was once more free, and henceforth was spared any further enemy invasion. It was now possible to begin the work of reconstruction. Since the middle of February our headquarters had been at Lützen. These were hard days for me until the beginning of April. I had to abandon the hopes I had entertained of making immediate strategical use of the advantages gained by the winter battle. Tactically this battle had been successful, and that filled me with satisfaction. It was nice to know that the Grand Duke's heavy attacks had been shattered, and that we stood everywhere on hostile soil. But we had taken but one step towards the final decision against Russia, and it was with that goal that my innermost thoughts and feelings were most concerned. The fearful losses of the Russians in East and West Prussia ought, later on, to help the operations in Galicia. The Russian losses had been extraordinarily heavy in comparison with ours. Even Russia's enormous resources in manpower could not stand such a drain indefinitely. Each of the successive tactical situations had made the fullest demands on my mental and spiritual energies. It is simply impossible to put it all on paper, the proud hopes, the despondency, the disappointments, the heart-searchings before a decision, the annoyance caused by one thing and another. I cannot describe the differences which had so often to be overcome, nor can I portray how deeply I felt for the troops, who had to bear the privations of a winter campaign in such inclement weather. Later on I had happier times at Lützen. Our quarters and the office were small, but I liked them. I look back with pleasure on that time in the friendly little East Prussian town. Whilst the fighting was still going on, one of our most important tasks was the construction of rear positions. Along the whole of the eastern frontier of Prussia there arose a barbed wire zone as the first permanent element of the new positions. Numerous special battalions composed of poorly trained men unfit for labor or service in the field were sent there at my request. They often had to work under enemy fire, and did so devotedly. The word digger is a title of honor. These units were subsequently transferred from the eastern to the western front. About this time General Headquarters ordered the number of regiments to a division in the west to be reduced from 4 to 3, so that a division now had 9 battalions instead of 12. We did the same on our front. In this way a larger number of strategical units was formed. Operations were thus facilitated, and no doubt this was a great advantage. But a division of 9 battalions is too weak, tactically, while the staff and administrative services are too large. After the war I should most certainly have advocated the re-establishment of the larger divisions. It remains to be seen what will now happen to our proud and splendid army, which, assisted by allies of not very high military value, has kept its head above water for the last 4 years, defied the world and preserved its homeland almost intact from the horrors of war. Shall such an army vanish completely? Will Germany commit suicide once more? I cannot and shall never believe it. The 70 to 80 millions of Germans will some day come together and think things over. When they remember the overwhelming military achievements of this war, they will not forget what a really united army can do. Chapter: The Summer Campaign Against Russia, 1915. 1. The offensive undertaken by General von Conrad in January had been unsuccessful. At the start ground was gained along the whole of the Carpathian Ridge, but after that matters came to a standstill. The Russians made their counter-attack and pressed the Austrian army hard. Only the plucky German Southern Army under General von Linsingen continued to make progress. Without these German troops the position could not have been maintained. The difficulties of this theater of war in the winter were enormous. They subjected the troops, who worked wonders, to a terrible strain. The losses due to frostbite were very great. Przemysl was not relieved and fell on March 19. Whilst the attacks against German territory east of the Vistula abated early in April, the Grand Duke continued his offensive against the Austrian army with the express purpose of descending on Hungary from the Carpathians and putting Austria-Hungary out of the war. In April, the headquarters staff at Teschen considered the military situation of the dual monarchy to be extremely grave. Italy's attitude had become increasingly doubtful. She had refused all Austria-Hungary's extensive concessions, the necessity for which I myself had urged on General von Conrad, and was the net spread by the Entente. In spite of their superiority in numbers, the latter needed additional forces to enable them to master us. It became more and more certain that we had to reckon on Italy entering the war on the side of our enemies. Austria-Hungary realized that she had to reinforce her troops on the Italian frontier considerably. The Serbian army also seemed to require watching again. The more the Austrian army was obliged to weaken itself in Hungary and Galicia in favor of other fronts, the more severely would it feel a Russian attack. Feeling at Teschen became ever more despondent. The Austrian liaison officer, acting on instructions from General von Conrad, described the situation to us as one of the utmost gravity. Judging by my knowledge of the Austrian-Hungarian army, this was certainly true. We forwarded these serious reports and our interpretation of them to General Headquarters. About the middle of April, the situation in the Carpathians became still more critical. General Borojevich's army was thrown back over the ridge, whilst further east the German Southern Army stood firm. The moment had arrived when help was absolutely necessary. We dispatched the 25th Reserve Division, which was with the 9th Army awaiting the order, by rail. They arrived just in time to avert the worst disaster. We reported the measures we had taken to General Headquarters, who fully concurred in our view of the situation. They raised the Beskiden Corps under General von der Marwitz, who had hitherto commanded our 38th Reserve Corps. The commander-in-chief in the east also gave up the 4th Division and a newly formed division to reinforce the Carpathian front. But, in spite of all this, the situation there continued to be grave. We had to send reinforcements to the Serbian front at the same time. These reinforcements afterwards joined General von Linsingen during his attack in May. The German General Staff now resolved to try and obtain a decision against Russia. The plan was an ambitious one, and the very idea of weakening our forces in the West in spite of the critical situation there was a proof of their readiness to accept responsibility. Since the engagements round Ypres in November, the fighting on the whole of the Western Front had developed into trench warfare. The cessation of the advance in France, the bending back of the right wing in September, and the poor results of the fighting in Flanders had caused great depression in the army in the West, and this had been deepened by the lack of ammunition. In January, an attack near Soissons by the 3rd Army Corps, under their admirable and distinguished commander, General von Lockow, had a most encouraging effect, and an attack by the Saxons near Crayon immediately afterwards led to splendid results. In February and March, after a great struggle, we had at last succeeded in shattering a determined French effort to break through in Champagne. The future hopes of the Entente were, for the moment, based on Russia alone. In England, Kitchener's army was in course of formation. This was a great creation of a distinguished organizer. Of the 32 divisions, the first 12 could be ready by May. The Entente's war industry was extending. The United States had been added to the number of their contractors. Although at first we were able to hinder the export of war materials from America by economic means, this could not have a lasting effect. In our great struggle, this action on the part of the United States could only be interpreted by us as evidence of favoritism towards our enemies. Her behavior roused feelings of the greatest bitterness in us. It was to be expected that the German offensive against Russia would give rise to enemy attacks on the Western Front for her relief. The critical engagements in May near La Baie 6E and Arras, which gave us so much anxiety, illustrate the responsibility assumed by General Headquarters when they risked a decisive battle in the East. General von Mackensen, with the newly formed 11th Army, which consisted principally of troops from the Western Front, received instructions early in May to attack and crush in the flank of the Russian armies, which were pursuing their offensive in the Carpathians with supreme contempt of death. He was a distinguished man, of great accomplishments, and a brilliant soldier whose deeds will live in history for all time. Colonel von Seeckt, formerly General von Lockow's Chief of Staff, was appointed his Chief of Staff. Thanks to his keen intellect and clear judgment, this officer became one of the most prominent figures in the war. Field Marshal Prince Leopold of Bavaria took command of the 9th Army, and well deserved this, the highest military rank. He readily put himself under Field Marshal von Hindenburg, who was considerably junior to him in the service. The commander-in-chief in the east received instructions to demonstrate on his front in order to pin down the enemy forces there. 2. The Ninth Army had been enjoying a spell of rest. Early in March they thought they could bring off some success north of the Pilica and made an attack there, in spite of great difficulties. But they were soon forced to desist. In accordance with the instructions of General Headquarters, they were now to attack at Schemeweiss. We had received a supply of gas and anticipated great tactical results from its use, as the Russians were not yet fully protected against gas. We also had reason to expect local successes from an attack by the 10th Army east of Suwałki, and instructions were issued accordingly. The gas attack by the 9th Army, which took place on May 2, was not a success. The wind was favorable, but the troops had not been properly instructed. The gas was emitted as intended, but the troops imagined that the enemy ought not to be able to move at all. As the latter were still firing in places and our own artillery did not cooperate as it should have done, the infantry did not attack. They assumed that the gas had had no effect. The 9th Army were unlucky with gas. When they repeated the gas attack at the same place later, but not in connection with these operations, the wind veered round. We suffered severe losses by gassing. The troops were not fond of gas, the installation took too long, and both officers and men disliked waiting with full gas containers in the trenches for the wind. The attack by the 10th Army at Suwałki was a tactical success. I do not know whether these attacks really helped the operations as a whole, but tactically they were correct, and on that ground they seemed to be justified. More effective support of General von Mackensen's operations would be forthcoming when we ourselves were able to initiate an extensive movement against the enemy. This was impossible on the fronts occupied by the 9th Army, Gallwitz's army detachment, and the 8th and 10th Armies, and was only practicable north of the Niemen in Lithuania and Courland. At the end of March and beginning of April we had received from the Western Front the 3rd Cavalry Division and the Bavarian Cavalry Division, and these had been sent to Gumbinnen, as the left wing of the 10th Army was still very weak. These two divisions and the 6th Cavalry Division, which was already stationed north of the Pregel, were to advance into Lithuania and Courland at the end of April, supported by the 6th, 36th and 78th Reserve Divs. The cavalry divisions had been very carefully equipped for these operations. General von Laurenstein was placed in command here. On April 27 our march into Lithuania and Courland began. General von Laurenstein initiated the movement planned by the commander-in-chief in the east by marching in 3 columns on Scharvely. With the right column, Bavarian and 3rd Cavalry Division and 36th Reserve Division, through Cherbourg. With the center column, 78th Reserve Division, to the Great Taurogen Road. With the left column, 6th Cavalry Division and 6th Reserve Division, from the neighborhood of Memel. On the evening of the 27th the 3rd Cavalry Division already stood southeast of the Taurogen-Kielme road not far from Skordweil, whilst the Bavarian Cavalry Division had got to Rossiany. The 6th Cavalry Division had some hard fighting east of the frontier and had not made much progress by the 27th. The enemy, whose main force had remained northeast of Taurogen since the end of March, withdrew to Kielme and escaped, as the 3rd Cavalry Division did not attack. On April 28 the Bavarian and the 3rd Cavalry Division were near Kielme, and to the east the 6th were near Wimy. In 2 days 75 kilometers had been covered. On the 29th the cavalry divisions were approaching Scharvely and Kircheny. On the 30th Scharvely, which the Russians had set on fire, was occupied. The 6th and 3rd Cavalry Divs continued the movement in the direction of Mitau, at which the 6th arrived on May 3. Here they could no longer break the enemy's defense, and for the time they remained southwest of Mitau. Later on they withdrew behind the Windor, along the Mitau-Moskaki railway. The 3rd Cavalry Division halted shortly after this, and the Bavarian Cavalry Division came up with them. The two divisions then moved southeast from Scharvely via Basagola on Kdany. Here, however, the enemy's defense was stronger. They, therefore, yielded slowly before his pressure and retired behind the Dubisar in the direction of Kielme. The infantry divisions had also carried out some extraordinary forced marches. The 36th Reserve Division was pushed forward to the lower Dubisar to act as cover against attacks from Kovno, whilst the 78th and 6th Reserve Division had united near Scharvely. The object of this daring enterprise had been attained. The Russians were visibly being reinforced. There now followed on an extended front on the Dubisar, from the mouth of the river up to Kielme, round Scharvely and to the northwest, a series of critical engagements which dragged on through May and June and proved most exhausting for both leaders and men. On our side they were carried out, both defensively and offensively, with a great numerical inferiority, and in order to hold what we had gained and pin down the enemy further, we were obliged to bring up the 8th Cavalry Division of the 9th Army, the 1st Reserve Division and 2nd Cavalry Division from Gallwitz Army Detachment and the weak Beckman Division of the 10th Army to the north of the Niemen. The forces were thus increased to such an extent that it became necessary to combine them under one army command. With its numerous administrative services, corps commanders no longer sufficed. General Otto von Below was appointed to this command and the army was given the name of the Niemen Army. General von Scholtz was given the command of the 8th Army in his place. We held the Dubisser line by hard fighting. Charvely could not be held permanently, and it was only possible to bring back a part of the plentiful leather supplies which were of such great importance to us. As early as May we had to abandon the town to the enemy, and remain due south of it. Our cavalry stood on the banks of the Windor from Kirchny downwards as far as Hasenpott. Every now and then their line was broken by the enemy, but in spite of that they held the line of the river. On the evening of May 7 the 3rd Cavalry Brigade took Libau. We were well aware that the Russian forces there were of very little value, but we did not know of the condition of the fortifications. Libau had been abandoned as a military port before the war. The extensive military harbor works were evidence of the ambition of Imperial Russia, bent as she was on extending her power. The town contained some important industrial establishments, including one of the largest barbed wire factories in Russia. Lieutenant Colonel Hoffmann suggested that a surprise attack should be made, and I agreed to this. Our troops were not very numerous. The 3rd Cavalry Brigade under Colonel von der Schulenburg, 2 or 3 battalions and a few batteries belonging to the reserve divisions already on the spot, were to approach the town from the east, whilst a Landsturm battalion approached it from the south along the coast and torpedo boats attacked from the sea. The fortress was not seriously defended. The fortifications were blown up by the garrison, and the coast guns turned out to be dummies. The weak garrison of 1,500 men surrendered when our troops forced their way in from the south and east. The taking of Libau was not a martial achievement worthy of a permanent place in history, but it was a happy little enterprise which all who took part in it recall with pleasure. Its most valuable feature was that it was carried out without any loss. It was always my endeavor to achieve success at the least possible cost. Troops may take pride in bearing heavy losses and succeeding in spite of them. The commander must have a different point of view. 3. In the early hours of May 2, General von Mackensen, in a well-prepared attack brilliantly carried out by the troops, broke through the Russian front on the Middle Dunajec. During the next few days the 2nd and 3rd Russian lines were taken. After this the Russians withdrew from Hungary northwards over the ridge of the Carpathians. Hungary was freed and the pressure on the Austrian army definitely relieved. It was high time, for Italy now entered the war. Her army numbered over 600,000 men besides the numerous formations in second line which were not intended to take part in the fighting immediately. This was an enormous accession of strength to the Entente. By September the total strength of the Italian front-line troops had already increased to 900,000 men. General von Mackensen pressed forward unceasingly in the direction of Yaroslav on the San and stormed the bridgehead on May 15. The neighboring Austrian armies linked up on either side of the advancing German troops, and the German Southern Army also attacked and gained ground to the north beyond Stryj. At the beginning of June Przemysl was again wrested from the Russians. North of the upper Vistula the Russians abandoned the Nidar and withdrew towards the Vistula. General von Woysch was able, in mid-May, to advance as far as Kielce whilst keeping his left wing in position. The Russian armies between the Carpathians and the Pilica had thus been obliged to abandon their positions and lost heavily in so doing. But, speaking generally, the Allies were only able to follow up with frontal attacks, although they made desperate endeavors to effect local encircling movements, and more particularly to fall on the western flank of the Russian Carpathian army. An attempt at an enveloping movement made by the right wing of the Austrian army in the Bukovina was frustrated, it was not strong enough, and ended in a withdrawal before enemy pressure. The difficulty of keeping up communications with the rear stopped the advance on the San for a time. These difficulties were overcome early in June, and the attack was resumed. The heaviest fighting always fell to the German troops. On June 22 Lemberg was recovered, and soon afterwards Rava Ruska was stormed, and the Russians were forced to retreat still further towards the Bug. They were simultaneously continuing their retreat down the Vistula in the direction of Lublin, Ivangorod. At Lotsen we had, of course, watched the progress of events in Galicia with the greatest anxiety, and never ceased to make plans, aiming at more active support of the operations against Russia. We had given up nearly everything we had. But the Russian forces on our front, especially in front of the 9th Army, had weakened. The enemy had also withdrawn troops for Galicia from the southern frontier of West and East Prussia. They had moved troops from the front facing the 10th Army to Lithuania when we invaded that province. The enemy front, therefore, was thinner all along our line. We had also withdrawn a good many troops by degrees and surrendered them for the operations in the southeast. We should be able to do so more as time went on, but with such an enormously long front there had to be a limit to the process. Our positions had, at any rate, to be manned sufficiently to permit of the relief of each individual soldier. It was not until June, when General Headquarters assigned some newly formed Landsturm regiments to us, that we were able to think of preparing divisions for our own offensive operations. The frontal retreat of the Russian army in Galicia, however painful for them, did not result in any decisive military victory. They withdrew, fighting all the way, just as far as we could venture to advance, having regard to our communications. They were not yet fighting on their own soil, and until that stage had been reached they could afford to abandon large areas. Moreover, in these frontal engagements our losses were not inconsiderable. It remained to be seen whether other Plan S would not hold out better prospects. We could add 9 or 10 divisions to Gallwit's detachment, which had now developed into the 12th Army, for a concentrated offensive in the direction of the Lower Naru, but we had no great hopes of this. It was to be assumed with certainty that the Russians, at the best, would offer resistance, and then withdraw as they had done in Galicia. In theory the operations which we had contemplated after the winter campaign seemed more promising, that is, press forward along the oh-so-weak Grodno line, and perhaps also past Lomza. Such a movement might have had decisive results. It was by far the shortest way to the rear of the Russian forces which were retreating from East Galicia between the Vistula and the Bug. We reconnoitered the swamps on either side of oh-so-weak in the hope of finding some way across, but, as we had foreseen, the results were unsatisfactory. The condition of the ground put all thought of crossing there out of the question. We had to reckon on stout resistance on the oh-so-weak Grodno line, a very strong tactical position in itself and presumably strongly held. We could not expect to overcome this resistance and the other difficulties which lay before us. It was with the deepest regret that I felt myself unable to agree to such an offensive, even at the suggestion of General Headquarters. Every operation further to the north increased the distance from the decisive point southeast of Grodno. This disadvantage would have to be counteracted by speed, especially if the rate of the enemy retreat was accelerated. In that case the enemy flank was more and more likely to be found in the direction Vilna-Minsk. A big German advance between Grodno-Kovno would not be sufficiently effective in itself. We should find ourselves in a cul-de-sac. It seemed more advisable, in the first instance, to take Kovno by a direct attack of the 10th Army from the west, and a simultaneous enveloping movement by the Niemen Army from the north. Once this fortress had fallen, the cornerstone of the Russian defense on the Niemen, the road to Vilna, and to the rear of the Russian forces would be open. They would then have to retreat with all possible speed. If the Niemen Army and the 10th Army could receive even small reinforcements at the right moment and be supplied with sufficient transport, it was to be hoped that they could fall on the northern flank of the retreating host, via Vilna, with such force that the summer campaign of 1915 would end in a decisive defeat of the Russian armies. The harder we pressed our advance from East Galicia into the area east of the Bug, the more likely were we to achieve this success. In pursuance of this idea the Niemen Army was reinforced by the 41st Inf Division, 76th RD and the 4th Cavalry Division of the 8th Army. The attack on Kovno was facilitated by the fact that, in mid-May, after a Russian advance on Sharki from the woods to the west of Kovno had been repulsed, our line in these woods had been so far advanced that it was possible to bring our heaviest artillery into position. The Russian advance took us by surprise, and made considerable progress at first towards the frontier. It was impossible to tell whether it was the forerunner of a heavier move against the weak north wing of the 10th Army. The staff of this army quickly concentrated near Wilkoszki parts of several divisions under General Beckman, who very soon drove back the enemy. We experienced a certain amount of relief when the situation became easier at that point. General Beckmann subsequently crossed the Niemen, where he was placed under the command of the army of that name. The preparations for the operations against Kovno were just about to be begun when His Majesty commanded me and the Field Marshal to go to Posen for July 1st. Here, at the suggestion of the Chief of Thai General Staff, and after having heard the Field Marshal's proposals, the Kaiser decided that the Polish offensive should be continued, and, in particular, that the 12th Army should break through the enemy line facing them, and push on to the Narew, whilst the 9th Army and General von Woysch should advance towards the Vistula. The Allied armies were also to continue the advance between the Bug and the Vistula. Our General Staff believed that in these operations part of the Russian forces still in the bend of the Vistula could be annihilated. I had to keep my views to myself and hope that the movement I wanted would be carried out when General von Gallwitz had reached the Narew, and found that he also could only make progress by means of frontal attacks. I thought that even then there would still be time to put it into execution. The advance of our line in Lithuania and Courland by the troops already there might serve as a favorable introduction to the operation. But we had to abandon any idea of getting the reinforcements hitherto earmarked for Courland, and taking Kovno. 4. In accordance with the instructions from General Headquarters, preparations for the crossing of the Narew were now begun on the largest scale. Not only the 12th Army, but the right wing of the 8th Army also were got into position, so that the 12th Army should advance between the Vistula and the Schwa with Pultusk-Roshan as their objective, and the 8th Army should reach the river between the Schwa and the mouth of the Pisa. General von Gallwitz decided to make his first attack on either side of Prasnys. For this attack he had at his disposal 1st Army Corps, with the 2nd and 37th Infantry Divisions, 13th Army Corps, with the 3rd and 26th Infantry Divisions and 4th Guards Division, 17th Army Corps, with the 35th and 36th Infantry Divisions and the 1st Guards Reserve Division, 11th Army Corps, with the 38th Infantry Division and von Wernitzer Division, 17th Reserve Corps, with von Brogel's Division, the 14th Landwehr Division and Dickhuther's Corps. General von Scholtz attacked with the 75th Reserve Division and the 10th Landwehr Division. In preparation for the attack we had concentrated, especially in the area of the 12th Army, what was then for the Eastern Front a very large amount of heavy artillery. Both armies began the attack on July 13, thanks to the careful organization by the Army Headquarters staff, and the excellent spirit of the troops, it was entirely successful. General von Gallwitz's divisions gained ground, got right into the enemy's system of defenses and continued to press forward. On the 15th, after heavy fighting, a strong rear line of defense was stormed, and by the 17th the Narew had been reached, whilst the right wing had arrived northwest of Novo-Georgiyevsk. The Field Marshal and I were present with the 12th Army at the Battle of the 13th and 14th, we were most favorably impressed by both leaders and troops. The 12th Army, like the 11th Army in West Galicia, had gained a great deal of ground in the first attack. On the Narew, as had been the case on the San, a pause in the operations now ensued. Pultusk and Roshan were stormed on July 23, Ostrolenka was taken on August 4, and thus the crossing of the Narew on a wide front was secured. Other forces moved against Sirok and Sigashi, so that as soon as these works were taken, Novo-Georgiyevsk could be cut off from the northeast. The 8th Army, in line with the 12th, had reached the Narew between the Schwa and the Pisa, but had only managed to place a weak force on the southern bank of the river near the confluence of the Schwa. The Russians offered stubborn resistance everywhere and suffered very heavy losses. The 9th Army and General von Woysch's detachment had also gone forward in the Polish bend of the Vistula. Woysch's detachment had beaten the Russians on the Tulshanka and at Radom, occupied Radom on July 19, and forced the Russians to retreat behind the Vistula. As a consequence of this, on July 21 the Russians north of the Pilica also retreated behind the Vistula and the outer defenses of Warsaw. The 9th Army, which was still weak, now advanced to the attack of this position. Their further mission was to cut off Novo-Georgiyevsk from the south. Between the Upper Bug and the Vistula the Allied armies gained further ground to the north in successive frontal attacks. Far from the great battlefield in Poland, the Niemen army had also started an offensive in the middle of July and made great progress eastwards. I was now quite convinced that the time had come to initiate the movement I had recommended, a movement on the lower Niemen against Kovno, followed by an attack in full force in the rear of the Russian armies. The troops could be taken from Woysch's detachment and the 9th, 12th and 8th armies. We had delayed quite long enough already. The taking of Kovno would take time, and the Russian retreat in Galicia was already far advanced. But it seemed still possible to achieve great things, at any rate, something bigger than could be effected by the operations then in progress. These could end in nothing more than a pure frontal west-east retirement of the enemy. General headquarters stuck to their point of view, and still preferred their movement over the Vistula and Naru. We were not allowed to weaken the armies engaged in that operation for the benefit of the 10th and Niemen armies. A new division from the west was assigned to the 12th and 8th armies by General Headquarters. Whether our General Staff, for reasons connected with the general military situation, no longer wished to embark upon such an extensive and far-reaching plan as that we had suggested, I have not been able to ascertain. The 9th, 12th and 8th armies continued to advance on the same lines as before and in the strength settled by General Headquarters. Preparations for the attack on Novo-Georgievsk were begun. At the same time, we decided to take Kovno and let the Niemen army continue its attack. Both good as far as they went. 5. As I had expected, the operations of the Allied armies in Poland to the east of the Vistula meant purely frontal pressure on the enemy and incessant fighting. Repeated efforts to envelop the Russians ended in failure. The Russian armies were certainly kept on the move, had they escaped. They frequently made fierce counter-attacks with strong forces, and again took advantage of the many marshy areas in the neighborhood of rivers and streams to rally and offer prolonged resistance. Owing to the continuous movement for many weeks on bad roads and, generally speaking, in bad weather, the strain on our troops was tremendous. Clothing and boots were in rags and tatters. Supply was difficult. It was almost impossible to find billets, as the Russians systematically destroyed or burned stores and villages. They drove the cattle before them and left them to die on the high road. The population which they carried off with them were driven into the swamps at the sides of the road if they blocked the way. Many scenes in the Russian campaign have been indelibly imprinted on my memory. The supply and transport conditions became more unfavorable from day to day, especially with the 12th Army, which was getting further and further away from its railheads. Communications with the rear were improved for the 8th Army after the capture of Lomza so weak. It was then possible, but still very difficult, to send supplies from that side. What vehicles we had were principally employed in bringing up ammunition. In attack, our exhausted infantry required more support from the artillery the further east they got. As the distances increased, the difficulty in bringing up ammunition increased proportionately. Thus the advance slowed down and lost its impetus. After the conclusion of peace with Russia, a highly placed Russian officer told me he had never been able to understand why we had not pushed on with greater vigor, as if we had the Russian army would have gone to pieces. Officers and men did everything in their power to bring about that result, but when perfect discipline, the greatest enthusiasm and the most strenuous efforts on the part of every individual cannot prevent a stage of exhaustion, the will of the commander is equally powerless. We built a branch line from Willenberg via Korshiel to Ostrolenka, and repaired the other lines as quickly as possible, but the lines of communication by road became ever longer and far exceeded the 120 kilometers which we had regarded as the extreme limit. The Entente were better off during their big attacks in the summer of 1918. They had numerous railway connections running direct from behind their front line, and were able to bring up their enormous supply of munitions continuously, and thus support their infantry effectively. Motor transport enabled the infantry to recuperate in good, well-furnished billets, and return to the line again and again with renewed vigor. Operations continued in accordance with the plans of the General Staff. At the end of July, Chome and Lublin fell into our hands. Further east we were not making much progress, and thus gave the Russians time to withdraw troops from the salient we were making in their line, and send them south to form a new front. General von Woisch took the western bridgehead of Ivangorod, and on July 28 crossed the Vistula to the north of this point under the enemy's nose and was heavily attacked. I thought this crossing very hazardous. Tactically it succeeded, but it did not alter the general strategic situation. The Russians facing the 9th Army withdrew from the outer defenses of Warsaw, and early in August from Warsaw itself. On August 5 the 9th Army occupied the capital of Poland. This army was taken out of our command and placed under the direct orders of General Headquarters. Field Marshal Prince Leopold of Bavaria was, at the same time, put in command of Woisch's detachment. No doubt General Headquarters had their own good reasons for thus reorganizing the commands, but it did not simplify matters for me, especially as the lines of communication of the Ninth Army remained under our control. It was necessary for our further advance that I should make very many arrangements direct with this army. The movements of the 9th and 12th Armies were very closely related. General Headquarters were far too busy for me to venture to trouble them with such details. The capture of Warsaw gave a special satisfaction. We had fought so hard for it in the autumn of 1914. In that campaign were laid the foundations of the present successes, of which the occupation of Warsaw was the sign and symbol. During the following days Field Marshal Prince Leopold of Bavaria's army group crossed the Vistula between Ivangorod and Warsaw on a wide front. Once again General Headquarters attempted to effect an enveloping movement by directing this army group straight on Brest-Litovsk, whilst strong Russian forces were still north of Lublin. But in vain, the Russians got away. Whilst Field Marshal von Mackensen was struggling towards Brest-Litovsk, Prince Leopold's group had advanced to the bug below the fortress. After the crossing of the Narew by the 12th Army at the end of July, General von Gallwitz had cast his eyes due south towards the bug. He still hoped to succeed in enveloping the enemy who had not yet retreated from Warsaw. With that end in view he made his principal thrust with his right wing, from Wyszko to the bug. As I had feared and General von Gallwitz had also thought possible, these hopes were not fulfilled. Somewhere about the 10th, the 12th Army received instructions to march east, with the right wing moving up the bug. In this way it came into close touch with the 8th Army, which, after the fall of Ostrolenka on August 5, had gained more ground on the southern bank of the Narew, and was now advancing with Lomza as its objective. In the meantime Sierok and Sigashi had fallen, also Dum, Novo-Georgievsk had been invested on all sides. The capture of this fortress was entrusted by the Field Marshal to General von Basila. The troops of the 9th and 12th Armies investing Novo-Georgievsk were placed under his command. He also received a considerable number of the heaviest Austro-Hungarian howitzers. The plans for the capture of Novo-Georgievsk, the command of the 8th and 10th Armies, the attack on Kovno and the situation in Lithuania and Courland made further great demands on myself and my staff. Although we had not the same free hand in conducting the operations of the summer campaign of 1915 as in previous campaigns, but followed the broad directions given by General Headquarters, there was still an enormous amount of work for me to do, and the necessity of taking and executing a number of decisions, both great and small. Added to this there were differences of opinion with General von Falkenhayn, such as are only too likely to occur between men of independent views, but which made it more than ever incumbent on me to carry out most punctiliously the plans of General Headquarters, which were opposed to mine, rather than my own or those that coincided with mine. 6. The capture of Novo-Georgievsk did not directly affect the progress of the operations. It was an independent operation, taking place in the rear of the armies pushing on eastwards. General von Basila, the conqueror of Antwerp, and Colonel von Saubersweig, his extremely energetic chief of staff, guaranteed that there should be no question of a so-called siege with all its attendant complications. A mere investment of Novo-Georgievsk would be enough to bring about its fall. The garrison of 80,000 could not hold out for long. It is astonishing that the Grand Duke should have let it come to this, whereas, later on, Brest-Litovsk and Grodno were evacuated. He ought to have told himself that it was impossible to hold the fortress, and that the condition of the fortifications was not good enough to withstand heavy high-angle fire. General von Basila decided to attack the northeastern forts. The Mlawa-Siechenov-Nazielsk railway, which had been restored some time previously, indicated this side of the Nciente. The main object was to make the distance to be traversed by road as short as possible for the artillery and ammunition supplies being sent up by rail, so as to avoid the waste of time involved in MSW field and light railways. The strength of the front was of no importance, for a plentiful supply of heavy shell put the attack on equal terms. The artillery was brought up as soon as the railway had been completed as far as Nazielsk. On the 9th of August the investment was completed, and soon afterwards the artillery and ammunition supplies were established in position. By the middle of August the batteries were able to open fire. Its effect did not appear satisfactory. The voices of those wise after the event were now raised to say that nothing could be done with the curtailed attack method, what had been right in one case was wrong in the other. This vacillation was soon overcome. Under continuous fire the northeastern works were stormed and taken. Then followed the attack along the whole front to the north of the Vistula. Our troops, which were mainly composed of Landsturm and Landwehr forces, behaved extremely well, and Novogeorgiysk fell on August 19. Soon afterwards His Majesty the Kaiser inspected the fortress and thanked the troops. The Field Marshal and I were commanded to be present. I was thus able to see for myself the devastating effects of the heavy artillery fire and the poor construction of the works. The troops released by this event were sent to the 10th Army, with the concurrence of General Headquarters, and this force thus received the reinforcements it required, unfortunately very late in the day. The heaviest batteries were to be sent against Grodno. Kovno had already fallen. By the end of August the Russian General Government of Poland had fallen completely into the hands of the Allies. As before, Germany and Austria-Hungary divided its administration. The boundary west of the Vistula was formed by the Pilica, and on the east it more or less followed the lower Weepers. We formed a German general government of Warsaw under General von Bissila, and the Austrians established a military government of Lublin. The partition was injurious to the common interest of the Allies, many imperatively necessary measures were wreaked on it. The commander-in-chief in the east had had the administration of occupied Poland in his hands since the autumn of 1914. He now made way for General von Bissila, and had more than enough administrative cares in the northeast instead. Novogeorgiysk will possibly prove the last ring fortress to be taken after investment. Not that I believe in disarmament. The world will very soon learn its lesson in regard to that delusion. However much it may be regretted, mankind will never come to that. But the day of the ring fortress is past. They cannot stand against modern artillery and its scale of munitionment, and must give place to something else. Land fortifications will still be necessary, but they will assume the character of fortified fines along the frontier. 7. When, on August 10, the 12th Army received instructions to march with the right wing up the Bug, on the west it was backing against the 8th Army, which was advancing on either side of the Narew against Lomza. I endeavored to maintain this echelon as the advance progressed in order to make use of the possibilities of mutual cooperation on the flanks. But by degrees the two armies came up level with their inner wings on the Ostrolenka-Lepi railway. South of the Bug, Field Marshal Prince Leopold's army group had moved forward to correspond. The commander-in-chief in the east had to see to the tactical details for the advance, which were unimportant, having regard to the campaign as a whole. Lieutenant Colonel Hoffmann and I had frequent intercourse with the armies. The two chiefs of staff, Colonel Marquard and Major Count Schwen, were excellent soldiers, who gave effective support to their chiefs. On August 9 Lomza was taken from the southwest. For some time past we had had a squadron of bombing aeroplanes at our disposal in East Prussia. The forts in which an enemy corps or army staff had its quarters were often bombed. Splendid results had been reported, but when I was able to have the damage inspected it was impossible to verify it. In the interests of the troops I was glad of this, as they were able to use the forts as billets. It was only later that our bombs became effective, when the airmen took more interest in bombing work. As the advance progressed it became evident that Mackensen's and Prince Leopold's army groups were pushing north, and thus forcing the 12th and 8th armies to the left. On August 18 Field Marshal von Mackensen had arrived before Brest-Litovsk. Prince Leopold of Bavaria was approaching the Bialowieza forest, and the 12th Army Bialystok, the former seat of the excellent Prussian administration of New East Prussia at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th centuries. The 8th Army pressed forward towards Grodno in the narrow space between Bialystok and the Narew, so as to capture Osowiec from the south. This fortress was invested on August 22. We had intended taking it from the east and north, yet we took it from the south. Such is war. In the latter days of August both armies continued the advance in a more northeasterly direction beyond the Bialystok-Osowiec line, the 12th Army marching north of Wolkowisk, and the 8th Army on Grodno. Both these armies, therefore, were gradually losing touch, tactically, with the two southern army groups, which, after the occupation of Brest-Litovsk on August 25-26 marched on towards Pinsk and Baranovichi. By degrees they came within the sphere of the operations which were in preparation further north. Early in September the 8th and 12th armies reached the southeastern outskirts of Grodno. In a fortnight's time or so they were to be at Liege, north of the Niemen. About 8 weeks would then have elapsed since the offensive started. During this operation the 12th Army had had to make a long detour to the south. How much better would it have been if, instead of this movement, an attack on the Lomza-Grodno line had been possible? That could not be done. But an operation to the north of Grodno, combined with the taking of Kovno, would have reached this point much more quickly and easily, and have been far more effective if it had been carried out in full strength, even as late as the first fortnight in August. For a time it looked as though General Headquarters wished to suspend the advance in the east. They transferred large portions of Field Marshal von Mackensen's army, and later of the 12th and 8th Armies too, to the west and south Hungary. But they allowed the operations which had been begun after the taking of Kovno and our advance in Lithuania and Courland to take their course. 8. The storming of Kovno was a very bold stroke. In order to accomplish it, troops had to be withdrawn from the center and right wing of the 10th Army, which already held a very long front. Only thus were we able to concentrate a comparatively strong force for the attack west of Kovno. The commander-in-chief in the east and General von Eichhorn made themselves responsible for this strain on the rest of their front. The general had often complained to me that the 10th Army had remained inactive so long, and he now set about his new task with zest. He and his chief of staff, Colonel Hell, were men of great self-confidence and daring. General von Eichhorn was an officer of brilliant intellectual qualities, and had trained his troops in an exemplary manner. The reinforced 40th Army Corps, under General Litzmann, was to carry out the attack. The general was extremely impetuous and his influence on the men was very great. He had laid the foundations of his military fame in the course of the breakthrough at Brzezinski on November 22 to 25, 1914. He once wrote against the Guards Officers' Corps, but he recognized on this occasion what a power this officers' corps stood for. I myself am proud of having been an infantryman of the line, and in the 8th Regiment of the Light Grenadiers I learned to know a unit whose officers' corps had a special tradition handed down, as in the Guards Officers' Corps. Such traditions are quite justifiable, but they should not lead to favoritism and vanity. When that occurs they arouse resentment and should be discarded. The attack on Kovno was rendered more difficult by the lack of the heaviest howitzers. Such as had been supplied by General Headquarters at the end of July had to be used at Novo-Georgievsk. All we got was a few additional batteries, which could be brought into position by light railways and the range of which was only short. But we allowed no difficulties to deter us, and we built the railways. A broad survey of the position made it clear that the attack could only be made between the Werbel and Kovno railway and the Niemen. The right wing of the attacking troops was always very seriously threatened, and the menace increased the more ground we gained. At any moment the Russians might rake its flank very effectively with their artillery. The left wing was covered to the north by a Landsturm brigade, which during the offensive of the Niemen army had been pushed forward across the Dubisa as far as the northwest works of Kovno. By the beginning of August the railways were ready. There was now a lack of ammunition for the heavy field howitzers. I gave up my reserve, for the director of field ordnance in the east, Lieutenant Colonel Rostock, always had something in hand. So at last, on August 8, after much trouble, everything was ready and the attack could begin. No fortress has ever been attacked with such scanty material, but the troops entrusted with the work were inspired by the gallant spirit of their commander. At this time, as I mentioned before, the Russians were still close to the Vistula opposite Warsaw. On August 6 the infantry in the assembly positions had got up close, in order to obtain better artillery observation. On the 8th the bombardment began. During the next few days a number of strong positions had to be stormed. The vigor of the attack appeared to be waning, but General Litzmann continued to work his way along the line of forts until the 15th. Luckily the Russians proved to be incapable of withstanding the fire of the heavy artillery. A fresh attack, by a company which had joined the other troops, succeeded on the 16th in breaking through the western line of forts. On the 17th General Litzmann crossed the Niemen and took the town and the eastern forts. The booty was not so great as at the taking of Novo-Georgievsk, for it was not a case of storming a fortress which had been previously invested. The garrison had a way out in rear, and was in touch with the Russian forces on the east front. I have never been able to find out why that army did not help them, or whether the speedy fall of the works took it by surprise. All the bridges, including the very important railway bridge, and also the tunnel on the east bank, had been destroyed, the latter, fortunately, not completely. It was soon restored. We were thus to a certain extent able to open a line of communications east of the Niemen in the direction of Wilna, even before the railway bridge was ready. It was a vital matter for the troops that it should be put in working order again if the operations were to progress as we hoped. The town of Kovno was saved, with the exception of the factories. These had been burned down and the population had fled. I had an opportunity of seeing how difficult it was for the troops to find billets without the cooperation of the inhabitants. Immediately after the taking of Kovno, General von Eichhorn sent General Litzmann and his storm troops on towards the Wilna Railway, and himself took the troops next in line across the Niemen. At the same time he directed the rest of the 10th Army, the 21st Army Corps, under General von Hutier, to push on with Oliter as their main objective, and lighter forces to advance through Augustowo Forest towards Grodno. These forces cooperated very closely with the advancing 8th Army, with which they were almost level. General von Eichhorn intended to force the crossing of the Niemen along the whole line, an operation which fitted into the framework of our plans. It was entirely in accordance with our views. If, on the one hand, much remained to be done, especially where the armies were converging, on the other the armies elsewhere did much by independent decisions to facilitate the direction of the whole. Their sole duty was to report in good time their view of the situation and what they wished to do. The junction of two armies is always a point where friction is inevitable. On the Eastern Front, especially in trench warfare, this was not so obvious as it was subsequently on the Western Front. The boundary lines there sometimes developed into high walls, which one could only look along, but not over. One of the most important duties of the higher command was to level this wall and ensure that the points of junction did not become weak points tactically. The center and right wing of the 10th Army advanced, but with heavy fighting. Under pressure of events at Kovno, the Russians had completely destroyed the railways and bridges over the Niemen, abandoned the left bank, and withdrawn in the direction of Orani. By August 26 the 21st Army Corps had taken Oliter. By the end of August the 10th Army had crossed the Niemen and was slowly advancing towards the Grodno-Wilna Railway. Before they reached the railway they met with very strong resistance, which was too much for them at first. The Russians began to bring up reinforcements from east to northern Poland. The tactical results of the advance of the 10th Army across the Niemen in the direction of Grodno were small, owing to the vast region of forest to the northeast of that fortress. But the Russians had become nervous. They abandoned Grodno with amazing speed when the right wing of the 10th Army, and more particularly the 8th Army, began their attack. On September 1 General von Scholz, with the 75th RD, took the southwest forts of the town and the town itself was occupied on the 2nd, after violent street fighting. But on the Kotra and its northern tributary from Lake Osjury, not far east of Grodno, he came up against strong enemy resistance. The siege artillery was no longer needed, and was placed at the disposal of General Headquarters. General von Gallwitz reached the Swislos, fighting all the way. Prince Leopold of Bavaria's army group had traversed the Bialowieza forest, which, by the way, was not an impassable swamp, but well provided with roads. Further south the troops were still advancing on Pinsk. 9. Up to that time the engagements of the Niemen army during the months of July and August had only been directly connected with the main operations in so far as they had drawn enemy forces in their direction. There was, of course, a tactical cooperation on the Niemen between the inner wings of the 10th and the Niemen army. With the attack on Kovno this cooperation became closer, and at the taking of the fortress led to their fighting on the same field of battle, it then relaxed again. From now onwards the association of these armies was to take a prominent part in the operations. General Otto von Below was fighting in a distinct and separate area and his actions were therefore more independent than those of the other army commanders, who were fighting on a joint plan. We were able to confine ourselves to giving general instructions for the conduct of the campaign. Up to the middle of July the Niemen army had held the line of the Dubisa to southwest of Shavli, and of the Wenta and Windor from Hasenpot down to the coast. At the beginning of the operations General von Below was ordered to make an enveloping attack on the strong enemy forces near Shavli, and, after securing his left against attack from the direction of Riga, to push east, north of the Niemen. These operations were in particularly good hands. General von Below, who had already been regarded in peacetime as an unusually efficient and self-reliant officer, had led his troops with great prudence and foresight during the Battle of Tannenberg, and distinguished himself in the Battle of the Masurian Lakes by the effective disposition of his forces. Field Marshal von Hindenburg held his manly and upright character in high esteem and in November suggested to His Majesty that he should take over the command of the 8th Army, although he was one of the most junior corps commanders in the service. General von Below had fully justified the confidence placed in him by his commander-in-chief. His chief of staff, General von Bockmann, had long been on the general staff, and during the war had proved himself to be a good leader of troops and to have the makings of a good chief of staff. The two men worked together in complete harmony. At headquarters at Lützen we could feel confident that, with the forces at their disposal, they would exploit to the full the possibilities of the operations north of the Niemen. The communications of the Niemen army were a difficult problem. The standard gauge railway stopped at Lorgsagen, northeast of Tilsit, and Memel. The Niemen, although navigable, could only be used to bring up supplies for the right wing of the army, and the traffic control was so poor that it could not be relied upon. An attempt to tow the troops, so urgently required to reinforce the right wing, in barges up the river proved a failure. The string of barges ran aground on sandbanks on the Russian side of the river. Libau could only be used with the greatest caution as a supply base. At that time the Russian fleet and English submarines dominated the eastern part of the Baltic. Nevertheless, with the material we had found there, we managed to maintain an inadequate service on the railway running east from Libau. We very soon began to build a light railway between Lorgsagen, Torog and Kielme, but it made slow progress, owing to the shortage of labor. When our plans for a large operation began to mature we had to develop a more complete network of railways. The shortest connection with the Russian railways ran from Memel to Prekulm, east of Libau. The construction of this stretch of line was begun, but had to be stopped when the commander-in-chief in the east had to give up railway labor for the construction of the Willenberg-Ostrolenka railway. By the beginning of July the railway to Prekulm was completed. It was of inestimable value, although its working still left much to be desired. The Libau-Moskaki railway was now patched up. Subsequently we also established a connection via Koszadary, east of Kovno, with the network of railways in Lithuania. Finally W. began the construction of the Torogen-Radziwiłłski main line, southeast of Szawli. The wooden bridge over the Dubisa is said to have been a work of art. About the middle of July, after the arrival of the reinforcements which had been dispatched in June, the grouping of the Niemen army was completed. Army headquarters were bitterly disappointed, because, owing to the attack on the Naru, they did not receive the quota of troops they had hoped for. They adhered to their original plan of operation notwithstanding. The line of the Dubisa to Kielme was not to be very strongly held. The 1st Reserve Corps was concentrated for attack between Kielme and Szawli. The line of the Windor was lightly held to the point where a strong group was posted north of the Libau railway. Here there were 2 or 3 infantry and as many cavalry divisions. On July 14, when, in North Poland, Prasnys had just fallen, and further south the Russians were still west of the Vistula and south of Lublin-Chome, General von Below crossed the Windor with the intention of enveloping the strong Russian forces near Szawli by an advance from the north in the direction of Mitau, and pressing forward from the southeast with the 1st Reserve Corps. The weak center was to be held back. The right wing of the army on the Dubisa was to stand by for the time being, and only to join in the operations after some progress had been made. Apparently the Russians had not expected an attack, nor had they discovered this extension of the line to the north. In the direction of Armjani they attacked the 6th Reserve Division, advancing in the center, and forced it to withdraw to the west. But their right flank was threatened to such an extent that they were unable to follow up this success. By the 17th the infantry divisions on the left wing had beaten the Russians at Orts, but owing to what had occurred to the 6th Reserve Division, they had to be brought back south. In consequence of this the enveloping movement was not effective. In the course of continuous fighting, which lasted until July 23, these operations, which became known as the Battle of Szawli, ended with the retreat of the 5th Russian Army beyond Szawli towards Poniewieś. Portions of it got away, as the German cavalry in their rear lacked firepower. Poniewieś was occupied by us on July 29. On the left wing the cavalry reached out to the Bay of Riga and joined up with the infantry advancing on Mitau, which was taken on August 1. Further south the Dubisa was crossed, and by July 29 the Kovno-Poniewieś line had been occupied. Communications had now to be established once more, and the troops supplied with ammunition. Transport had been sent in large quantities to the 12th and 8th armies, and the Niemen army was correspondingly short. Its further advance now began to slow down. On the day on which Kovno was taken the troops were on the banks of the Svienta and the Spara. Here there was a long stop, whilst the left wing pushed forward towards the Dvina. To the south of Riga the Russians were holding an important bridgehead, which was to be a thorn in our flesh for a long time to come. On the other hand, early in September the Dvina was reached between Uxkol and Friedrichstadt, and the enemy thrown back to the opposite bank. Meanwhile the Russians had been reinforced. The weak forces of the Niemen army were distributed over a very wide area, so that, for the time being, they were unable to advance further without reinforcement. They were in touch with the left wing of the 10th Army, as the latter, after the taking of Kovno, again encountered strong enemy forces halfway to Vilna. A raid by the fleet in the Bay of Riga, on August 8, had no influence on the operations on land. The rapid advance of the Niemen army showed that still more could be done if the forces had been stronger and better equipped, especially in regard to transport. 10. In the second half of August the idea of continuing operations east of the Niemen had assumed more definite shape. The attack on the flank of the retreating army from Poland could only be carried out, if at all, in the direction of Kovno-Vilna-Minsk. This attack was to be carried out by the 10th Army, whilst the 8th and 12th Armies and the Southern Army groups were to keep up the pressure on the enemy. The operations of the 10th Army required that its flank should be protected on the north from attack from the railway from Riga to Dvinsk, which is a junction for several lines from the northeast and east, and also from any movement from the Polotsk-Molodechno and Orsha-Borisov-Minsk lines. The Niemen army was to continue its advance with Dvinsk as the objective, whilst a strong contingent of cavalry advanced towards the two railway lines mentioned above. According to this plan the Russian front facing the 10th and Niemen armies, which, although continuous, was weak to the northeast of Kovno, would be pierced, that is, it would be forced back through Vilna to Dvinsk, whilst the cavalry divisions advanced on Polotsk-Minsk. The question remained whether the operations would still be profitable now that the Russians had retreated so far to the east. There was no doubt that every day's delay made the prospects less promising. I considered whether we should not content ourselves with a thrust through Olota-Arani on Lida. I rejected this idea, because all similar endeavors during the past summer campaign to accomplish an outflanking movement had been unsuccessful. Accordingly, I still pinned my faith to the bigger scheme, because its success would bring a more substantial reward. In this case also we were compelled to take a leap in the dark. It was clear that the 10th Army needed reinforcements, and the troops which had been investing Novo-Georgiyevsk were employed for that purpose. The 8th and 12th Armies had closed in on each other during the operations, and we could withdraw divisions, in addition to those already earmarked for the west. They were conveyed to Kovno, and from thence they were assigned to the left wing of the 10th or the right wing of the 8th Army. Meanwhile the 10th Army had been heavily attacked from Vilna. The enemy had brought reinforcements from Poland to the north. In the hope of turning the enemy's flank, the 10th Army, like the troops it confronted, had been reinforced on the north in the direction of Vilkomir. The fighting was particularly heavy on the northern bank of the Vilia. We passed once more through a period of great anxiety. I would gladly have expedited the opening of the operations, but the capacity of the Werbel and Kovno railway was limited, owing to its unfinished condition. Everything took an endless time, and in addition to this the roads were bad and the troops were no longer fresh. At last, on September 9, the advance began. The Niemen army made good progress towards Dvinsk-Jakobstadt. Near Uzieni their right wing advanced along the Kovno-Dvinsk road and very soon drove the enemy back beyond Novo-Alexandrovsk. The enemy made a stand at both bridgeheads and the fighting here was long and severe. The left wing of the 10th Army, south of Vilkomir, made good progress on the first 2 days towards the Vilia above Vilna. Further on, however, they were only able to force the Russians back across this river by degrees. Between the inner wings of the two armies, from Dvinsk to the Vilia, the cavalry divisions had more room to maneuver. In the first place they had to fight their way through the lake country between Vilkomir and Sventsyany, which was taken on the 13th. From here the divisions were diverted towards Smorgon, Molodechno and the Molodechno-Polotsk railway, halfway between the two places. It was now possible to bring up the cavalry divisions of the 8th Army. The Vilna-Molodechno-Polotsk railway near Smorgon and Valeka and east of Glubokoi had been reached by the 14th, and the Russian right wing on the Vilia, northeast of Vilna, seriously threatened. The Orsha-Minsk railway was also cut in the neighborhood of Borisov. Here, as had so often occurred in the east, the cavalry found a new field for their activities. The German cavalry have everywhere given proof of their brilliant dash and courage. The 10th Army made many efforts to transfer troops from their front to the left wing. For this purpose they made a detour up the Vilia to Smorgon, and south of Lake Vishniev to Vileka. The movements were difficult to carry out, and took up a great deal of time. They imposed a tremendous strain on the troops, for the roads and weather were bad and hindered progress. The infantry divisions were not able to relieve the cavalry divisions quickly enough in their foremost positions. With their weak artillery they were unable permanently to hold Smorgon. The latter place was recaptured on the 19th by forces from Vilna after a plucky resistance on the part of the 1st Cavalry Division. The Russians had realized the danger which threatened them, and brought up reinforcements by rail to the region east of Dvinsk. These reinforcements very soon made their appearance to the south of that town. The railway via Polotsk to Molodechno was not used. From Lida and Slonim, on the other hand, they were able to wheel and effect a wholesale withdrawal in the direction of Molodechno with their infantry, and towards Dokskitsi with their cavalry. The great Russian frontal retreat out of Poland into West Russia had, unfortunately, progressed so far that their troops which had been brought up north were able to reach the Vilia in time. The German enveloping movement came to a standstill here. Its strength was insufficient to overcome the enemy resistance. The Russians, for their part, crossed the Vilia north of Molodechno for a counter-attack, but were also unable to get forward. In the meantime the German frontal attack had made but slow progress. The Russians were not able to hold Vilna against this pressure, and retired slowly, fighting along the whole front. The German offensive had still enough impetus to carry it to the region west of Smorgon, the western Beresina and the neighborhood of Baranovichi and Pinsk. During the gradual advance from Vilna on Smorgon, I saw clearly that the operations would have to be broken off. A continuation of the movement was out of the question. In the long run it was impossible to keep the left wing of the 10th Army so far forward in face of the hostile cavalry, which was pressing in increasing strength upon all sides to oppose our attempt to break through. We had to prepare our winter quarters and found good positions on the Vishniev-Narich and Drizvieti Lakes line. Whilst fresh reinforcements joined the Niemen Army near Lake Drizvieti, the north wing of the 10th Army wheeled back into the positions mentioned above. The 10th Army intended to check the advancing enemy, as had been done in a similar movement near Grodno, but they delayed overlong, and in the end they were severely handled east of Lake Narich. The Russian flood surged against our new front, but the tempest gradually died down. Meanwhile the Austrian army had attempted to execute an enveloping movement by breaking through northeast of Lutsk, but had been repulsed by a counterattack. Near Dvinsk the fighting continued for a long time. The Niemen army still hoped to take the bridgehead. But the ammunition supply was so bad that an attack was out of the question, and therefore, at my desire, the battle was broken off. Quiet reigned along the front as far as the Carpathians. The summer campaign against Russia was at an end. The Russians had been defeated and their front forced back. The operations round Kovno had not met with any great success, as they started too late. That was the outstanding fact. The enemy had been able to thwart the enveloping movement with which they were threatened on the Vilia. If they had been a few days' march further west they would not have been in a position to do so. Throughout the whole war we never succeeded, either on the eastern or western front, in exploiting a big strategical breakthrough to the full. The one between Vilna and Dvinsk was nearest to succeeding. It showed that a strategical breakthrough only yields its full reward when it is followed up by a tactical envelopment. It was left for the Bulgarian army in September 1918 to show to the world the momentous consequences of such an operation. These consequences, however, were possible only because of the utter collapse of that army. The great anxiety of those September days had once again resulted only in a tactical success. We had had an unusually critical situation to contend with. The action fought by the 1st Cavalry Division near Smorgon on the enemy's line of retreat was immensely tragic. Just before the arrival of the infantry they were forced to retire with heavy losses. The situation on the south wing of the Niemen army also continued to be precarious and the rearward movement of the Lot army extremely dangerous. All this, however, was nothing to the nerve-wracking suspense. Could the infantry get forward fast enough on the bad roads to complete the envelopment which had been so skillfully begun by the cavalry division? Such suspense can only be understood by those who have actually experienced it. We had taken a further and great step towards the final overthrow of Russia. The Grand Duke, with his strong personality, resigned, and the Tsar placed himself at the head of the army. Our troops and their leaders had done their duty everywhere, and the German soldier was justly convinced of his unquestionable superiority over the Russian. Numbers no longer had any terrors for him. The headquarters of the commander-in-chief in the east at Kovno, October 1915 to July 1916.